This is the ICC Men's T20 World Cup.
Well, hello and welcome to the second semi-final of the Men's T20 World Cup. It is India against England from the Providence Stadium in Guyana. Last night we saw South Africa reaching a first World Cup final on a horror pitch in Trinidad against Afghanistan. Will it be India or England who'll be joining them? Will the rain get in the way and see India progress automatically? It has been a topsy-turvy tournament for England. We know that. India are unbeaten and they have been utterly dominant. There is so much to discuss and to look forward to in the company of Ashes winner Stephen Finn and World Cup winner Alex Hartley, alongside me, Henry Moran, and ABC broadcaster Jeff Lemon. Now, of course, we're focusing on what the two teams can do, but also what is going to be happening with the weather. There are so many potential scenarios, extensions of time, that sort of thing. The news from the middle is the covers are on. We sort of knew that this might be the case. They've been on, they've been off. It's been a hokey-cokey, and the ground staff have been kept very, very busy. The toss should have taken place 15 minutes ago, but Alex Hartley, no toss as yet, and we could be in for a reasonable delay.
Yeah, I think we're going to be in for a long day, aren't we? And we can just see on the TV screens the covers were coming off. Owen Morgan and DK chatting out there for the TV, and then it just started raining again, so the covers went back on. So I feel like it's going to be one of those days, but we've got a lot of time to play with.
Well, we do, and it is a lot of time. Let me talk you through exactly how this is going to work, because the latest that we can start a game, that has to be 10 overs per side. Normally in a T20 international it is 5 overs per side. It being a semi-final, that is extended to 10 overs per side. We have 250 minutes of extra time to make up, so that is over 4 hours. The latest we could start a game of 10 overs a side would be 4:40 local time. That is 9:40 p.m. UK time. So there is an awful lot of time that can be made up. It's going to be one of those days. The players are out there warming up, and the rain is still falling just a little bit. But Stephen Finn, we have to strap ourselves in and get ready to do an awful lot of talking.
Yep, saddle up, settle in for the long haul. It's it could be a pretty on-off day, couldn't it? I think the one thing you do anticipate, if it does clear up and those rain clouds do part, that it will be very similar to Antigua, where the water will just drain through the surface and we'll be able to get out there in a relatively speedy process. But yeah, at the moment it looks as though the rain is very much there for a little while, which is a shame for everyone, because this promised to be, or does promise when it gets underway, to be a really entertaining match between, we sort of had the battles of the nervous teams yesterday, and this feels like more of a match of heavyweights.
It does a little bit, doesn't it? I mean, we'll get on to South Africa, Afghanistan in a little while, Alex, but this is a repeat, of course, of the 2022 semi-final. Then England won by 10 wickets in Adelaide, and India, they look a side that is out for revenge against everyone and anyone in world cricket after their disappointments in recent ICC events.
And it feels like that, doesn't it? In the 50 over World Cup they went unbeaten until the final, and for me India and South Africa have been the most consistent teams throughout this World Cup, the strongest teams. But then again, England, they're peaking at the right time, aren't they? They've had some good results. They hammered the USA to guarantee their semi-final spot. So yeah, look, I think it is going to be a good game. It's just all of a matter of when and how and how long we're going to play for.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? And this is a part of the world, it is rainy season. In June in Guyana, on 24 days out of 30, you get rain. We've already had 6 days of dry weather, and by that very certain logic, because that's how these stats work, it means that, well, we know we're going to get rain. Of course we do. It's been part of the forecast. It's been part of the picture in the days leading up to this, and some of the pictures that we've seen from the ground in the preceding days to this match have shown the outfield looking like a lake. But it does, as Finney said, drain very quickly. The key is that players can get out there and we can get a game in, because I think though India would qualify if there was no result, because of the fact that they finished top of their Super 8's group and England finished second, Finney, it would feel very unsatisfactory to see a team knocked out that way, and indeed to see a team qualify.
Yeah, I mean, India wouldn't complain. No. If I was in their dressing room, I'd be doing rain dances all day long, because this is clear. I think this is going to be their most difficult fixture. I think if they do make it through to play South Africa, they will be favourites, but I see this one as a bit more of an even contest. And yeah, it would be a great shame to make it through a World Cup semi-final because of the weather. It happened in the women's tournament recently. Alex was explaining the other day, and it had a significant impact on that tournament. So yeah, it would feel pretty unsatisfactory for a team to go home having not actually lost a semi-final.
That was a shambles of a day in itself, wasn't it? Because England got knocked out, and then Australia made sure they went out. It was just one of those days.
In Sydney, when everyone was waiting, and it was chaos, and there was just a real sense that, I don't know, the organisers were panicking, actually, and they thought, well, there's a situation where the tournament hosts a team that we need to get through. Not need to get through, because you can't run a competition like that, but it would be highly helpful if they did, given the fact they were trying to sell out the MCG. And you could understand why they were so nervous about it. But England got knocked out. They did eventually get Australia out there in the rain, and it just about cleared up enough for them to get a game in and a win in against South Africa.
It was England-India as well, wasn't it?
It was.
Yeah. So we could have a repeat of that.
We
2020.
could. We could indeed. And, England could potentially, and England fans have been reasonably vociferous in the last couple of days, say, oh, this is outrageous, this is unfair, if it's washed out, India go through. But actually, Finney, if India go through and it is a washout, and we're not saying it is, I suspect we'll get a game in. But if it were to happen, then actually India finished top of their group. You can't really complain.
No, well, those rules are there for a reason, aren't they? I think if you're looking at it as if India have doctored this to play in a wet place because they knew they were going to finish top of their group, I think we're in the realms of tinfoil hat territory, I think, there. But certainly if you win the group, then you're in the ascendancy going into it. I think no one can argue that India have played more consistent cricket than England throughout the tournament, but World Cups aren't about winning. World Cups aren't about playing consistently good cricket right from the very beginning. It's about peaking at the right time, and England feel as though they're doing that, and they'll feel as though they've had the rug pulled from under their feet if this were to end with just a pure washout, which I don't think it will be, but also I'm not Michael Fish and I'm not a meteorologist, so I can't help you there.
Well, I can see Owen Morgan out there in the middle underneath a white umbrella alongside Dinesh Karthik. And it is raining reasonably steadily, but it's not the sort of torrential downpour that we saw at Antigua that looked actually like it was going to knock England out way back when in this tournament, when they seemed to be sort of picking themselves up off the mat at the last possible moment, and it felt as though they were heading home.
Well, I think they were looking at the flights home, to be quite frank. How hard that rain was that day, it was biblical. And you didn't ever fathom that there was going to be a game to be able to be played. I mean, this doesn't look as heavy, even though Owen and co do have their umbrellas up down there, which suggests it's heavy enough to worry about their white shirts becoming see-through if they were to get wet. But look, it certainly would be a major disappointment if England were to have their tournament truncated because of this, especially given the route that they've taken to get there and how much stress that would have caused Joss Buttler and Matthew Mott along the way.
Well, we've all sort of followed this journey with, it's been a kind of roller coaster ride, hasn't it? You look at net run rate calculations and the panic of going into matches that they're not even playing in. That Scotland-Australia game in St Lucia that seemed to be drifting away from Australia. They finally got over the line. That helped England get through. It's Australia that ended up out of the tournament, Alex. England have sort of stumbled their way to this point, but have played some very good cricket in there as well.
Yeah, they have. And look, there was a lot of criticism about England after that first game, but the first game was washed out, and I just couldn't get my head around where the criticism was coming from. Yes, they didn't get a wicket, they didn't bowl too well, but it was the first game of the World Cup, and as you know, we've just been saying, England are peaking at the right time. They're getting into gear now, and that's what you need in World Cups. There's no point going unbeaten until the final and then finally being challenged and losing the game because you haven't been put under any pressure at all throughout this World Cup. At least if you look at South Africa, you look at England, they have been put under pressure. They have lost games, they have played gritty games as well. So I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing when you're a little bit bitty, but you get through to a World Cup final. You've been there, you've done it.
India have been brilliant, though, Finney. Unbeaten in the tournament. They've won no result against Canada. Otherwise, it's an absolute perfect record.
Yeah, they've been formidable, haven't they? And where England, it feels as though, have stumbled upon their best team in the last couple of games, with Chris Jordan coming in for Mark Wood and Sam Curran coming into that middle order to replace Will Jacks, to make sure that England weren't opening batter heavy inside that top four. You feel as though India have just been consistent. They've picked the same team, apart from swapping occasionally Mohammad Siraj with The left arm wrist spinner, Kuldeep, yeah. So they felt like a very settled team. They've not been challenged all that much, which is something that, if you've not had a close game of cricket for a little while, it can, you sort of do sometimes miss those moments within games when you do get challenged, which, I'm not saying you want close games necessarily when you're playing in a tournament, but you do need to be put under pressure to remind yourself what it feels like, so you don't panic when you get under that pressure again. But certainly led by Rohit Sharma, who does look on a bit of a vengeance mission for the semi-final in 2022, the final last year in the 50 over World Cup. Virat Kohli's been quiet. You'd feel very surprised if he was going to go through an entire T20 tournament, the leading run scorer ever in T20 World Cups. You'd think wouldn't be quiet for the entirety of a tournament. And that bowling attack led by Jasprit Bumrah, who is just an absolute magician. It's a joke, really, the numbers that he's putting up. I think he's going at 4.06. It's his economy rate so far throughout this tournament, and he keeps dumbfounding people for what people think is possible in T20 games for a seamer.
You've seen some amazing statistical quirks, Alex, that have been doing the rounds.
Between the two captains, Rohit Sharma and Jos Buttler, runs scored in this tournament 191 each, balls faced in this World Cup 120 each, strike rate 159.16. It's exactly the same, which, when does that ever happen? That's such a freak stat. Matches played 9, balls faced 192, not outs 252. I mean, how does that even happen? It's exactly the same, a carbon copy of the captains.
So weird, isn't it? What are the chances of that? I mean, two players that have, in their own way, had very effective tournaments and looked to be peaking at the right time. We saw Jos Buttler hit 83 off 38 in the last England game against USA, and then Rohit Sharma against Australia, that fabulous 92 off 41. So both captains in really good form, and it'll be fascinating to see, even when we get out there, who is able to exert their authority on this game. Worth pointing out in terms of the conditions, because often you worry how significant is the toss going to be. Well, in terms of what we've seen in this stadium during the tournament so far, the stats to keep a little bit of an eye out for are the fact is 167 is the average first innings score, so it's a sort of medium kind of total, and batting first and chasing, it's around about neck and neck, 5 and 4. It's not somewhere where you look at and think it's absolutely dominated by the team that wins the toss and gets to choose what they want to do.
Well, although saying that, if this weather is, or it has been bad, and it's chucked down this morning, we've seen lake-looking things on the outfield, on the edges of the square. It looks a lot drier now as the Super Stopper runs across it, which they didn't have in Antigua, actually, which is good that they have that here to soak up the water on the covers, which will aid the process. But sometimes when it's been under covers like this, that top layer of the surface will just be a bit tacky, and that can mean it's difficult to bat inside those first few overs. So winning the toss and bowling first, which is England's preferred mode of operating, it might suit them to try and make those early breakthroughs, which are clearly so crucial to make inroads into that Indian batting order, because the Rohit Kohli partnership and Rishabh Pant at 3 is crucial at setting a foundation for those really powerful players later.
Yeah. The Super Stopper in Florida was so busy it broke down.
No.
Yeah, well, there was that much rain.
Run out of petrol
the whole ground, it hadn't been used for 2 years, and it overheated and just stopped working for the entirety of the rest of the day.
Surprised it hadn't been used in 2 years, given the weather. But anyway, right, we'll be hearing from Phil Tufnell, who'll be joining us in just a moment. But let's head inside the England camp and find out how they're all feeling in Guyana. Here's the head coach, Matthew Mott.
Yeah, we're well set, I think. Obviously, it's nice to know where we're playing. We've been waiting for a while, and to have the realisation that we've made it through all the group stages, the Super 8s, and take on which is a very strong Indian team, is a challenge we're really looking to savour.
Speaking of waiting to find out where you were going to be, it's been a funny old week in that sense, and that obviously India knew that they were going to Ghana. Everybody else has had to slightly wait around and get set for where they might end up. How's that been for you guys?
Oh, look, I think it's always an anxious time waiting. I think throughout this whole tournament, it's been quite unique in terms of, whether it's been weather or other results that we've been sweating on. So I feel like we've been rolling on a bit of a roller coaster the whole time we've been here. And I think there's a real sense of calm now. I think, we've got through group stage, got through the Super 8s. That's what we come here to do. And I think all 4 teams now, it's quite clear on what they need to do to to get through and win this. It's two really good games away from holding the trophy, and halfway through this tournament, I think a few people had obviously written us off, so we're pretty happy to be in this situation, and we know what's in front of us right now.
Have you hit your best form, do you think, as a team?
No, but I do think we're close. I think there's been parts of this tournament where we've had to play some ugly cricket at times, whether the wind's been a factor or there's been rain about. And I've been really impressed with the resilience of the group. I think from here on in, and we spoke a lot yesterday about this, it's time to be the front runners. It's time to more or less throw the first punch at India and then, try and get our noses in front and never give it back. So I think we're really clear on what we need to do. I think particularly been impressed with how the bowling groups adapted over here with the wind. I think we learned a lot of lessons early in the tournament, particularly against Australia, and the way they've adapted, I think it's been incredible. And Rash has been something on another level as well. But the whole bowling group deserves a lot of credit, and I think our best game's in front of us. And hopefully it starts tomorrow. We can go on from there.
Have you played a standard of cricket so far that would be enough to beat India, do you think, or have you got to find another gear?
Yeah, I think when you come to these tournaments, you want to be peaking at the right time. So there's plenty of teams that played some really good cricket at the start of the tournament that aren't in this position. Past World Cups will say that the semi-finals when it starts to get real, and it's almost a footnote what happened in the previous stages, really, when you look back. But our best game's definitely in front of us. I think we're all well aware that we haven't quite clicked as a whole unit yet. Bits and pieces have worked at different times, but I definitely think our A game is certainly enough to match it with India. It's a challenge we're going to relish. They're obviously an incredibly strong team all around the park, but we go in with a lot of confidence. I think that we've been in semi-finals, we know what to do, and we just got to put our best game together.
You mentioned semi-finals, Adelaide in 2022. Very fond memories for this England side. Can you utilise that, given the scars that you'd imagine India will still bear from that game?
It certainly doesn't hurt the fact that we know we can beat them in crunch matches. So I think more or less, though, what we'd say is, we're not looking back at all. This group, one of its big mantras is staying present, staying ready. And I think they're a different team too than when we took them on now. I think that the style that they're playing at the moment, particularly with the bat and the power play, now whether it be from the IPL or from Rohit's captaincy, where they certainly come out swinging quite hard. And I think that presents an opportunity for our bowling group. One of our big things with our bowling group is to try and look to take wickets in that power play, and we know they're going to come hard. So with the flip side of that is this opportunity to take some wickets and get through and bowl really well. But we're just so excited about the challenge. I think India presents the greatest challenge that there probably is in these conditions, and it's something we're really looking forward to. You
mentioned the conditions and the need to take those early wickets. Any temptation to make changes to the side? Some talk of Hartley coming in possibly. Yeah, we'll consider all things. We've sat down the selection panel and thrown around a few different combinations. My thoughts at the moment would be it's more likely to stay quite similar. I don't think there'll be too many drastic changes. But we haven't seen the wicket yet, so we go down in an hour or two. We'll look at the conditions. We'll see what's in front of us and make some value judgments then. But I think the team that's been playing, we've made some subtle changes here and there. And probably the most pleasing thing is that the players that have come in and done really well. So that's the sign, I think, of a really good squad mentality and something we take into hopefully this game and maybe the next. A lot of talk about the fact India knew where they were going and whether that works out fair because they can pick a squad knowing that potentially the conditions in Ghana will dictate X or Y in the semi-final. I mean, are you comfortable with one team knowing their route more accurately than another team does? Yeah, that's something that we've known for a long time. And, we did pick our squad accordingly as well. We were quite aware that there was every chance that we'd be here in Guyana. We knew the conditions. And you mentioned Tom Hartley. That's probably a strong reason for his selection as well. So I feel like we've got all bases covered. It'd be nice to know where you're playing, but there's counters to that as well. I think we've had to fight and claw our way through this tournament, and I think it's something that's really galvanised us as a group and will hold us in really good stead for cutthroat matches. There's pros and cons to all that stuff, but look, as I said before, if you give us a semi-final in Guyana at the start of the tournament, we would have taken it. Yeah. Do you feel that the team has got grittier and tougher, stronger over the last few weeks? Yeah, I really do. I genuinely think that, you can talk all you like about, adapting and showing resilience, but until you live it, on a daily basis and you've got great examples to draw back on, it's hard to get that message through. I know from
our chats yesterday that all the players feel really empowered by the fact that our route here hasn't been plain sailing. We've had to do it the hard way at different times. And it just really, as a group, galvanised us for the huge challenge ahead, and one that we're absolutely delighted to be in.
And just finally, do you view yourself as underdogs? Because a lot of people around the world say, well, look at this India team, they look unbeatable. How do you see it?
Yeah, I've never been one to claim the underdogs status, and people say you've got nothing to lose. I think we've got just as much to lose and to win as India have. I think all 4 teams in this competition deserve to be here, and there's a reason why they're there. And they all bring different strengths. So I think it's going to be fascinating how this semi-final and the other one plays out. And I'm sure whoever gets through will be thoroughly deserving that opportunity to take home that title. But yeah, no, we couldn't be more excited.
Good news out in the middle. Covers are coming off. The inspection will take place as soon as the umpires and the ground staff are able to get a good look at that surface. Stephen Finn, Alex Hartley alongside me, as is former England spinner Phil Tufnell. Tuffers, how are you?
Here in England, mate. Can't wait. Hopefully the rain doesn't affect it and we can get going as soon as possible.
It's one of those days where, as a player, Tuffers, you go into it and you think this could be quite a long... You're going to have to come up with your best card games.
Well, yes, you might lose a few quid on a day like this, but yeah, the guys are pretty experienced about sort of rain delays and what have you. You won't have you each have your sort of ways of coping with it. It does play a factor on it. You have to go out there and start again a bit with the bat, and you get into rhythm, and sort of like you have to come off and so and so. So it is a bit tricky for the players, but I think they're both teams are going to be right up for it, and also it's just about sort of staying calm and staying in the moment. You don't want to waste too much energy sort of fretting around the dressing room, walking up and down, looking at the sky. Try and take yourself off into a nice little quiet space and keep your sort of mind tuned in.
You suggesting that possibly finding a little corner for a nap, because if there's one person I know that's good at that, it was not only you, Tuffers, but also Alex Hartley. Am I right?
Well, I've already been having a lie down.
Yeah, it is, but it's just sort of quietening the mind a little bit. Some people wouldn't have slept too well last night.
Yeah.
Some people would have had a good old kip. You know what I mean? And these games are huge games. It's a World Cup semi-final. You know what I mean? Your mind's racing. How you're going to perform. Your body is using energy even when you're sat down. And relaxing. You're still sort of heart pumping. And so it's just about trying to still the mind, which I used to do by having a little snooze.
Finny, you've been in enough dressing rooms over the years to have these sort of days that's so frustrating. What about how this will affect the two sides? Because England, they are an experienced unit. They've been in these positions before.
Yeah, I mean, look, at the moment, not at all, because the game hasn't started. There's no toss. You don't know what you're doing. You're not having to stop and start at the moment. You're trying to switch your mind off until you find out the start time, and then you sort of work your way back from there. That seems to, or is always the way that I worked as a player, was you know the time you're starting, you know your routine. You need 45 minutes to get ready, so therefore your preparation starts at 45 minutes before that first ball. The challenges really come when, if you're out there and you're 5 overs into your innings and then you have to come off, and that's really hard mentally to switch yourself off and then back on again. And it's usually in those games the teams that do manage, as Tough as says, to stay present, and that's a phrase that's used a lot, but it's so pertinent, especially in situations like today in such a big game.
Tough as I was interested what Owen Morgan had to say ahead of this match, which was that if the game is rain shortened, and at the moment we've got more than enough time that it won't need to be, but that actually would work in England's favour. It might bring the sides a little closer together. Do you think that's fair?
Well, I mean, two of the best teams in the tournament, aren't they, really? I mean, it's absolutely rammed full of world-class talent. I don't necessarily see so. I think that England might fancy a rain-shortened game, but I don't think that India would mind a rain-shortened game either. So, yeah, a little bit, but only a little bit for England for a shortened game. Perhaps it might just, nullify sort of like 4 overs of the spinners for India and things like that, but then we've got the Adil Rashid and Mo Ali to sort of do our spin bowling as well. So I don't think that they'll be thinking about that too much.
The thing for India here is that, and the hard thing that I would actually find in this situation, India, if it rains all day, India go through. So they're almost there thinking, come on, is there another dark cloud coming over? If there is, that's handy for us. Whereas England will be absolutely desperate to play. I'm sure that the Indian dressing room will be very wary of making sure that their players are switched on when it comes to a start time. But as we saw in Antigua, things can happen very quickly in the Caribbean, and you can go from being sat in the dressing room thinking that you're going through to the semi-final from an Indian perspective to all of a sudden 45 minutes later you've got one of the England bowlers, you've got Reece Topley bowling the first ball at you, and that's a very different mentality between the two teams. Whereas England's S&C will be there with his cones and his stumps and his little foam battens that we saw them playing with yesterday. As soon as those covers are off, he'll be out there making sure those players are getting ready.
And the covers are almost all off. Sorry, Tuffers, go on.
No, I was just going to say, Finney, it never saved me. I was out there looking, I'd be sitting out there, there'd be a massive black cloud just over somewhere, and I'd be going, come on, we've got 3 wickets, that, we've got to hang on it. It never saved me. That's a very good point. Don't start watching the weather, because you can get in a lot of trouble like that.
I was always really bad at switching on and off. Once I switched off, that was it. I was done for the day, and I really, really struggled going back out there. So every time there was a rain delay and I was playing for England, I almost had to stay switched on. Otherwise, I just knew there was no coming back for me. And I think that took a few years for me to realise. I would, if there was a rain delay, I'd quite often go back on the pitch and be really lethargic. But if I'd gone in the dressing room and I'd stayed upbeat and I'd just played stupid games and played with foam rollers and threw stuff at people, I'd go back onto the field and I'd be raring to go. But then in that case, you feel like that could be your Mark Wood. It does become quite annoying for other people in the dressing room.
But you've got to find your own way of doing it.
Well, you can't. The thing is, as well, in this situation, you think if you're playing club cricket and it's raining, you'd sit on your phone, you'd scroll TikTok, you might have a look through Twitter or X and see what's going on in the world. You might listen to a podcast. You don't have that luxury here. You're not allowed any communications devices or any device that connects to a mobile network or a Wi-Fi network. So there's no phones, there's no tablets, there's no iPod. About the only thing that you'd be allowed to bring in that you could distract yourself with is an old school iPod, one of those ones with the little circle on the front that you had to scroll through. That's probably about the only thing you're allowed. Or a Kindle. It doesn't strike me that there's too many people who read Kindles in the England dressing room at the moment. So you have to find ways to occupy your mind, but also let it remain just on the cusp of being switched on, so that when the time comes, you're ready to go.
Well, the covers are coming off, and the hope will be that I can see the umpires in pink out there in the middle, that we do get news of when we might get a toss and a start time, and a reminder we can keep on going, and there's so much time to make up today to try and get a semi-final in, and England need it too, because if it were to be washed out, then India would qualify. And Valerie emails tms@bbc.co.uk to say, why is England's match being played in Guyana at a time of year known to be so wet there? Why no reserve day? What kind of competition has different rules for different teams? As for India finishing higher in their group than England, does no one remember that England had a match abandoned in the group stages? Well, they did, Valerie, but that does not play into where we are here, because it's where you finish in the Super 8 phases that determines whether you qualify automatically should a game be washed out. And England, well, they could have beaten South Africa and they would have found themselves playing Afghanistan last night and might already be thinking about getting to Barbados for that final. So yeah, it is certainly different in terms of the fact that you do have the 250 minutes to make up across both matches, but one has a night as well for a storm to blow through. So there's no getting around it. It is different. But what's the talk been, Tuffers, do you think, around the wider cricket world about this? Because I know Michael Vaughan's been pretty vociferous about it all.
Well, I think it's been that. I think that why? What's different? Okay, it's the rainy season and all these scheduling and everything has to be squeezed in and what have you. But what's the difference between one semi-final and the other? Why does one semi-final have a rain day and this one doesn't? I think we're just asking why, really. And do you know, Henry?
No, the word that we've got tonight, I can bring you the official. There's going to be another inspection in half an hour's time. That is the word we're getting right this moment from out there in the middle. But what I heard and the official line that we've had from the ICC is as follows, and that is that for performance reasons, to ensure teams don't have to play on consecutive days, i.e. if there was a reserve day tomorrow ahead of a final on Saturday, if they were to play in Guyana and then had to get to Barbados on Saturday to play a final, the decision was then taken to allocate the additional time for the second semi-final immediately post-game, because it is a morning start. the first semi-final with the evening start, that wouldn't be feasible to have all that extra time on the original day, so that's why you have the reserve day. What I don't understand is why you can't have a final on Sunday rather than Saturday.
But you would also say that if I was in this position, rather than being chucked out the tournament because of rain, I would rather play to have the opportunity of playing in a World Cup final, rather than saying, oh well, because I might be a bit tired and a bit stiff from the flight, I'm not going to play in a World Cup final. I think that's a silly premise to try and use.
Yeah, I've never heard of anything so ridiculous in my life. You know what I mean? you guys, you know, the guys work towards this. It's a World Cup semi-final, you know, and you could just, as you say, not even get your boots on and it be rained off, and not to have a rest day for this semi-final, whether it was England or whoever is in the semi-final. I think it's unfair, and I think it's very unfair on the side.
Yeah, we're not at that point yet by any stretch of the imagination, I should say, because the sun is shining. We're going to have another inspection in half an hour's time, and that will hopefully give us a guide as to when we get a toss. One thing that was always certain, Alex, going into this tournament was if India were in the semi-final, India would be in Guyana. Now, they could have been the team that finished runner-up, and they'd still be in Guyana, and then they could have been under threat from the weather and heading home had there not been the chance to get a game in. But where do we feel that is? Because it's in the playing regulations. India are named, no other team is.
Why? Because
well, do you want to know the official
reason? Yeah, I do want to know the official reason.
India will play this is the quote, India will play their semi-final in Guyana because of the high fan demand for India matches. The allocation of the semi-final and broadcast scheduling will allow as many people to watch it as possible.
But why not have the games on consecutive days at the same time?
Yeah.
Then it's broadcast at the same time in India on both days. Therefore, it doesn't need to be stipulated which semi-final India play. That seems to make more sense. And if it's to make use of the high, and if it's to make use of the high Indian demand, like why would you want the other semi-final with no Indian demand? Surely you want all the Indian demand if that's what is bringing the money into the game. And you know that there are just a few things where you'd like to sit down with the people who've made those decisions and actually know the real reasons why.
Well, the key is that it is a morning match. The game last night that took place in Trinidad,
but it didn't have to be a night game, did it?
No, it didn't have to be, and it was decided that it would be. India haven't played a night game yet. Every game they've played, and if they go on to make the final, would have been a day game as well, which is whatever.
Give the Indians what they want.
No, I mean, look, it's complicated. We know it's complicated. I am going to have
money talks.
Money does talk, but I'm going to have to stand up and offer the alternative view from the ICC here, which is the fact that India have to be in a position where they know where the broadcast market lies. They know that a huge sum of money and a huge sum of the audience is going to be in India, and so therefore you have to look at that as part of what you're planning.
But
that's what they would say.
Yeah, but I'm with Finney in the fact that play the semi-finals at the same time, and then you don't have this problem, and then it's fair. If you finish first and second, wherever you are, you know you're playing a day game somewhere, whether it be Trinidad or Guyana.
One thing I don't know is why we couldn't have had the final on Sunday and then you remove this problem.
Well, Sunday would have been a better day to actually have a final because everybody's off work on a Sunday, or more people around the world are off work on a Sunday. So you would think your viewing audience and your viewing figures would actually be more or bigger on a Sunday.
Yeah, although then that means the reserve day is the Monday, which then is a busier day. So whether that's the reason for it, I'm not sure.
Yeah, and also a good point to make is that Afghanistan played the night game on Monday, so to have played a morning game on Wednesday, and bearing in mind we knew about their travel delays already getting to Trinidad.
I think they'd have taken anything though, wouldn't they?
Well, they would have done after last night.
Hopefully it doesn't rain anymore.
Yeah.
But I think there is a legitimate point where if you look at playing conditions and one team is named and others aren't in terms of how things work, it feels uncomfortable. And I think that whatever way you look at it and whatever way you try and work out exactly how you've got to that position, you can understand why the likes of Michael Vaughan, Adam Gilchrist, who have been very vocal on social media, say that it doesn't sit right.
Yeah, although Devil's Advocate then says, well, England knew that they're playing every single game in the Caribbean, and the pitches are very similar. They're quite stoppy. Matthew Mott referenced in his interview that we listened to 10 minutes or so ago that they picked Tom Hartley specifically because they knew that they were only playing in the Caribbean, whereas the teams who are playing in both the USA and then potentially the Caribbean would have had to hedge their bets slightly with the unknown of the USA. So that, you know, there are always going to be things, and it's a 2014 World Cup, or was it 20 or 2014 World Cup? 20-team World Cup. It's going to be very hard logistically to please everyone. But yeah, just when you're at the business end of the tournament, it's not great to be talking about the things we're talking about today.
And I should also point out that in 2015, Australia were always going to play the semi-final in Sydney, so it is not something that is unheard of.
They're the host team in that tournament.
I don't want to be the voice of doom here, Henry, but I can remember turning up to Guyana once and there were fish on the outfield.
Go on.
What kind of fish?
Just little tiddlers, but they'd had one of those huge storms and it had completely flooded Guyana, and then we turned up there and it was all I mean, it does drain there very well.
Well, what about the surfaces though?
Yeah,
because everyone's talking about the spit. I mean,
they're a bit slimy.
yeah. Damn. Yes, absolutely. But yeah, there was like little fishes flapping around on the field where it had sort of flooded and what have you. But look, fingers crossed. Don't think about the weather. It is a tricky time as a player because you've always seemed to, and especially cricketers, always seem to be looking up at the skies looking for a bit of rain or not looking for it. It's just a shame that there isn't that rest day, which then gives you a bit of a chance. You've all worked very, very hard to get to a semi-final, and it could be squashed, just with a couple of heavy rain showers.
Alex, what about this surface? And I'll get your thoughts too, Tuffers, because it is one that everybody's talked about in terms of spin. Matthew Mott has spoken about the fact that Tom Hartley included in the squad for the potential of this situation, but England look quite a settled side now. I mean, do you want to be risking these changes?
No, I wouldn't. I think if Liam Livingstone wasn't bowling as well as he has been throughout this competition, it's probably something you would consider more. I mean, there probably has been a few chats around it, but if you look at how England have played their last 2 or 3 games, they've been exceptional with, they've got Rash, they've got Mo, and they've got Liam Livingstone. So I actually think those 3 between them could do damage against India. So look, I think Tom Hartley's been a decent selection for if you needed him, but England haven't needed him because they've had options.
I think India have enough left-handers in their top order. I think if India were purely right-handers in that top order, I think you'd consider it. But because they're a very well-balanced team, you've got Pant, you've got Dubé, you've got good left-handers who are good at whacking left-arm spin, it wouldn't quite seem right to throw a guy in a semi-final having not played a game. I'm not sure he even played any of the games in England, did he, in May? It would be his T20 international debut in a semi-final of a World Cup against some of the best players of left-arm spin.
Seems risky, doesn't it?
It seems like an unnecessary risk, especially when England, the balance to the team that they have now, for me, is as comfortable as I've felt when I've watched England in this tournament.
Players out on the outfield, by the way, going through the warm-ups. We're expecting an update and hopefully news of a toss in around about 25 minutes or so from now. Stephen Finn, Alex Hartley, Phil Tufnell alongside me, and Tuffers, your thoughts on England's spin attack this World Cup and Adil Rashid. I mean, he just quietly goes on taking the wickets, bowling the overs, and being brilliant.
Absolutely, he's been top world class, and he has been for some while, hasn't he? Adil Rashid, I think he's worked on his game. I think he now has matured as a spinner, and he sort of very quickly reads paces and sort of flights for different kind of pitches that he's playing on. Sometimes he pushes it through, and he uses that googly, which has been coming out beautifully. I think he's just matured and realises his role in this England side. I think beforehand he perhaps might have been a bit more sort of wicket orientated, if you know what I mean, but now he sees that he can sort of slow things up in those middle phases, get the odd wicket, and still feel that he's really contributing to the side. So not only his variations, but I just think his sort of canniness as a spin bowler has really come to the fore, and that is just his variations and finding that perfect kind of speed for what pitch he's playing on. So yeah, he's been outstanding for England, and probably they're the player that they can't do without.
He's been that player for a long time though, hasn't he? When you look at him and how he's bowled, and you look at his age, he's 36, I think you said earlier, Finney, and you think how much longer can he go on for? But actually, he's probably one of the, well, if not one of the oldest, but not really talking about retirement. You know, you get to the age, well, we've been asking Jimmy Anderson how long he's going to retire for the last 15 years, haven't we? You know, we got to 30, you're going to retire. There's not really been those questions around Rash, and I think that's because how good he has been and how consistent he has been, and probably for the fact that he's a spin bowler and people think we don't work as hard as the seamers.
Which would be spot on.
Yeah, the fingers don't get that tired, I can assure you of that.
I don't know about you, Tuffers, but my brain used to hurt bowling spin.
Well, that's a very good point, actually. I mean, I think also he's really worked out now, you know what I mean, as you say, from maturity and from experience as well. You know, he knows when to bowl those variations. He knows what the batters are trying to do and what have you, and that is half the battle for a spin bowler. If you've got that nous and you've got that feel of when they're going to try and play this shot, when you feel that they're going to play the reverse sweep, when you feel they're going to be coming down the pitch at you, and how to then counteract that, well, and you've got those tools at your disposal, that is half the battle for a spin bowler.
I've loved the fact in this tournament he's added the 42 mile an hour wide line loopy lob.
A load of catches at short third as well.
Yeah,
that was the only ball I could bowl.
You and me both.
But he's been brilliant, and also he's been ably supported in those middle overs by Liam Livingstone, who's chipped in with some really useful overs, and having someone that can do that, Finney, is so important, isn't it?
Yeah, it just balances the team, doesn't it? All-rounders, especially, I mean, all-rounders in every format of cricket balance your team, but when you're looking at T20 teams, if you've got people that are powerful with the bat that might face 6 or 7 balls and are able to score 20 runs, batting at number 6 or 7, and then bowl you the variety of spin that he has done, then it's a very good thing for the team, and it just makes Jos Buttler as a captain, I think, a bit calmer, knowing that he's not relying on 5 bowlers. And I've captained T20 games, and when you go in with 5 bowlers and one bloke gets met in his first over, you're then scrambling around wondering, where on earth am I finding these other 3 overs from? The fact that England have a lot of all-rounders through that middle order and guys who are able to provide support with the ball depending on the conditions, because you never know how a wicket's actually going to play until you do play on it, and certainly having Liam Livingstone there gives Jos Buttler the flexibility to make use of spinning conditions if they are presented in front of England.
What about the seam attack? Because Jofra Archer coming back into the side, Finney, was such a huge part of England's hopes and aspirations for this tournament. He's been outstanding, 9 wickets, joint leading wicket taker for England alongside Adil Rashid. But a word also for Chris Jordan and Reece Topley, who have been just, again, quietly very effective.
Yeah, Topley's been effective, and actually I thought Topley should have played right from the very beginning, and I think the game that England lost to Australia, where they got moosed in the power play from the first 6 overs, I think highlighted the fact that you need someone who's able to move the ball through the air laterally in those first 6 overs, so that batters can't just stand there and just hit through the line of it, which Australia did to England. So it was a welcome change for me seeing Reece Topley come into the team to do that. He's not quite taken the wickets that maybe he'd have liked, but he's gone for very few boundaries inside that power play, and left arm swing in particular. Almost every team has a left arm swing bowler bowling that first over. Look at the damage Janssen did yesterday in that first over, and really gets the team off and running into their bowling innings, which you do need. So he's been a good addition, and Chris Jordan, he does the dirty work for me, and sometimes I think he gets unfairly criticised. He typically bowls the 6 over and then he bowls at the death, and he doesn't really do anything else, and that is a very, very difficult job. And if you look at the scorecard at the close of play and you see that someone's gone at 9 or 10 and over, and you think, oh, he's had a rubbish day. But when you're bowling at those times, you have to take that into account. So the fact that he is able to stay so mentally strong to be able to deal with those, I love CJ. He thinks about the game so well. I'm so glad that he's a captain now at Surrey. He was one of Owen Morgan's trusted steeds, and he is the same for Jos Buttler here. You can see him always asking Chris Jordan and Moeen Ali what they think. What do you think the game game saying now. And he's just one of those really calming influences on the group, and someone who I really enjoy seeing play for England. And he took a hat-trick, and you've got to be a very good bowler to take a hat-trick in a world event for England.
Imagine doing that, Finney. Imagine if you could just upgrade it to, I don't know, the big enemy Australia at the MCG, something like that.
Yeah, and you know, bowling to a plan, caught deep third, caught long off, and caught mid-on. You know, I was bowling to my plans there.
I think Finney's completely right though about that. I think England got the selection wrong. All world-class sides around the world in T20 always have left armers, don't they? And we started off without any.
Yeah, I can't see Mark Wood coming into this side today.
No, I think they'll go unchanged, to be completely honest. And I think Finney's right. When we saw that first 11, I was like, why is Reece Topley not playing? You know, I can understand why they thought Mark Wood, but it just played into Australia's hands of playing back of the length balls really well.
And look what Rohit Sharma did to Mitchell Starc, who's meant to be one of the premier. I know he's had a bad few months in the IPL, and even though his team won it, and through this tournament he's not been maybe as consistent as he'd like. But Mitchell Starc, he bowls one pace in the power play. He doesn't really have that effective change up. He bowls an off cutter, but he doesn't really go to it because he goes hunting wickets in the power play. Mark Wood does something very similar, and Rohit Sharma treated Starc with disdain the other day, and that's not a matchup that I'd like to see.
Yeah, and I think that the danger that is posed by Rohit Sharma at the top of the order is something that will have been a significant part of England's planning meetings coming into this game. Right, we should be half an hour into this match. We're not, because there has been rain all morning in Guyana. However, the sun is now shining. We're 15 minutes away from an inspection at the Providence Stadium, which will give us information, hopefully, as to when we might get a toss and a start time. And I don't think, if there is no more rain, that we're going to see any overs lost, because we've got 250 minutes of time that we can make up. And so the two sides going through their warm-ups out there in the middle in the sunshine look like they're getting set and getting ready for a game of cricket, Alex.
Yeah, well, as cricketers do like to warm up, they play football. So both teams are playing football out there in the middle, playing a little bit of one bounce. So they actually play pig, and the loser gets their forehead flicked.
Yeah, I've seen this. Well, it's much like the England football team. They like to have a net in Gelsenkirchen ahead of every game.
You'd be but the rugby team do. The rugby team during the World Cup will play indoor cricket. They've got big, massive dressing rooms because you've got to fit 40 players and however many support staff in there. So rugby dressing rooms are humongous, and they take the quick cricket, all-stars cricket stumps and bats away, and you have the big prop bowling right arm seam to the winger before they go out there and warm up. So there are some sports that do it.
If you want to get in touch, tms@bbc.co.uk. Inevitably, our conversation about scheduling has got plenty of response. Leon in Rochdale gets in touch and says and wonders, well, how does the money fit into all of this? Well, of course, in terms of broadcast revenue, what you get towards the ICC from the Indian broadcast market is far and away anything that you get from anywhere else in the world. And the question and the comment from Bernd, who's listening in South Africa, says, to some extent I agree with you, but let's not forget that the night game should be for the locals, and you've got to cater for the people that are actually going to the matches. And that's a good point, because we're at a day game here in Guyana, and
well, the games have been strange, haven't they? Because the 10:30s have been really quiet, and then the 8:30s are really late. So why are they not starting at like 7 o'clock?
Because that would be middle of the night in India.
I know, but it just makes more sense locally.
Well, yeah, it does, and it depends who the tournament's for, doesn't it? That's the question.
Yeah, and they're not the easiest islands to travel to, are they? Either Trinidad or Guyana. We've had our issues trying to get around the Caribbean at times. We had to fly from St Lucia to, where was it? We flew from St Lucia right up north to Dominica, and then all the way down south to Barbados, and then off elsewhere. So yeah, it's not easy moving around. So this is purely for broadcast that these timings are, and not people actually coming to the games. But
what I would say is the amount of support, particularly for India, has been amazing everywhere that India have played, and fans that have travelled from all over the place to follow the side, and England as well, let's be honest. And I think whoever gets through to that final in Barbados is going to be very well supported. That final, by the way, 10:30 local time on Saturday morning, so our coverage will get underway at 3:15 on Saturday afternoon. Okay, we are 12 minutes or so away from the latest news from the middle, where it has to be said, it looks as though we're not far away from a game of cricket, because the sun's been shining for a while, blue skies overhead, the two sides have been out there as well, and so I'm pretty hopeful here.
And the stumps are in. Usually when the ground staff are worried about there being rain, they'll keep the stumps flat so they can dash the sheet on as quick as they possibly can. The bowlers are marking their run-ups, which suggests that they don't feel as though the run-up covers are going to be out there, and it does look like it's bright blue sky up above the ground at the moment, which again is very promising news, because as we found out, as soon as you step outside in this kind of heat, it gets hot and sticky and humid, and that ground will be drying every second that it's getting that beating sun down on it.
Ground staff always say, yeah, it drains well, it drains well. What about if one time they're honest and go, it's not great here, you know?
Our ground, do you know what? Our ground is rubbish.
Worcester will say theirs is great.
Well, Worcester have this, you know, it's the high water table. It's so difficult. I mean, that is another issue altogether. Right, in terms of the India side, we've spoken a bit about Rohit Sharma, but I want to focus on the bowling as well. Tuffers, can you remember a bowler in any way like Jasprit Bumrah on so many levels?
No, not really. He's pretty unique, isn't he, Bumrah? Skillful, lots of variation, never wavers really in line or length, can get your wickets or hold that sort of line on that top of off stump. Just an absolute world-class seam bowler. 90 odd miles an hour as well. Great thinking cricketer, and an absolute asset to Rohit Sharma. You know, one of the best in the world, across all formats as well, and one of those guys that you just love watching bowls. He makes things happen, doesn't he? Wonderful seam bowler for India he's been, and on these kind of Caribbean pitches where perhaps a few, you know, they're not particularly, you know, grassy, or there's not particularly doing too much apart from that one last night, Afghanistan, South Africa. Wow, just always bringing those stumps into play. I mean, it's a bit of an old school sort of mentality. You miss, I hit. He's going to be knocking your poles out or hitting you on the pad, and in these kind of conditions, that's just what you want. Swings and seams, slower balls, all sorts. He's a fabulous bowler.
How do you think he'd go about getting you out, Tuffers? A short one to soften you up, and then a full straight one?
Yeah, I don't think I'd bother with the short one, actually. Save your energy. I'd just go for that hooping in swinger on my toes, and just to knock my castle over, pretty straightforward. But bowls at great pace, but then also a great thinking cricketer. You know, a lot of people with seam bowlers, apart from Stephen, obviously, you know, he was talking about reading Kindles in the in the dressing room. Perhaps there's not many doing that, but you know, he is a real sort of like you know, he's an expert on the game. He outthinks people, he outthinks batsmen, he knows their weaknesses. He must do a hell of a lot of preparation, keeps himself very fit. Yeah, up there with the best in the world in my book.
He's a bit like a chess player, isn't he? He just feels as though when you're watching him, you're like, he's one step ahead of this batter. He knows what they're thinking that he's going to do next, and he's just that one step ahead. It's that slower ball that people just aren't expecting. You know, he's beating their outside edge. As a batter, you're thinking, right, he's going to be bowling me another away swinger trying to nick me off, and then before you know it, the ball isn't at you yet, you're through the shot, and it's that slow ball that comes out the front of his hand, and he contorts his wrist and fingers down the side of it. And because of the way that his arm comes over and the hyperextension in his elbow, that wrist is always hidden to the batter right until the last second, so it's almost impossible to pick. He's got such a wide range of skills. I love watching him bowl. I'm glad I don't have to face him.
The umpires are out there in the middle at the moment. They're having a little sort of prod and a poke. It's almost like they're looking at a second-hand car. They're just sort of looking at every detail and sort of kicking the proverbial tyres. And now they're deep in conversation. We will get news, hopefully, of a potential toss shortly. But the fact that they're out there and the teams are out there is very good news indeed. Some stats.
It's a lovely runner. It's a lovely little runner. Oh, it's a lovely little runner.
Jasprit Bumrah, some numbers from his tournament so far. 11 wickets. He's taken more wickets than he's conceded boundaries, Alex. And he's got the best economy rate in a single edition of a men's T20 World Cup. He's going at 4.08
Wow.
He's been outrageous in this competition. I mean, it helps that he played a couple of games at New York. Don't get me wrong, you know, that was tough there. New York, Florida, they weren't easy conditions. Although Florida did get washed out pretty quickly for that India game. I think it got called at 11:30 in the morning. You know, just an hour after play was due to start. But he's been outrageous. I think he's made the most of these pitches, and he actually came out and said that he likes these low-scoring games. When it's 240 as a par score, he turns off the TV himself.
Well, I bet he does.
He's sick of the IPL.
Yeah, he's just, I mean, he's a joke. I would go as far as saying I think he's not quite done it for the length of time to fully say this yet. Not played the amounts of games because you need fitness to say this, but he could be the most complete fast bowler across formats that we've ever seen. He averages 13.5 with the ball in Test cricket in India, which is a joke. You see guys like Zahir Khan, Ishant Sharma, who are brilliant fast bowlers who played 100 tests. They average 32. He averages 13. It's some of the numbers that he puts up and his ability to transcend that across formats, I think makes him arguably the most complete fast bowler the game has ever seen.
Yeah, and I think also, Fiddy, what you were saying there is that he almost sometimes likes the challenge of a low total in a funny sort of way, or in a test match, bowls those. You know, I can remember last winter, you know, when the pressure was really on India, he really did stand up for his skipper, didn't he? And he sort of like those telling spells. I don't think there's a bowler in world cricket actually that when you need something to happen for those, let's say 2 or 3 overs, you'd rather go to than Jasprit Bumrah.
I've got news from the middle. Toss will take place in 10 minutes time. Start of this game will be 11:45 local time, so that is 35 minutes from now. There are blue skies overhead. We're not going to lose any overs, so as long as it stays as it is, we're going to see a full game of T20 international cricket for the semi-final match between India and England. We'll bring that toss to you live in 10 minutes time, but that is excellent news. Players can start going through the theoretical and into the practical in terms of their preparations now, Alex. Tuffers. So let's go to you, Tuffers. You were poised.
No, sorry, mate. Yes, it's going to be interesting to see how England actually go about this run chase when it eventually happens. This game when it eventually happens. Because you look down those bowlers, they're difficult guys to take on, and this England side will be going all guns blazing with the likes of Salt and Butler up front and Johnny Bairstow and what have you. It's going to be difficult for that England side to attack a Bumrah, attack a Kuldeep or something like that. So it's going to be interesting just to see, is it going to be a low-scoring game? Are they going to look to knock it around a little bit? Are they going to take risks early on? Because if you take too many risks against this Indian bowling attack, you can almost be out the game before you've got into it. So it's going to be fascinating just to see how that sort of like transpires.
Having said that, in 2022, when England went after India, it was almost like, well, we were laughing at Hardik, weren't we? Who really threw his toys out the pram. He refused to pick balls up from the boundary. He was throwing things around on the floor. Like he threw his cap on the floor at one stage, and that's because England were just on the front foot. They threw the first punch, and India didn't have a comeback for it. So England will know that if they can do that again, they'll be on top of the game. And India, obviously, they'll have learnt lessons from that game. But I would love to see a couple of Indians lose their rag again, because it was hilarious.
It was extraordinary. He had a massive sense of humour, failure. I remember it right in front of the dugouts at Adelaide Oval. The ball went about 5 yards away from him off the bat of Jos Buttler, and he refused to go and pick it up and field it. It went to the boundary, and he just marched straight into the middle.
Yeah, but those memories are things that England will be looking to evoke here. And Matthew Mott, actually, I really, that's as good an interview as I've heard Matthew Mott give, the one that you did with him there, and being very open about how it's not been ideal for them, but they've been able to deal with the ups and downs. But what he did say is they'll be looking to bloody the nose of India early in order to try and challenge them in a way that they've not been challenged yet this tournament. And I think that if England will want, at the end of today, regardless of what happens, they'll want to sit there and say, we tried to be aggressive and we tried to be true to the things that have made us a good team over the last 8 years or so. I think they left the World Cup wondering what might have been if they'd have retained that attitude, because they played timid cricket a lot of the time in that 50-over World Cup. I feel as though they've learned from the mistakes. I know Jos Buttler is so determined to be on the front foot especially with the bat in hand. And I think that if England can do that, I think that they can push India's buttons to try and make them implode.
I think that's the key, isn't it, Tuffers? Is being able to play true to what is the style that's been so effective. And those two World Cup wins in 2019 and 2022, they were built on the same blueprint.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think I've been impressed with Joss actually. It was a stuttering start for England, wasn't it? And you could really see that Joss wasn't happy with the way things were going, and that was captaincy wise and all the facets of the game. And I think he really has sort of through himself in a way, in that sort of like quiet, sort of steely sort of way he has impressed what he wants to be done with this cricket side. And it's taken a little bit of time, but you've seen him grow into this competition. I think a lot of that has come from Josh. I think he was a bit sick and tired of it, if almost. And I think, you don't hear a lot of things come out from the England dressing room, but I bet he's put his foot down a little bit and said a few uncomfortable conversations that this just wasn't good enough. And you can see that they've sort of like, they've tailed him behind him and sort of like, got right behind him. So I've been very impressed with Jos Buttler. He really has led from the front.
Well, he had a frosty conversation with you, Henry, didn't he?
I saw that.
I've only just about thawed out from that. Honestly, it was surprising actually, and because I was looking through the notes I'd made ahead of that interview on my phone the other day, and all I'd written down was, how will you use the memories of the last World Cup to sort of inspire you into
shouldn't have asked
this
that,
one?
should you?
Well, no, actually, I should have done, because this is an England team that have come out of a World Cup where they were abject, and they've got to find a way of improving.
I reckon someone might have had a word with him because he's been fine since.
He's been very nice. And actually, he probably just was frustrated.
But I like to see that. I think that perhaps that was a little bit lacking. I think that perhaps that was a little bit lacking in the World Cups and the start of this. It was just a little bit comfy, wasn't it? It just felt a little bit comfy. And then all of a sudden, when the skipper, you're always keeping one eye on the skipper, and how's he playing and what is he trying to say and what have you. And I think that sort of, frosty was a pretty good word, really. Come on, you know what I mean? I'm not just having this. This isn't just us all turning up from our franchises and all sort of like having a good time and running around the Caribbean. We're here to win, and I think that's come out of him as a captain a little bit now, which is a good thing.
Yeah, and his mood has improved no end since going out for a lobster on the beach with Stephen Finn in Barbados.
Well, there's a lot to be said for that, actually. A nice romantic, few candles. I told him what team to play. He did it, and what do you know? They're through to the semi-finals.
what was it?
That's not what happened, by the way. It's purely tongue-in-cheek.
Yeah. Was it a thermidor, or did it have a bit of fruit on it or something, Finny? What was the lobster?
It was just a grilled lobster, I think. Went for the entire lobster. Yeah, off the shell. Yeah, the poor fellow was running around in a cage, or not in a cage. He was swimming around in a tank before. But an interesting lobster running around in a cage before he was grilled.
I'm not sure you had a lobster if he was running around.
Exactly. Yeah, it was a pleasant evening.
Right, so we're around about 3 or 4 minutes away from the toss ahead of this T20 World Cup semi-final. And the fact that we're discussing whether a lobster swims or walks is another.
Well, they can do both, can't they?
They can.
They can.
You used to on a crab yesterday.
They are an all-rounder. Yeah. Every good team needs one.
Like one of those used cars, good all-rounder.
You did step on a crab. We were playing catch in the sea.
I thought I stepped on a crab. Yeah, Alex Hartley threw her shoulder out in the sea, throwing the big left armers across to Matt Henry and all of us guys in the sea. And then I was bouncing around. I reached for one over my head, put my foot down, and felt like I stood on a crab. So quickly got out.
I know. I have to be honest. For somebody that spent their career having a small leather projectile hurled at their head at 90 miles an hour.
I've never seen anything like it.
It was unbelievable, wasn't it? Anyway, what do we think is going to happen at the toss? Both sides will want to do what, Stephen Finn?
I think both sides will want to bowl. I'd be surprised if they didn't want to bowl. The only thing I wish I could go and see and feel the surface, because I think if there's that tacky top player or not, I think it's an opportunity for either team to make inroads into that top order, and then with the sun and the humidity, you'd think that it will become more even paced as it goes on. On the flip side, if it's firm on the top, then batting first and getting runs on the board, and then allowing your bowlers and the spinners in particular, as the surface gets more dry and stoppy, maybe as this is a day game, then that might be another way to win it. So I think it's all very dependent. It's going to be very interesting to see what both captains say at the toss about this surface, because there are a lot of unknowns.
Alex, what do you think?
Yeah, I think both teams will want to bowl first as well, but like Finney said, if it is hard, batting first isn't necessarily the end of the world. But I think with the rain that we've had, the pitch being undercover, we know that it, quite often, or more often than not, it is tacky at the start, and then it'll look to flatten out second innings. So bowl first, and if you can get a couple of quick wickets and put India under pressure by throwing that first punch, if you can, get somebody like Virat Kohli out, the whole Indian nation turns off the TV, don't they? It's a little win for you.
Then what's the point of playing it at 10:30? It doesn't matter, does it? I think that the thing is as well, when there is inclement weather around, bowling first and then knowing what you're chasing and knowing the stipulations in the second half of the game in a reduced chase with still 10 wickets in hand, I think suits the team batting second. So I'd be surprised if both teams don't want to bowl first.
Yeah, that would feel the logical thing, certainly.
It wouldn't surprise me, though. I think England definitely would want to chase, but it wouldn't surprise me, say, we don't know what the wicket's like, if India might think about having a little bit of a bat. England, not the best sort of team historically on pitches that are a bit stoppy and a bit slow and turn a little bit, so they might be thinking to themselves, well, if we go out there and get a decent total with our bowling lineup, we could make it very, very difficult and put pressure on England. So don't be surprised if India have a bat first.
Be very interesting to see, and we're going to find out in a couple of minutes' time. And I can see a lot of the players out there in the middle. You can always sense when the toss is particularly important, because they're hovering around, and Stuart Broad was always one for this. He'd be very, very close to wherever the toss was taking place, because he wanted to know exactly what was happening and be right there, ready for the information as soon as it came to them. But Rohit Sharma in the blue of India and the orange sleeves, alongside Jos Buttler, who's wearing the red England uniform with the blue trousers, out there as well in the sunshine, happily, because there was a lot of rain earlier on. The outfield had huge puddles all over it, and there was a bit of a sense that we could be facing a long delay. But let's join Ravi Shastri in the middle.
Seeing sunshine here in Georgetown, Guyana. And coming up is a heavyweight contest. It's two former champions that'll go head to head, India and England. And we are at the Providence, and it's coming up to toss time. In the blue corner, ready to go, for the former champions, Rohit Sharma. For the reigning world champions, in the red corner, ready to come out punching, is Jos Buttler. And there to keep things calm, under control, the match referee, Jeff Crow. Rohit will spin the coin.
Heads.
Heads is the call. What's it, Jeff?
It is a heads, England. We'll bowl first.
Well, Josh, you won the toss. What have you decided?
We're going to bowl first today.
What do you make of this surface?
Yeah, I think it looks a decent surface. Everyone's talked about the lower bounce at this ground, so we'll see what happens. Obviously, with the rain around earlier, we feel like it could be a bit of an advantage to bowl first.
Seeing your team, the way they played, you think you peaked at the right time?
Yeah, I certainly hope so. We're coming up against a great team today, so we'll need to be at our best. But we've been peaking at the right time. We've been playing some good cricket, and we go with the same team today.
When you look at T20 World Cup records, you run each other very close.
Yeah, I think in the recent past, we've been really proud of how consistent we've been in the T20 World Cups. Obviously, we're desperate to go all the way, and we look forward to a great challenge today against the top side.
As defending champions, what's the mood like in the dressing room? Everyone ready to punch?
Yeah, absolutely. The mood's been good. Obviously, there's huge excitement on the eve of a semi-final. We know we're playing a top team, but yeah, a few guys have been in these situations before, so we know what to expect, and we need to be at our best.
And your combination for today?
We're going with the same team.
Have a good one, Josh. Enjoy.
Good luck, bro.
But Rohit, with the weather around, would you have fielded first as well?
No, we would have batted first. Looks like a good weather now. Whatever has to happen has happened. I think the weather seems clear now. Big game. We want to put runs on the board. That's what we wanted.
Looks a good pitch, this one.
Yeah, looks a little dry. That's what I hope as the game goes on. Tends to get slower and slower. We have to bat first and put runs on the board first.
You've done some serious travelling over the last week. How have the boys coped with all that?
No, I think we managed pretty well. We do understand the challenges of playing a tournament like this. There will be a lot of travels, a lot of logistics and all of that, but we know, what we are here for. We need to get the job done now. It's a great opportunity for us to come out here and play some good cricket.
You've been unbeaten in this tournament so far. Important to be calm and composed today.
Yeah, that's been the mantra for us. We want to take things as it comes, not to think too far ahead, stay in the moment, and let your ability and the game do the talking.
Same team for today?
Yeah, we're playing the same team.
Enjoy it, Rohit.
Thank you.
Well, that's the news from the centre. It is England who won the toss, and they've decided to bowl first.
Well, it tends to be a pretty surreal experience when Ravi Shastri hosts the toss, and it was indeed just that. I'd quite like him to sort of give me geeing up first thing every morning. Talk me, give me some advice for the day. Right, so England have won the toss. They're going to have a bowl first. Tough as Rohit Sharma wanted to emphasise time and again they wanted to have a bat. Do you think that's right, or do you think a bit of gamesmanship?
No, I fancied India to have a bat. I think that's the way they like to play. They like to go and put a score on the board and then let their world-class bowlers really turn the screw on the batting side. So that doesn't surprise me that he fancied having a bat. I think that England, though, on the other hand, will be delighted to chase, because that's the way that they've been playing, and I think that's the way that they feel more comfortable.
There's no excuses for anyone now, is there? Both teams are doing exactly what they want to do. We can't. No one can come and say that we lost the toss. We didn't end up doing what we wanted to do. We got the bad end of conditions. Both captains maybe have read the conditions slightly differently. Butler doesn't anticipate them changing. That low bounce that we do see at Guyana will be prevalent throughout, whereas Rohit Sharma thinks that surface is dry and it might become even more difficult to score as the game goes on. So it's going to be a fascinating battle. Both teams doing what they want.
One of them's going to be right, that's for sure.
Well, indeed.
Unlike yesterday, where both captains read the pitch completely wrong.
Well, we've not had a chance to talk about that yet, but it is South Africa who await in the final of the World Cup after one of the more bizarre games of cricket. Afghanistan all out for 56, and South Africa chased it down with 9 wickets in hand. Awful pitch. You can read all about it and see the best or the worst of the action on the BBC Sport website and app. But we are 20 minutes away from the start of this game. How do the sides line up? Well, both are unchanged. Rohit Sharma captains India, opens the batting alongside Virat Kohli. Rishabh Pant at 3, Surya Kumar Yadav, Shivam Dubey, Hardik Pandya, Ravi Jadeja, Akshar Patel, Kuldeep Yadav, Arshdeep Singh and Jasprit Bumrah. So it is a formidable India lineup. England go with Phil Salt, Jos Buttler, Johnny Bairstow, Harry Brook, Moeen Ali, Liam Livingstone, Sam Curran, Chris Jordan, Jofra Archer, Adil Rashid and Reece Topley. He said, Matthew Mott, that he didn't expect there'd be too many changes, and Stephen Finn, there are none at all.
No, I think he's probably just humouring people. I think they wouldn't have even contemplated making any changes. I think they look really well balanced in their last couple of games with this lineup. Chris Jordan coming in for that death bowling speciality, which especially when you're bowling first against a lineup like India, you need to make sure that both ends of your innings are strong and solid. So Reece Topley to open the bowling with that left arm swing, with the humidity and the moisture that has been there in Guyana. You anticipate there'll be a bit of that, and then making sure that you've got someone who's able to deliver under pressure through those latter stages of an innings, I think is important too.
England in semi-final records in this tournament. Each of the 3 times out of 4 that they've made it through to the final, it has come bowling first, so they will be happy in that sense of things. India, 5th semi-final appearance for them, 2nd highest of all teams alongside England. So both teams, Alex, they know this path, they know what they're doing, and I think it's over to a pair of highly efficient, highly skilled players used to big games to see who comes out on top.
Yeah, of course, and now we just want today to be uninterrupted, don't we? But what we don't want is a stop-start semi-final. We had a shambolic semi-final yesterday, and this one to be stop-start because of the weather. However, the sun is shining, umbrellas are up, but not because of the rain, because the sun is out. We can see a load of India fans in the crowd who are raring to go, although we've seen India fans everywhere throughout this World Cup, no matter if India were playing or not.
Yeah, indeed, it's been amazing, isn't it? And it's the way around the world, isn't it? It's just a great privilege for the India side to have that many passionate supporters following them wherever they go. So, Tuffers, we've had a delay to this, hour and 15 minutes late. We're not going to lose any overs, but the teams, they'll be focused now, they'll be ready. They've had enough time now that it's almost felt like a normal start, hasn't it? Because we've sort of seen that the game isn't going to be thrown on at the last minute. It is right. Game face on, we've had an hour or so.
Absolutely. Know what you're going to do now. You get together, you go through a few plans with the coaches, you're sort of like have a bit of a team meeting in the dressing room, and you know what you're going to go. You're in a World Cup semi-final, you've got to go out and perform. Hopefully the rain doesn't come back, and so it's game face on time now for both sides.
How do you think this England team will be feeling given their tournament, Alex, which has been, unlike India's, it's been so tumultuous, isn't it? There have been so many ups and downs and uncertainties.
Look, I think we talk about peaking at the right time. We spoke about it, 15, 20 minutes ago. I think England are in a really good place. They're a confident team. They've put that 50-over World Cup behind them. They've played some good cricket. They've played some gritty cricket, and they've found ways to get over the line. Yes, there's been criticism of, if England get knocked out, then Butler and Mott have to go. Well, they've got through to another World Cup semi-final. This has been a successful competition. They win today. They beat the world's best India. Then it's a little win for them anyway. And yes, they want to win the competition. Yes, they want to get that trophy. But you know what? I think England's campaign has been pretty decent, and people have been firing at the right time. Josh Butler's 83 off 30 odd balls against USA was absolutely phenomenal to make sure that they get over the line and get through to the semi-final on net run rate.
What about the pressure on India, Tuffers? Because it felt all the pressure was on them in that World Cup in India. That final in Ahmedabad in front of the Prime Minister, in front of 100,000 people. It's a lot lower key in Guyana.
The pressure's always on India wherever they go, though, isn't there? You said earlier that there was, that the Indian fans are wherever they go, anywhere in the world. I think that this Indian team, the expectation is massive for them, but these guys now, I think they know how to handle that, and it's just part and parcel of the job. I think the pressure is part and parcel of the job. If you're a professional sportsman, it's as simple as that. All right, a little bit extra sometimes with India, but I don't think that they'll be feeling sort of like too much under the cosh or worried about this or worried about that. They just know how to deal with it these days. I think also with England, I think that there was a sort of a feeling back in England that they've stumbled across their best side. I think that they weren't at it at the beginning, and I think that perhaps the likes of Butler and Mott were under threat because it didn't sort of start very, very well for England. But as Alex says, they have grown through this tournament, and I think they've starting to peak at the right time with the right players in the right slots and doing the right roles, whether that was by design or a little bit fortuitously. I think that they think that now they're sort of been under the radar, and this is the time that they can really come out and sort of like try and grab this game off of India.
Sam Curran's a name we've not mentioned in the last hour, Alex, but he's somebody that's come into the side, and he's a proven matchman. He's captained IPL sides, he was a player of the tournament in 2022, and just quietly, and again, another of these players, we keep on saying it, but there's quite a lot of players that do go a little bit under the radar in this England side and just chipping in with very useful contributions.
Yeah, he goes about his business, doesn't he? Picking up 2 for 23 against USA. South Africa, none for 29. He's not picked up the wickets that he necessarily would have done, that he did, in Australia in that World Cup. But, he adds that all-rounder element to this team, doesn't he? A bit like Chris Jordan. He can bowl at the death, he can bowl throughout the middle, he can bowl first change. I think he can bat anywhere from 1 to 10. It doesn't actually matter where he bats. So I like the fact that Sam Curran's come back into this side. It gives you another option, another seam option, a different change of angle, different pace to what Jofra Archer, Chris Jordan bowl as well. He bowls change-ups really nicely, but he's a gritty player. He openly came out and said it's hard being on the bench. I'm not used to it. I've just captained an IPL side. I was batting at 2. I was opening the bowling. I was doing whatever I wanted, and I was player of the tournament in 2022. I've come out to this World Cup, I've found myself on the bench, and what you have to do as a player in that scenario is you have to be ready. You just have to be ready for when your name is called, because although you're on the bench at the start of a competition, doesn't mean to say that your whole World Cup you'll find yourself on the bench, and that's what's happened.
I should say, if you want to join the live conversation during this game, and indeed across the final on Saturday as well, the BBC Sport Live text is a great place to do it. Stefan Schemmelt, our chief cricket writer, is hosting things there. You'll get your in-play highlights as well. And Tuffers, Stefan has just put this little post up saying, I'll be honest, I'm concerned for England. If this pitch is going to turn, how many can they chase against Akshar, Kuldeep and Jadeja? That's without mentioning Jasprit Bumrah. I mean, if it is dry and stoppy and turny, it's going to be difficult, isn't it, against this India bowling lineup?
Well, yes, I think they know that, so they've got to go out there and try and restrict them. You've got to get wickets early, especially the skipper Rohit Sharma. As I said, fantastic knock against Australia, so you've got to look to get wickets early on and keep them to a lowish total. I think the par's about 160 odd. You know, they'll be thinking to themselves, right, we don't know quite how this is going to play. The conditions are about, and we've got the ball in hand. Let's go out there and try and restrict them to under 160, and then if they do that, they have got a chance. But England, it's not the way they play against the spinners, is it? They're not great against those pitches that just stop and turn a little bit. So it's going to be fascinating to see. As I say, two fantastic sides, packed with so much talent with ball and with bat. I make India just favourites, but I've got a sneaking feeling that this England side are just peaking at the right time.
You'd agree with that? India just about favourites, Alex?
Yeah, I think it's 50-50, to be honest with you. I think you look at that World Cup in Adelaide where England chased down the target pretty easily, none down, won by 10 wickets to get them through to the final, and they won. Ben Stokes then taking England over the line in that previous World Cup. I think it's 50-50 between these two teams. Whoever throws the first punch and whoever can counteract that, I think is going to win this game.
Well, there's an intimidating figure on the outfield before any of this gets underway, carrying the World Cup trophy, the smiling assassin, Colin Croft, one of Ghana's greatest cricketers, heading out there with that World Cup trophy, and the two teams not far behind as we get ready for the anthems and a start in around about 10 minutes from now. India, they're always, it feels to me, like they're favourites going into most matches that they play, and really the fact that they've not won an ICC trophy, Tuffers, since 2013, they've not won a World Cup of any sort since 2011, it beggars belief, really.
Well, it does a little bit. I mean, they're the form horse in this competition so far, aren't they? They've looked the best team, but you just don't know. I mean, T20, if you get a bit of luck early on, there's a great catch, fantastic bit of fielding, you can get some inroads early on, you can restrict them. But, it's just going to be, for me, how England can play that Indian spin bowling lineup. The wicket looks like it's going to be a little bit of a tricky one. So they're now... Well, I mean, the one good thing about that is that the England batters are going to see how it's played, so they can sort of be formulating plans almost in their head while they're fielding, which might give them a little bit of a chance. But, it's going to be tight. It's just going to be Kuldeep, he's just gone from strength to strength. Bumrah, probably, as Finney said, probably the world's best fast bowler there is across all formats. And then all the other backup guys, Jadeja and all these guys, so much experience in this kind of cricket, under this kind of pressure. It's going to be a tough ask for England, but who knows, it's going to be tight.
Yeah, Kuldeep, his last three matches, 2 for 32 against Afghanistan, 3 for 19 against Bangladesh, 2 for 24 against Australia. He poses a real threat to England, who are waiting to head out for the anthems. Tuffers, thank you so much for joining us. We'll perhaps speak to you at the halfway stage. We're going to have a halfway stage because I think the forecast is looking pretty good. But thank you, Tuffers, and we'll know a lot more in around about an hour and a half's time once this innings comes to an end. Phil Tufnell, part of our team today across this game between India and England. It is World Cup semi-final time from Guyana, two sides heading to the middle, and we're going to get a start in about 10 minutes from now, which is such a relief. We thought this game could be delayed for a very long time because of the rain that had fallen earlier, but we're not losing any time. The umpires are heading to the middle, as is my favourite part of this World Cup, and that is the little remote control lorry.
What a waste of money.
Well, they must have a lot of them, that is carrying a small cricket ball on its roof. It then turns away to the left after the ball is collected by the umpire. And
That's someone's job.
That is, what, to drive that truck?
Just put it out in the middle, take it back, they're done.
Well, it is somebody's job, yeah, but I sense they probably do more than that. You'd hope
Probably
so.
like fly drones and stuff.
Yeah, I feel it is. You're probably the little toy driver, aren't you? Right, the two teams head to the middle. India in the blue and the orange. England in the red and the blue. Mark Wood smiling hand in hand with the mascot. And they look a pretty cheerful bunch as they head out there to England. Those that are outside the starting 11 will not have quite that sense of pressure that those that have been picked to play in this game, an unchanged team, will be feeling. But there is a lot on the line in this. It's a World Cup semi-final. England looking to go back-to-back. India looking for their first title in this format since the inaugural edition of the competition. Two sides out there in the middle. The huge flags are there as well, and it's time for the anthems.
Please stand, if you can, for the anthems of England and India.
Well sung by many in the crowd. Don Topley's there once again, the father of England fast bowler Rees.
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Well, a big roar for the national anthem of India. And that supporter that you see in every India match with Tendulkar, miss you, written on his front and blowing that conch shell and very enthusiastically waving an India flag. We'll be cheering those players out to the middle and those openers when they join the action in a moment's time. We've got 5 minutes until the start of this 20-over-a-side game, so we are starting late, but we've not lost any time. The winner plays South Africa in Barbados in the World Cup final on Saturday. Stephen Finn, England bowling first. They'll be desperate for early wickets. They will know the threat in particular. The skipper of India poses, Rohit Sharma, 92 of 41 he scored against Australia. He is a dangerous, dangerous player.
Yeah, well, he had 50 when everyone else had 1. He had 50 of the 51 runs scored, didn't he, at one stage? So, yeah, he's clearly very dangerous. England will know the importance of getting him out. But, I mean, the power doesn't stop there, does it? That middle order is dangerous as well. But yeah, if you can get the captain out early, it sends a message. It's the old Glenn McGrath mantra, isn't it? You target the captain before a series or before a big game, put him under pressure. If you get him out, then it puts the rest of the team under a bit more pressure themselves. So yeah, England need to start well. It's going to be fascinating.
Sharma and Kohli, two greats of the game, stand on the boundary edge, ready to head out to the middle for this India side in the sunshine in Guyana. And that is the good news, because we've waited so long for this game to start, an hour and 10 minutes after it was due to begin. I mean, not as long as it could have been, is the point to bear in mind, but it has been a little bit of a break. Rohit Sharma, by the way, and Virat Kohli, both with over 4,000 international T20 runs, are the leaders in this format across the world in terms of run scoring. So what they have done over the years, remarkable. What can they do today is the question on our lips. Right then, Stephen Finn, some more from you before this game gets underway. And for the first time today, to take us through the opening overs, it'll be Jeff Lemon.
Yeah, things looking a lot more positive now from a weather perspective for us in Guyana. Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma just pondering what might be as they wait to cross the boundary rope. Classically, the umpires head out there first, the fielders next, and then as soon as those fielders step onto the pitch, the batters see it fit to step over the boundary sponge themselves, and everyone's in the field of play, and we can have a game of cricket about to start. And good afternoon, Jeff Lemon, which I know it's almost afternoon, it's still morning, 11:45.
It is. Yeah. We've got 16 minutes until it ticks over.
We'll make the most of it.
To the post-prandial, but here we are. We're about to get underway. It wasn't quite the situation where Rashid Khan the other night was so anxious to get out there, but they actually had the full break, because normally the 20 minutes gets absorbed by the first innings being extended. He was absolutely raring to go, and the umpires kept having to say, no, wait, you can't go on the field yet. You can't go out to defend your 56 yet. And tell you what, for a couple of overs, it looked like they just might do it.
They had half a chance, didn't they? It was a strange wicket. I mean, one that we've had a lot of airtime, but I'm not sure it was fit for a T20 World Cup semi-final. Erratic bounce. Don't feel as though we're going to get the same erratic bounce here, but it is also a strange-looking wicket. It's dry, it is cracked, but those cracks are surface cracks rather than the crazy paving-style cracks that we saw yesterday in Trinidad and Tobago. So the only thing that I think this surface will be is probably a bit slow and low, which isn't conducive to just standing there and whacking through the line of the ball as India did in St. Lucia the other evening. But yeah, it's going to be a fascinating battle, I think, inside these first 6 overs.
What we do have that is similar to last night is a tall left-arm quick who's going to open the bowling. Reece Topley has been successful through this T20 World Cup, not as a massive wicket taker, but he's been very economical, and that's helped through the power play. He's sometimes bowled 3 overs in the first 6 and hasn't given away a lot of runs in so doing. And so he's up against Rohit Sharma, who absolutely went off his dial the other day against Australia. It was an extraordinary beginning. But then there's Kohli, an unusual sight, being that Kohli's had such a dry run through this tournament. He made 1 run against Ireland in New York. He made 4 against Pakistan, a duck against the USA, 24 against Afghanistan slowly. 37 against Bangladesh was his best hit out of the tournament, and then he went back to a duck against Australia when Tim David took that running catch early. It's about the only thing that went right for Australia in the first 10 or 11 overs of that innings. So Topley with the ball in hand. Kohli, well, he's having a lean on his bat at the non-striker's end. Rohit Sharma will open up, as you might expect. He absolutely pantsed Mitchell Starc, left arm fast stuff, a couple of days ago. So he might just take on Reece Topley here. The countdown continues, and England and India, the semi-final is underway. Topley up to Rohit Sharma, who's almost nicking behind first ball. Angle across. It looked like a bit of swing back in at first, and then went on with the angle across. Whether there was any seam movement, the seam was scrambled.
It's actually good bowling from Topley, because he knows that Sharma is going to be thinking about that ball arcing back into him. So he's bowled a scrambled seam delivery, and it was very scrambled, so it's very obviously deliberate, pushing it across. Rohit Sharma beats the outside edge. Good start.
Topley, not the longest run, bowls again, pitched up and slashed away off the outside edge for 4. Rohit Sharma gets a bit lucky. He was looking to go through mid-wicket there, and it ends up flying away over the cordon on the offside. But 4 early runs. This is what Australia were trying to do, was get Starc angling it across, but he overpitched a couple of times, and Rohit Sharma was able to bash those over the leg side.
Yeah, Rohit doesn't hang around, does he? He plays his shot. So actually the thing that's noticeable, these first two deliveries, we thought it might be a slow, stoppy surface. Both of those balls have kissed off the surface.
Topley. Up to Rohit Sharma, fully pitched on the stumps, and he drives it down to mid-off for a single, and Topley probably won't mind seeing Rohit off-strike. He'd much rather be bowling to Virat Kohli at the moment, as strange as that sounds. 5 for none, England, India facing England.
He's been rather inconspicuous so far this tournament, Kohli, which is clearly very unusual for a player of his stature. You'd imagine a game like a semi-final, though, against England is the sort of time that he would be desperate to stand up, and who'd bet against him? Probably not me.
Well, he hasn't had a lot of dry runs in World Cups, it must be said. Topley comes up to Kohli, his first ball. He's coming forward and driving it nicely, but well stopped by Bairstow at cover, getting low to his right. Even that supposed dry spell, the 3 years or so where Kohli couldn't make 100, he was still making huge runs, bulk runs. He was making half centuries everywhere, and big ones, 70s, 80s, the occasional 90. He just couldn't tick over into 3 figures, so it wasn't what you call a run drought.
No, he's got this insatiable appetite for runs, doesn't he? He's fired up character, he's very competitive.
Topley to Kohli, who walks at him, tries to flick through the leg side. The ball swings down leg. Did it take a touch of the pad? It must have on the way through, because the umpire says dot ball. 5 for none.
I think it's actually gone in between the gap between his bat and his front pad, but because he's danced down the pitch, down the leg side,
yes,
it's beaten the inside edge, but also it's gone in between the gate. But behind the gate there were no stumps because he'd stepped towards the leg side.
Yeah, he came down and wide. So maybe if he'd stayed where he was, it was on the wide line. But in the end, it's a legit delivery. And Topley tries a similar line, and Kohli's getting it off the pad towards mid-wicket. They go through for 1. And it'll be a leg by the end of the over. India 6 without loss. So at least for England, they haven't suffered the fate that Australia did a few days ago and gone for, what was it, 17 off the first over?
Was it that many? I think it was the third went for 29. Because I think the first one actually only went for 5. I think the third went for 29.
Hazelwood's first over was cheap, and Stark's first 2 went for 34 between them.
Yeah, so the second one went for 29, the first one went for 5. So it was the third over where Rohit Sharma felt as though he had the pace of the wicket, he was lining Stark up, and then battered him all over the place in that third over. But Topley started nicely. I like how he's mixed up with the in-swing and the angle across.
Jofra Archer to start from the other end. This is interesting. England have used different variations. They're going with Archer today, and he almost bowls Kohli, who comes down the wicket. He's trying to be super aggressive, Virat Kohli. Swings with an angled bat as if to go through the offside and misses the ball. So who have England opened with? They've had Moeen Ali opening at times.
Yeah, I think Archer has been scheduled to bowl the second over, but they changed that against Australia with Will Jacks bowling it, didn't they? But yeah, this is their favoured opening 2. Mark Wood has bowled it occasionally.
Archer comes up and bowls just back of a length, and Kohli's finally getting a run off the bat. He's only able to squeeze it down into the leg side and get through for a run as it rolls a few metres away from the crease towards square leg. 7 for none.
It's worth noting actually that first delivery of the Archer over scuttled through and bounced halfway between the stumps and wicketkeeper Joss Buttler, and when you see a delivery like that you think, oh, was it a slower ball? It wasn't. It was pace on. It was just died out of the surface. So what I said about this pitch coming on in the first couple of balls might not actually be accurate, so we'll wait to make a more informed judgment after another over or so. But that wasn't the bounce of a free-flowing, free-scoring pitch.
Archer versus Rohit Sharma. This feels key as a matchup, and Rohit's punching it into the ground to cover point, but saying no immediately to the run. So Archer hasn't gone full once in his first 3 balls.
No, that's a nice length. You want Rohit Sharma being challenged in that in-between length. It's what Josh Hazlewood actually did really well against India the other evening, to be the only bowler that escaped punishment in the carnage that ensued around him. It's that back of a length coming in towards the thigh pad, cramping them for room, can neither get on the front nor back. It's perfect so far from Archer.
Rohit Sharma loves the pull shot when it's short enough. Bash it over mid-wicket or over deep fine leg. On a length outside the off stump and swinging himself off his feet is Rohit Sharma and not making contact. This is an outstanding start from Archer. There was enough pace and lift. There was that in-between length again just outside the off stump as well, so a bit too wide for him to really try to drag to the leg side.
Yeah, he spotted the length there, Rohit Sharma. It was slightly shorter, but because the ground here bounces much less, you've heard a lot of people talk in the build-up to this, that it scuttles through as opposed to sits up, and that beat the under edge of Rohit Sharma.
Archer to Rohit, who's beaten again as he tries to cut outside the off stump. Angled bat, he was dipping the knees and trying to get some momentum into that shot. And again, that looked like it went over the...
That was a leg cutter from Jofra Archer. And the sense that we were talking about Jasprit Bumrah has of game situations and the shots that people are going to play, Jofra Archer has something very similar. That's why he's so valuable. He runs his fingers down the left-hand side of the ball. They're bowling a leg cutter that barely bounces to Rohit Sharma and goes under his bat.
One ball to come in this excellent over, and Rohit steers it away, almost caught at backward point. He'll pick up 4. It's still a very good over from Archer, those dot balls. Was that a chance? Did that quite go to hand at backward point? It's Phil Salt.
I think it's almost decapitated him, yeah, because the pitch is a bit slow, it looks. Salt had come in 5 metres from the 30-yard circle, and Jofra Archer opted to bowl pace on here, back of a length. It's slightly wide, and Rohit Sharma thrusts his hands towards the ball and has the timing because the pace is on it, and it almost cleans Phil Salt up. It's gone probably about a foot maybe above his head to the left-hand side of it, but he can't get his hands up in time because of the timing and because of how close he was standing. So it's a chance, but that's 1 in 1,000 that you catch there.
It was really a safety first chance. He was both trying to catch it and trying to get out of the way at the same time. So I think just involuntarily his knees buckled and he ducked. Topley is starting a new over and angling it across Kohli, who can't get bat on it outside the off stump. 1 from 6, Virat Kohli. So it felt like Phil Salt was taking evasive action with his knees to get his head out of the way and throwing his hands up in the prayer that it might stick in the hands. But
yeah, it's a broken finger job. I think if you get your hands on that, he's standing very close, and Topley here beating the inside edge this time. He's just getting the ball to move around trickily like left armers do.
Topley up again to Kohli, who picks him up over the leg side. That's a shot of authority after some early struggles. Steps into it and lifts the on drive over deep mid-wicket in a distinctive way. That flourish that Kohli has, that particular style as he picks it up off a length as well. It wasn't an over-pitch delivery, but it's a top draw shot as he hits it for 6.
Yeah, Topley going a touch fuller there than he has done so far. He's been that back of a length, aiming it towards the box of the batters. That was fuller.
17 for none. Topley, low full toss as Kohli advances and drives him down the ground. He hasn't struck it very cleanly. So we'll only get a couple of runs there as Jordan tracks back after it towards long off. Kohli was already on the charge and then saw that ball dipping towards him. That momentum made it hard to get any power through the shot. More of a leading edge than anything else. 19 for none. Kohli's up to 9. Rohit Sharma also on 9.
Proactive there, Virat Kohli. He knows Topley overpitched the ball before. He's able to flick his hands across it. No jeopardy there. Beautiful shot. The next delivery, anticipating Topley's going to drop his length back. He advanced down the pitch.
Topley into Kohli, who backs away to leg, and he's bowled. Topley's got one. He rocks the leg stump back, and Virat Kohli's out for 9. Was premeditated again. He's been up and down the track all day, Kohli, and again he steps out of his ground. He steps wide of the leg stump, expecting that Topley's going to be bowling in and around that leg stump line, trying to cramp him. It is on that line, but it's the perfect length. It's the very top of the stump as Kohli looks to go to leg. And there is a blow for England.
Yep, RCB teammates Kohli and Topley in the IPL for the last couple of seasons, and Topley's won the battle today. It's a lovely shot up over mid-wicket just a couple of deliveries ago, but Kohli moving around the crease, looking to maybe be a touch more proactive than he would usually be. Topley's been watching really hard there, and you have to wait right until the last second before you're going to release the delivery to see where the batter is moving around on the crease. Kohli takes a little step to the leg side and Topley follows him just slightly, and it's that left arm swing back through the gate of Virat Kohli there as he thrashes across it. That disturbs the leg stump, and England have the big wicket of Virat Kohli, whose quiet tournament continues.
One game to come if Kohli can get through to it, but there's been a fair bit of discontent about his poor returns from some sections of the Indian fan base, and I'm sure they'll be vocal again today. It does seem telling as Rishabh Pant comes to the middle. There was that post-match interview with Rohit Sharma after the Bangladesh game when he made 23 off about 11 balls, and he said, that's the kind of way I want our team to play. We're not here to make big individual scores, we're here to make fast scores. So it seemed that Kohli was trying to follow that today, but just couldn't get going aside from that one shot. So Topley with 1 for 13 into his second over. He's got Rishabh Pant on strike. Left-hander, proactive at times, a magician, but he's just playing a normal conservative kind of stroke here. Off the pads out to square leg for 1 to get off the mark. Jumping around the crease yet, but I'm sure it'll come.
Yeah, but I wholeheartedly take back my comment that the ball was coming onto the bat those first 2 deliveries, because it's doing anything but that at the moment. I think if you over pitch, it's going to be the opportunity, or the opportunity will be presented to score. But if you're disciplined and if you're diligent with bowling the ball on a decent length, just back of a length, on and around the top of the stumps, you're going to be very challenging to get away. And Reece Topley has found that area brilliantly. Apart from one ball, that one ball went for 6.
1 ball to come in his second over, with Rohit Sharma on strike. Topley to him, and Rohit's hit in the stomach. He's going through for a leg bye. There might be an issue here at the non-strikers, but the throw misses. It is backed up by Jordan. Topley had free rein to run after that ball as it deflected into the offside, picked it up. He knew that the non-striker was going to get through, so he turned around to ping at the non-striker's end and try to get Rohit Sharma going that way. Doesn't get him. A leg bye to the score. 21 for 1 after 3 overs. So 7 and over is the kind of start England would probably have taken if you'd offered them that. And a wicket into the bargain. Rohit Sharma on 9, Rishabh Pant on 1.
Yeah, England by far the happier of the 2 teams. It's going to be a case of India scrapping. This isn't going to be a 200, 210 pitch like we saw in St. Lucia in quite a few of those games there. This is going to be a stodgy affair. It's going to be about eking out as many runs as you possibly can, taking calculated risks. For bowlers, it's about discipline and trying to make sure that the batting team, in order to score runs, that they're taking enough risk to keep you in the game. So yes, it's very much a bowler's day here, it feels again.
Well, you know there'll be risks with Rishabh Pant batting, Surya Kumar Yadav to come, Shivam Dubey to come. You know there'll be risk-taking with the batting. It's Rohit Sharma on strike, waiting for Archer bowling his second and wanting a run as he defends the ball into the onside, but Rishabh is saying no thank you. Archer goes and does the fielding himself.
Rohit's played that one as if it's stayed down at the moment so far, so bowled at good length. Rohit Sharma sort of rocking back to try and play it maybe off the back foot, and then having to adjust his hands down and jam his bat down on that delivery as it scuttled through with that lower bounce in Guyana.
Archer tall and upright as he bowls to Rohit, who opens the face, guides it away. It's nicely played. Topley's racing back, gets the tap into Phil Salt, who gets the throw back to Butler behind the stumps. They've taken a couple of runs, and Reece Topley has to fix up the boundary foam down there, which he's absolutely obliterated.
He's clattered it. He's a big old boy, Topley.
Yes.
Big old boy. It's just guided nicely by Rohit, actually. It doesn't look like the sort of pitch, unless you get a really rank delivery, that you're going to be able to just hit through the line of the ball. So manipulating the field, making the use of the 2 fielders being outside the circle. There will be 2s and 3s to be had in the outfield, the other side of the fielders that are inside that ring.
23 for 1 as Archer bowls to Rohit, who's clipping it away off a leading edge. Unconvincing shot. He'll get another couple of runs as the ball clears mid-off. They had Harry Brook tracking back, but he was never really in the hunt for a catch there. 25 for 1 with a less convincing brace than the previous delivery. Rohit's up to 13.
Yeah, that's just telling that the ball's just holding in the wicket slightly and stopping. Rohit Sharma looking to turn his wrists on one through mid-wicket, and big leading edge balloons over wide extra cover.
Archer Up to Rohit, who's flicking it off his pads. That's a Rohit Sharma classic. They do have a deep backward square out, so he'll only get one for it. But watching him in Test cricket, that's one of the shots that represents Rohit Sharma for me. That little fluid clip away through mid-wicket or behind square leg.
Yeah, he's got those beautiful wrists, hasn't he? Just makes batting look so easy, so elegant. Beautiful shots the other evening against Australia. Really took Mitchell's start to the cleaners with some of those shots, especially over extra cover. It's such a beautiful way to play it.
26 for 1. We're into the 4th over, a couple of balls to come. England pretty happy with the way things are going right at the moment, you would think. Managed to at least keep a lid on things. Won the toss and chose to bowl, so there's always that extra pressure. Archer round the wicket to the left-handed punt, who opens the face and takes a run out to deep backward point. It's been a very quiet start so far for Rishabh Pant. He's got the big heavy chains around his neck, jangling everywhere. I would have thought you'd find that distracting trying to bat, but
I think it flicks against your grill as well. So
there's always the chance of a noise that an umpire might hear.
Oh, that's true. Yeah,
that would up.
Yeah, or the Snicko could pick up, which is why. Our debate yesterday on air about whether it should be used for every dismissal.
Archer up to Rohit, who's playing a big drive, hasn't connected cleanly. It's hanging in the air, but it clears cover. And that's the safety of the power play. With the fielders up inside the circle, you can take it on and your miss hits don't cost you in the same way. Bairstow goes back to field. Rohit is up to 16. End of the over. England 29 for 1. Rishabh Pant has 2.
Yeah, and there's enough evidence here that I think, that India would have won the toss and batted first had they been given the opportunity. Anticipated that this wicket is going to get slower and harder to bat on, and everything I'm seeing here suggests that if Rohit Sharma can't just extend his hands through a drive over the offside when it's full enough, it suggests to me that this pitch is very stoppy. So England will have to be on their guard, because you don't want to get India, let them get to 150, 160, because that will be really challenging to chase on this surface. From what we've seen so far, wickets still are the order of the day here for England.
Topley will bowl his 3rd. It's coming up to Rishabh, the left-hander, who's flicking it away just in front of short fine leg. Adil Rashid was in the frame for a catch for a second there, but the ball dips too early for him to get forward. They take 30 for 1. I thought it was important in that last over too. 3 twos in the over, and so on a pitch where it's not as easy to hit the boundary, if you can get those twos flowing.
Yeah, you just have to keep that scoreboard moving. I think when teams come unstuck in power plays such as this, you find them thrashing it around at fielders, playing and missing. India here, I think, realising that they need to try and make the most of every scoring opportunity, not always necessarily boundaries.
Topley, little false start, goes back a couple of steps and sets off again. Around the wicket now to Rohit, dropping short, pulled away with authority, through the leg side, it's gone for 4. And that was just that bit too short. As Rohit finds a path to the rope. India move up to 34 for 1.
Yeah, off-cut a slower ball from Reece Topley there. He's come around the wicket to try and close down that offside that Rohit Sharma loves playing through, but it was back of a length, and Rohit picked the delivery, waited for it, threw everything into the shot. He didn't hit it completely cleanly, but the power and the timing that he possesses, even off his miss-hits, manages to beat the fielder out at deep backward square leg, who was Phil Salt running round towards his left, and picks up 4 valuable runs.
Topley up to Rohit, fully pitched, defended from the crease out towards cover. I met a few Australians in St Lucia, hello to Hugh Minson and co, down at the street party, who told me that they were living in the US. They'd brought a cricket set all the way with them. They were a bit disgruntled with Reece Topley because they'd spotted him down at the beach when they were playing a game and asked him to come and have a bowl to them, and he politely declined.
Yeah,
they said,
as long as he politely declined, I think that's fine.
Sure. I thought, given the strange injuries he's had over the years, I completely understand it. Outside the leg stump, Rohit's backing away and driving it through the covers for 4. Outrageous shot, really. That was almost Yorker length. Pitching just outside the leg stump from a left armer coming around the wicket, but Rohit Sharma chose the right delivery to jump away to leg, opened it up and gave himself room to drive it through the covers for 4.
Yeah, interesting choice from Topley, actually, choosing to come round the wicket. I think it negates the angle that makes him so effective, especially to Rohit Sharma. And Sharma's stepped outside leg stump, so instinctively Topley's followed him.
Topley in at the stumps this time, and he keeps Rohit to a single, driven down to mid-on. 39 for 1. Yeah, the thought just did cross my mind that you could see a headline of Reece Topley injured in bizarre beach cricket incident, and I thought, you know what, I completely understand him not pushing his luck in any way whatsoever.
Yeah, and he might have done it for English people, but Australians, no chance.
I would have thought he'd be wanting to take the chance to knock over a few more Australians.
That's true.
Don't know how he goes with the tennis ball, but he's doing all right with the leather one. He comes back over the wicket to bowl to Rishabh, bit too wide. It's carved away to deep backward point, but Phil Salt's down there and keeps the scoring to a single. So Rishabh Pant has been kept very quiet. 4 runs from 4 balls. Rohit Sharma a little noisier, 25 from 17. That's 5 overs gone. And India, after being asked to bat first for England, haven't got off to a flyer, but they're going okay. 40 for 1 after 5 overs. Henry Moran to come in and join Stephen Finn.
Yeah, this is steady progress from India, and it's not as impressive, or it doesn't sound as impressive as their start against Australia the other day, where Rohit Sharma came absolutely flying out the blocks. But being the captain, the leader, and the experienced player that he is, he's recognising conditions here. And when the ball is on a very good length, which to me is just back of a good length, around probably the 8-metre mark, hitting the splice of the bat, it's very, very difficult to score. Either side of that, there are more scoring opportunities. So England have to stay disciplined, but Rohit's respecting those good balls and then putting away the bad ones at the moment, and is playing a nice innings.
Clouds rolling in.
Which is a shame.
Which is a shame. But we knew this might be part of the story of the day. We've got to start, though, albeit an hour and 15 later than anticipated, but it is 20 overs aside. Sam Curran is a player that's come into the England side during the tournament with a snarl on his face. He comes into bowl to Rishabh Pant on middle stump, clipped towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. Bold call to go third over for Reece Topley in the power play?
Not necessarily. I think he bowled really nicely. I think the odd decision that over was for him to come round the wicket, because I think it negates that angle that actually Rohit Sharma had really struggled to play. It's the angle that got Virat Kohli out, cramping him for room from over the wicket. I think around the wicket sometimes opens up more parts of the ground, especially inside the power play.
In comes Curran again, into bowl to Rishabh Pant, who is whipping the ball away, but straight to the hands of the fielder, and he goes. Sam Curran strikes with his second ball, and Rishabh Pant looks at the ground, looks up at the dressing room, and is on his way back to that dressing room. Catch taken by Salt. India 40 for 2.
Yeah, there's the length from Sam Curran. This wicket makes your job so simple. You can keep the pace on, you can bowl with a scrambled seam. Johnny Bairstow takes the catch at mid-wicket around shoulder height. He's standing very close there, but Rishabh Pant looking to try and break free slightly there, whipping across the line to a ball that maybe wasn't quite there to drive, and just picks out the man at short mid-wicket. It's a second big wicket for England. The momentum is toing and froing here, but England will be very happy with 2 wickets down after 5.2 overs.
The rain is falling, the ground staff are gathering, and goodness, what a good moment to get a wicket. 40 for 2, 5.2 overs gone. We're not heading off quite yet, but I sense we're not far from it. Surya Kumar Yadav comes to the middle. England will be desperate to bowl another ball if they can, quickly. Yep. You don't want to be batting in this situation. It's 40 for 2. The gentleman in a Chennai Super Kings shirt in the stands is up and applauding the arrival of Mumbai Indians player Surya Kumar Yadav. And the right-hander, the superstar T20 player, waits for Curran. Ball onto the pads, whipped away into the leg side for 1. They'll bring Rohit Sharma onto strike. And as you say, feels like the power is toing and froing in this game.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, England had a really good first couple of overs, but Rohit has played some nice shots since. I think it's just really about keeping it simple here for England. You don't need to complicate your plan. You don't need to worry about changing angles too frequently. The wicket is going to do a lot of the work for you, as we've seen that ball from Curran to Pant caught the inside half of the bat because of a little bit of undulation in the surface. So keep it simple, stick to a basic game plan, and you'll be all right.
Horns blow as Curran comes in once again. Rohit Sharma on strike on 25. Pace taken off it. Oh, yes, no, maybe, could be trouble, no. And a hand is raised in apology from Rohit Sharma as he and Surya Kumar Yadav met almost halfway down the track. They share a joke now, but it would not have been a laughing matter if that had been a run out. England wouldn't have minded. 42 for 2, 2 balls left of the power play.
Yeah, just a little bit of confusion. No, yes, stutters. And then eventually it was comfortable, but yeah, lucky that he timed that so badly into the onside, actually, that it landed way short of the mid-wicket fielder.
Curran to Surya Kumar, who's 1 from 1. It's 42 for 2. Sam Curran bowls full, back towards him. Lovely shot, though. It's too quick past him, and it's going to be 4. So often we see Surya Kumar Yadav playing shots all around the ground, behind square on the leg side in particular. This time, straight back past the bowler. 4 runs, it's 46 for 2.
Yeah, it's an off-cutter from Sam Curran, but he misses full of a length. Therefore, Surya Kumar, even though he's through the shot, maybe slightly too early, can just wait for it. And it's that full length that is the easiest length to score from. You want to stay away from that as much as possible if you're bowling on this surface.
46 for 2, India. 1 ball left of the power play. Curran into Surya Kumar, edging but drops short of Butler. Keeps low, and Curran slaps his hands together. I think degree of frustration that perhaps he's not got more reward from an over that saw the wicket of Rishabh Pant. 6 runs coming from the over, 46 for 2 after 6. The run rate just above 7.5 and over. Honours even.
It feels that way, yeah, it feels that way. I think this is going to be a pitch where 160 is a very good score, and you have a real opportunity to defend it. The job for England here. It's going to be interesting, Adil Rashid's coming into the attack, how this wicket takes to spin. The seamers bowling back of a length have been very tricky to get away. Adil Rashid will give us an indication here as to whether this wicket will turn as well, which, given that India have a spin-heavy attack, will prove significant as the game wears on, even though the rain is now falling a touch heavier.
It is, which will make it harder for Adil Rashid to hold on to that ball that'll become like that proverbial bar of soap. There's a slip in place, it's Rohit on strike, and Rashid, who's had this outstanding tournament, is coming into bowl. A reverse sweep is attempted. Half an appeal for LBW from Jos Buttler as Archer chases that ball down to the boundary. He manages to haul it back, does he? No. He should have done. He got there, and Adil Rashid stands and looks towards the fast bowler saying, well, you've done the hard bit. Could you not at least have stopped it? But he's not, and the 50 comes up for India. 50 for 2, and it is getting heavier, this rain.
It's a nice shot by Rohit, actually. Brave to play a reverse sweep, very first delivery from Rashid, probably knowing with the slip in place that he's going to get it up there and look for that outside edge. But yeah, Jofra Archer should have done better there and tap that back in, but this doesn't look good.
No, and always when you see the batters putting their bats up their shirts to keep them dry, you know it's raining heavily enough for the umpires to do something about it, and they're coming together deep in conversation. At the moment, the 2 umpires are Antipodean friends, Gaffney and Tucker. And as the umbrellas go up around the ground, the players are going to head from the field with India at 50 for 2. In fact, no, they're not. Forgive me. I saw them heading to the boundary for a moment. We are going to continue for the time being. Here comes Adil Rashid to bowl to Rohit Sharma again. And this is heading towards the pads. It was a leg stump line. Butler picks up, throws back to his bowler. Not easy for anyone out there, neither run scoring nor particularly for the leg spinners keeping hold of that ball. 50 for 2. In comes Rashid again to bowl to Rohit, who's sweeping the ball firmly down towards fine leg and for 4. Stepping across the stumps, hammering it away. And he's got 8 from the first 3 balls delivered by Adil Rashid here.
Yes, using the pace nicely here, Rohit Sharma. Lovely sweep shot. It's a long way behind square, so it's an unusual place to hit a hard sweep like that, but the line that Rashid was bowling, maybe slightly down the leg side, he was able to just help it on its way round the corner.
Ominous for England. Rohit Sharma, 34 from 21. Outside the off stump, no is the cry. It goes straight to Bairstow, waiting at short cover. 2 balls left of the 7th over. Such an important wicket. He's been in fine form, Rohit, and he looks like a man on a mission this tournament. He really does. 54 for 2. 2 balls left of the 7th over. Here comes Rashid. He's in to bowl, tossed up a little bit more air and punched down the ground easily enough down towards long off, where it'll be fielded by Harry Brook. And Surya Kumar Yadav will come on strike, 55 for 2. What will England feel comfortable chasing, Finney?
I think, well, they'll give it a good crack, whatever, but anything north of 160, I feel like is going to be very difficult to chase on this. If they can keep it down around 150, I think they'll be happy. But India have laid a nice platform here, actually. Rohit's playing very well, 35 from 23.
Adil Rashid to conclude his first over to bowl to Surya Kumar Yadav. Appeal for LBW. Butler's interested, nobody else is. I don't feel that was quite doing enough. I'm not sure he'll be tempted to go upstairs. The rain is easing, which is good news. Stephen Finn is going to head off for the time being, but as the umpires have made the call to stay out there, I think that feels like a good decision, actually, because sometimes they can go off and then it takes a while to get back out there again. But Alex Hartley, World Cup winner with England, what have you made of this start?
I think it's been quite an even contest, to be completely honest. I'm pretty happy with the start. Getting 2 wickets inside the power play is exactly what England would have been looking for, and I actually think Rohit has played Rash really well there. You know, just sweeping him on line, putting him under a little bit of pressure, which is what other teams haven't done so far in this competition. This partnership scares me, though, with Rohit and Sky out there in the middle.
Yeah, Mumbai Indians duo. We've had an email in from Bill. Now, Bill's been quite busy on the email this tournament.
Yep.
And he's had the amazing ability to provide wickets for England, depending on who he criticises. It's gone the other way, normally.
Because he was Bill who was the one who said CJ shouldn't be playing, Chris Jordan shouldn't be playing. Was that Bill?
It's all very well Jordan getting 4 for 10 against USA, says Bill. Doubt his figures will be anything near to that today. Way past his sell-by date. Let's wait and see. He's into the attack now, Chris Jordan. And he's in to bowl. It keeps a little bit low. It's swung away into the deep in the leg side towards Liam Livingstone from the bat of Surya Kumar. In fact, Rohit, forgive me, 36 from 24 for him, 56 for 2. Bill continues counting on Jofra today. And I'm afraid Jofra was the target of the ire in the earlier part of the tournament. Then he took a load of wickets as well. So Bill's actually been bowling terrifically well for England as the competition's going.
Keep them coming, Bill. Keep them coming.
TMS@bbc.co.uk. 56 for 2. Early on in this 8th over. Providence Stadium in Guyana. Location for the World Cup semi-final. Men's T20. England against India to take on South Africa in Barbados on Saturday. Here's Jordan over the wicket. Bowling to Surya Kumar with a little flick of the wrist to get a single out to mid-wicket. And they know if they can just keep this partnership ticking over, they can really accelerate towards the back end. That's what will worry England. 57 for 2.
Yeah, I think Surya Kumar, the way that he plays pace and he manipulates the field and is able to hit behind square off those length balls up and over fine leg. You've got to make sure you're targeting the stumps, but also with the last 2 balls staying quite low and being quite skiddy, especially with the rain that we've had. Just slower balls, then a pace on delivery, just to mix things up here for England and Chris Jordan.
With Jordan again, 2 from the first 2 balls that he's bowled this over. It's Rohit on 36 who's waiting. Jordan bowling to Rohit, who again has the freedom of the England fielders being out on the boundary on the leg side, just to clip it away, get another single, trot on through.
I don't mind that, though. Just 3 off the first 3 balls. Hasn't conceded a boundary, but you've got to be able to close out the over here. As Chris Jordan, just keep things simple. Don't change much. Just let India knock the ball into the leg side for 1. And 6 off the over, that's a win for England. Yep. If Surya Kumar gets a boundary now, Jordan under pressure.
Jordan at the end of his mark. Accelerating quickly, pushing off to run in to bowl to the open stance of Surya Kumar, who does go hard at the ball, into the leg side, down to fine leg, and for 6. He plays that shot so well, it lands on the grass bank amongst the Indian spectators. Premeditated, taking that little step across, and away it flew off that huge chunk of bat down to the boundary for 6.
I hate that I've just called that. I hate that that's exactly the shot we were talking about, up and over fine leg. Doesn't matter, fine leg's out there. He still plays the shot. He still goes for it. He backs himself. It was always going to be a big ball. A boundary, that ball of the over, is going to put England under pressure. And Surya Kumar Yadav, he knew that.
He's passed 50 twice in this tournament, strike rate of 142. Dangerous operator. Surya Kumar waiting for Jordan, whipping the ball into the leg side for 1. You've seen 10 off the over. And India feeling the ascendancy to me here, Alex.
Yeah, especially with Surya Kumar. I mean, what a shot that was. It wasn't a bad delivery at all. And sometimes as a bowler, you've just got to turn around, go to the top of your mark and go, what a shot that was. And you've got to be able to just reset, get to the top of your mark, know what you're bowling. I guess try and stop him playing that shot, but he'll play it from almost anywhere.
Well, that's what makes him so dangerous, isn't it? It's not the sort of player where you can stop him doing that, really. Jordan bowls, that's a full delivery outside the off stump, that almost death bowling tactic. Yorker on the wide line, and it goes through Sharma into the gloves of Jos Buttler. Shake of the head from Jordan, who will feel that perhaps he's not quite got that delivery right. It was slightly easier than it needed to be, perhaps, for Surya Kumar.
Well, I honestly, I don't think so. I think it was just an outrageous shot. Yeah, I think it was just Surya Kumar being the world's #1. For a reason, he plays that shot ridiculously well. What he's done is he's also added pace onto it as he flips it up and over. Not only short fine, but deep fine leg for 6. And the fact that he has the bravery to still play that shot, even with the fielder out, to take on the over, to put Chris Jordan under pressure, I think is credit to the player that he is.
Rain falling again, but we've seen from the umpires already, they're not overly keen to take the players off without need. Liam Livingston comes into the attack. He's been effective with his bits and pieces, leg spin and off spin, but actually now the umpires are signalling the rain having got heavier. Players go off the field, 8 overs gone, 65 for 2. Interruption due to rain. And we've seen some cricket, we've seen some boundaries, some wickets. But now we see the umpires and those blue tarpaulins making their return to the fray. A reminder, I mean, we've got a lot of time we can make up. But if this game was to be washed out, I don't think it will be. But if it were to be, then India would go through having won their Super 8 group. So
what has happened throughout this? Well, throughout the morning, so it's heavy rain as well, but actually the rain's come and it's blown over. It's disappeared quite quickly, but the difference with the semi-finals and the finals, it's 10 overs per side, not 5 overs per side, and we've only had 8 in this innings, so we are going to have to, England are going to have to go back out and bowl at some stage to get that 10 overs, but as we were talking about earlier, the latest we could have started to have a 10 over game was 4:40 local time, which is 9:40 UK time.
Good say, by the way, sun is shining at the Providence Stadium in Guyana. Next inspection is going to be in 15 minutes, so that is what we're looking out for. 15 minutes from now, we will see when we're going to resume this game. India 65 for 2 after 8 overs, asked to bat first by England.
Our local weather reporter, Matt Roller, has said the rain has stopped, and this is the view from the northeast, which is where the weather seems to be coming from.
Well, there we go.
And a picture of bright blue skies.
That's what we like to see. Excellent news. Cover's coming off. We're expecting an inspection in the next few minutes. I can see the stumps are in out there in the middle, so that is good news. 8 overs we've seen in this game. India 65 for 2. Not sure if we're going to lose any time. I don't think we probably will, actually, given the amount that we've got to make up. But what have you made of what we've seen so far?
A pretty decent start by England, wasn't it? Looks pretty awkward to bat on, even though just towards the end, before the rain came, looked like Rohit Sharma was just sort of like starting to get into his work. But I think England will be happy with the 2 wickets. They didn't get too far away from him in that power play, and they're right in the game. And also, India have now got to come out and start again, which is always a bit tricky for a batter on a slightly low, stoppy, sticky pitch.
Were there any concerns from what you saw from that partnership between Rohit Sharma and Surya Kumar Yadav?
Well, I mean, the way they sort of took to Adil Rashid a little bit, perhaps in that first over, was mildly concerning, but I mean, that can happen in T20 cricket. I think he's only bowled the 1 over, hasn't he? But they look to be getting after him, and that's sort of England's sort of like ace in the pack. So they'll be hoping that Adil can come on and break this partnership, which is just starting to look, a little bit tasty.
What about this surface, Alex? Because we've wondered how it was going to play. It looked to be coming onto the bat quite nicely for the first over, and then it was sort of had to rather re-evaluate how it was looking. It's not really seen enough evidence in terms of spin, but what have you made?
Yeah, I think it's a bit like a lot of the surfaces that we've had throughout this World Cup. There's not been much spin, but having said that, Rashid was bowling with a wet ball. Adil Rashid was bowling when the rain was coming down. The ball was wet. He'd been swept to deep, fine leg for 4, so the ball had gone all across the surface, so it'd be harder to grip, obviously. But anything full has been easy to get your hands through, has been easy to drive through the covers, hit down the ground, but that back of a length has been where it's been a little bit sticky, a little bit stoppy, and sometimes a tiny little bit low as well.
Jeff, from what we've seen so far?
Well, yeah, it hasn't been completely easy, has it? So Rohit Sharma is, though, so good at gauging different paces of wickets, and we see that from him in Test cricket and on strips where other players can't make a run, and he's able to be quite aggressive and be prolific at times. We've seen him do that. I thought even in the St. Lucia game, it wasn't as easy to bat as he made it look out there. Everybody else had to sort of figure out a method, even on a better batting surface. So he seems to have gauged it pretty well so far. But yeah, the starting again thing is a fair point. It interrupts that momentum of the innings, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see an error in the first 6 or 12 balls.
It's a fascinating bit of psychology, isn't it, that from a batter and bowler's point of view, Tuffers, because I suppose a bit like after a drinks break or a scheduled interval, you see this as a really fascinating time as a bowler to try and break through, because you know there'll be that vulnerability.
Well, yeah, I mean, you just get out of your rhythm a bit, don't you? You know, when there's a drinks break or rain break or everything, you're there, the blood's up, you're feeling warm, the sweat's dripping off the end of your nose, and you're into the contest. You just naturally, when you have that delay and break, your sort of heart rate comes down a little bit, and then you have to go back again. So I think that will work into England's favour a bit, and as you say, huge wicket of Rohit Sharma. If they can just, I mean, he had a couple of sort of mistimed drives, didn't he, over sort of the cover region, which just managed to get over the head. England will be thinking, if we can just get rid of Rohit Sharma, we're in a great spot here.
Jeff?
Well, that is, yeah, there's that interesting part with Dubé, who's kind of their designated hitter, who's supposed to come in and hit spin especially, and who hasn't been flying through the tournament. He's had a couple of sort of interesting, couple of slightly useful knocks. He's hit a couple of hugely long bombs, but he's also mistimed a lot of deliveries. So that's an interesting flex point, I think, for this innings. Surya Kumar Yadav is maybe even more important than Rohit Sharma at this point, because he also has the ability to score quickly on difficult paced pitches, and because he can use the area behind square as well as hit straight in front and go over the leg side and over the offside, he's the most versatile player in terms of the full range of shots. He's the one who might be the most central to this innings.
The two standing umpires are out there in the middle, alongside members of the ground staff. They're in their very fetching cerise outfits.
I like these two umpires.
Well, there's a certain sort of patience to them, isn't there? There's a sort of gentle, I don't know, there's not any suggestion that they're going to be hurried by things.
Rod Tucker and Chris Gaffney.
And also the reserve umpire, Paul Rifle. Joel Wilson, by the way, is looking after things from the television point of view, but there's always a rather gentle sense that we're not going to be overly hurried.
They're three great mates as well. They are three great mates, so I actually spent a lot of time.
Sorry, Alex, I'm just watching it on the telly as well. I think they like it, don't they, the umpires, when there's a little bit of rain.
They've got matching trainers on them.
Yeah. And they sort of pad and paw around, don't you? Going, I found a little inch of rain has just got on there and everything, and they sort of. It's their time to shine a little bit. All the focus is on them, isn't it?
They're like when your cat gets up on the couch and finds a bit to claw, and it digs the claws in and kneads and goes, oh no, not this bit, not this bit. No, I think I'll sit down here.
The rule of the fourth umpire is to have an umbrella and to pop it in the ground. Yeah.
It's like Tony Gregg's car keys. If you don't have an umbrella to poke the ground with, are you even really an umpire?
Well, Raul Dravid coaches out there as well.
Yeah, I wonder if the sort of like you have to train to do that. You know what I mean? As an umpire, you know what I mean? They get a wet pitch out and start. Well, you've got to, that's a lovely foot push. That is you've got there. But
they've got an indoor net for it, Tuffers. They've got the indoor training school, so they can spend all winter on their umbrella prods as well.
Well, presumably there's a test centre somewhere in Western Australia where if they don't get it quite right, they have to sort of make sure that they're getting things correctly. Yeah, the way you kick that right heel down on that slightly damp bit of turf, that angle for me was not quite the perpendicular.
Not sure about that action. We're going to need to put the electrodes all over the body.
Here they go again. Look.
Right.
It's been raining.
It is been raining, but there they are.
Matching shoes for me. I mean, they've spoken about that. They've bought those together, haven't they? It's a bit like Sue and Anna do at home.
Yeah.
They've got same shoes, and they had different shoes for different sessions in the Test match during the Ashes.
Did they?
Yeah.
So what? It would be the sort of morning session. You're wearing your clogs.
Must be.
You're wearing your sort of brand 1 and then brand 2.
Yeah, and then the comfy ones with the spongy heel come out in the afternoon.
Sure.
But they've got to be matching, and these two out there, they're new, they're brand spanking, and they've gone to the shop together.
I'd like to see morning session wearing like a dressing gown, and then lunch session maybe a waistcoat, and then dinner session a black tie situation. Get the tailcoat and the evening wear out.
I like what Raul Dravid's been doing out there as well, which is essentially sort of moonwalking to see how slidey it is. So he's been sort of sliding about back and forth, trying to work a lot. There is a patch of the ground that is clearly quite damp because they've cooled over the super sopper, which we talk about a lot, and it's essentially an enormous foam roller attached to a tractor that it crushes the water into the foam, and then it gathers in a tank, and then they'll drive very slowly to the edge of the field and they'll spray all that water they've picked up over the boundary edge.
You might even call it a mat roller.
Oh, very good.
He has been our weather correspondent.
Like our friend in the press box. Very good.
From Creek Info, who's been keeping us updated from the ground. He's just about the only person who actually made it out there to cover this game.
But his flights have been booked since April.
Yes.
So
that's what you do.
Yeah.
So the umpire's out in the middle. The sun's shining. Glorious day now. But the problem is that it can be a glorious day, and then 20 minutes later something unpleasant can come through, and that's what's going to make this actually quite advantageous to England, Tuffers, isn't it? Because once you've won the toss and you're bowling first, and if you do get a match that's reduced, and we're not hearing that at the moment, but were it to be reduced, that does help and it does favour the side chase.
Well, yes, absolutely. I mean, you know what you've got to get after all the calculations are done and what have you. Yeah, a shortened game helps the side batting second, and I think that would have been in Joss Butler's mind at the toss. Not only did England sort of they fancy a chase, I think, this England side, but also that comes into play. And then you're talking about those super soppers. When I played, I always used to nip down there in the morning and take the spark plugs out of them, Henry, so they couldn't work. So we always used to have an extra couple of hours in the dressing room. But they've managed to get some spark. Oh, there's 4 of them there now. Look, yeah, they're all looking at this patch. Yeah,
it's all look at this. There's a prod and a poke.
Who's the other geezer?
I think he's he's probably the head groundsman, and I think he's been given a matching shirt to feel part of it.
Nice.
Is my guess.
That. He just needed some dark trousers.
Yeah, and he's missed the memo on the shoes as well, which is a shame. But they're all out there having a prod and a poke, and they're deep in conversation, and we wait to get word from out in the middle as to when we might get a restart. And this is where the conference happens, because the umpires will decide what they're unhappy with, then they'll speak to the ground staff and say, well, this is what we need doing. And actually the problem is the super sopper has gone over to the far side of the ground to go and spray out all the water. And now
I've always wanted to have a bet with either of y'all, say, and the loser has to stand in front of the super sopper spraying the water out.
Don't, because it fires out. They collect an amazing amount, but they've also signalled that they need it back quickly, and this is not a machine that does things quickly.
I've got to say the signals here are very elaborate and choreographed. It reminds me of I've been being served up some video content about some middle-aged dads in a dance troupe who are trying to get their moves down, and it looks very much like that, with the 3 umpires plus the head groundskeeper all waving towards the boundary at the same time, and then sort of gesturing towards the parts of the ground they want. There's a lot of big arms right, big arms left, both arms out, launch into the YMCA bit. Now we've got an umbrella back up.
That's what it's all about. What's the umbrella out for? Do you think that's because of the sunshine or the potential of rain? Because there are clouds about, and you never know. It only takes one small cloud, but it tends to be quite a threatening one. And now umpire Gaffney is pointing at the ground, and there's clearly a bit of the outfield where some water has either slipped off the side of the covers or perhaps wasn't even covered at all. I can't quite remember what part of the ground, once the tarpaulins have disappeared, were exactly covered, but we're not going to start anytime soon.
I do think Vaughan's right, though, isn't he, that more of the ground needs to be covered if you know it's going to rain. It's like when you go to Sri Lanka and they cover the whole outfield. yes, it takes slightly longer to get the covers off, but you've
Not
got
really.
50
They're
ground
so
staff.
organised.
Yeah,
Yep.
they just know what they're doing. But when England, you've got the covers, the hover covers, and they come on really smoothly, on and off really smoothly, and then you can cover more of the outfield. I do think the next evolution to cricket, which blows my mind that we haven't really done this sooner, is to cover more of the ground.
It honestly astonishes me that you still have games delayed because water has come off the sides of the covers.
Yeah.
Obviously, it has to go somewhere. The Sri Lanka method is a good one. They do have a large pool of free labour available when they bust 300 guys out of prison for the day to come down and do the volunteer cover rolling. That's actually true. A fair bit of the time they'll use day release prison populations because then they don't have to pay 300 blokes to come down and roll the covers on and off. It would be a fair bit more expensive if you were doing that in London on UK minimum wages and so on to get covers on and off the ground with a couple hundred people doing it. But
What is Alex Davidson possibly taking photos of there?
The umpires. We had the ICC photographer who works for one of the agencies. He's out there photographing the umpires. But I suppose if you've not got any cricketers to photograph,
you've got to file a certain number of photographs, and if you have a rained-off game, you still have somebody needs the right image that they can get off the right server to put at the top of their piece about how the game got washed
also,
out.
if that's the point, and you can see the headline now: England's rain washed away. All of these things that potentially, because of course, if England, we are going to see more cricket here. Of course, we are, because there's blue skies overhead, and there's a plane just drifts through those low clouds, heading towards Georgetown Airport. I'm pretty confident we are going to see some more action. But if England don't manage to win this game, of course they don't go through. But of course, the other point to bear in mind is if it's washed out, India also qualified because they finished top of their Super 8s group, and England finished second.
Yeah, and I think it's worth repeating the shutdown of the conspiracy theories. I've heard a lot of stuff about how it's very unfair that India knew where their semi-final was. I don't think it was any advantage. I don't think they could pick a squad 2 months ago that was specifically tailored for Guyana at the end of June, because they wouldn't have had a clue what was going to be coming up, and they also didn't know if they would finish top of their group. They didn't know if they would qualify, so they might not have qualified, in which case moot point. They might have finished second, in which case they would be the team not going through if it were washed out, and as it was, they played better than everybody and finished top. So if they do go through, then they deserve to go through from that spot. I also don't think it's an advantage to be playing this semi-final, because it gives them less time to travel to the final if they make it. So you would have preferred to be playing the one last night if you could, to give yourself extra time to try to win the thing if you make it through.
Right, we are going to wait for news from the middle, because at the moment there's just a lot of prodding and poking. But I will, before we have a break, and it's a lovely break we've got for you, because we're going to hear in a moment from Courtney Walsh, but I'm going to bring you this email, and I love the title of it. It just made me laugh. It just says lemon, and this could be anything.
It could be any of us.
It could be. I know. I don't know who it's describing, Tough, as it might be me, you or Alex, but it is Jeff. They're talking about it. It says, hello there. I can't tell you how much I've enjoyed Jeff's contributions over the last 4 weeks and the last 30 minutes as well. He's an opinionated Aussie for sure, but he makes a lot of sense. I assume he must have studied abroad. No, that's an unnecessary addition. Thank you very much, Anthony Stroud, UK. That's where you're listening, out in Gloucestershire. Thank you for joining us. If you want to join the conversation, TMS at bbc.co.uk.
University of Melbourne, Anthony, a fine institution. History, English honours degree, if you want to know.
There you go. Thank you very much, Jeff. Thank you to Toffers and Alex as well for the time being. The sun is shining in Guyana. The game paused at 65 for 2 after 8 overs. We will wait news of a restart, which we will get at some stage. We just have not got it at the moment. There seems to be a bit of concern about a wet patch around the bowlers run up from the pavilion end. That's what we're hearing, and there's another one as well at the same end around about the mid-off extra cover region. Super Sopper in operation, and lots of sawdust. Oh, hold on a minute, hold on a moment. We're not going anywhere. Hold on.
I'm so hungry.
Well, you can go out. You have a break. We're going to have a restart.
We're going to have a restart in
14 minutes.
In 14 minutes. That's a mere 14 minutes away. I'll tell you what's infuriating, though, is it's been probably 30 at least minutes, 40 maybe, since it stopped raining, and we're still not playing. And there's always the chance that it will rain again at some point, and there's all of this potential playing time that has been used up with poking around at the bowlers' run-ups, because presumably those are the bits that weren't covered. We talk about this a lot in these kind of delays, but cricket is an infuriating sport for not doing the things that would preclude the problems that cricket creates for itself. You can't play it in the rain, of course. You can't probably fly 2,000 drones over the field with a big tarpaulin to slosh it off to the side. You can't probably seed the clouds to make sure it doesn't rain. We don't sort of have that level of military technology available for cricket, but you could cover the field properly so that you can get back on the second that it stops. And they do manage that in Sri Lanka. That is the quickest place to restart after the rain is finished. We are wasting good dry playing time at the moment.
It is dry, and they aren't playing, but they will be in 13 minutes' time. Stephen Finn has replaced Alex Hartley alongside me.
She's malted all over the headphones and plucking her hair out of the microphone.
Well, there you go.
The perils of longer hair. You've kept everything reasonably short and
relatively.
What have you made of what we've seen in the game so far, and also what do you think will be the impact of this delay, Finny?
The impact of the delay will be minimal, I'd say, because we're not going to lose overs, are we, at the moment? So, yeah, minimal impact for the delay. I think that those patches on the outfield do look a touch concerning because it looks as though they're refusing to dry, and when you keep going over them on the Super Sopper, it can sometimes just churn the mud underneath up. It doesn't actually get rid of any of that moisture. It just turns it into mush, which then is a problem if it's on the bowler's run up and at backward point. But we'll wait and see what that looks like. It looks as though the ground staff are furiously rubbing sand. What is it? Sawdust. Sorry, the word evaded me there. Yeah, sawdust into those areas furiously to try and get it to soak up that moisture. And in terms of the cricket, I think India have made actually a very nice start. I think that they clearly benefited from it raining when Adil Rashid came into the fold. It didn't really grip off the surface all that much, and Adil would have struggled to hold the seam with his fingers when the ball was wet. But yeah, I think India have made a good start. I think Rohit Sharma has played really intelligently, actually, because he's been really watchful and respectful of the balls that have been on or around the splice length and the top of the stumps, and he's tried to punish anything else. It's been good batting.
Question for you on the technical aspects. So rain delay, the ball gets returned to the umpire, presumably to the two umpires. They have custody of the cricket ball at that point to make sure that everything's above board. What do they do with a wet ball? Do they take it into the umpire's room and put it somewhere to dry?
In a dehumidifier? No, they don't.
Do they do anything?
No, nothing.
Do they put it? They don't put it back in the suitcase where it can't dry.
No, it'll just sit on top of the suitcase. Yeah.
Right. So that it won't be in somebody's pocket, not drying when it could be.
But it will be dry. These balls
not being deliberately dried.
No. Okay. No. It would just be drying of natural causes.
No one's got a hairdryer out, sort of making
sure. No, definitely not that. That would affect the lacquer on the outside. But
I see.
Yeah, these white balls, I think, because they have an extra layer of lacquer on them since, I think it was about 18 months ago, they changed. There was only one layer of lacquer and the balls were going out of shape. They weren't swinging. It was just absolute cannon fodder. They added an extra layer, Kookaburra, onto the outside of this ball, and I think that might just protect it from the elements a little bit more as well. So I don't think this rain or the water would have affected the condition of the ball.
Well, hopefully not, because...
and if it had, then they'd change it.
Well, I just thought it would have during that Rashid over where two boundaries go along the floor, along the grass, while it's already raining, it would have made that ball quite soaked. So I'm interested in what condition it'll be once they get to start bowling with it again.
No, it wouldn't. It'll be fine.
No overs have been lost, by the way, which is the other good piece of news. So we are going to see, at some stage, a resumption of a 20-over match. Well, I say at some stage, 10 minutes, but whether at some stage we see the conclusion of a full T20 match remains to be seen, because we do have a lot of time that we can make up. The minimum amount of overs per innings that is required to constitute a game in the semi-finals is 10 overs per side, so that's what we're looking at.
And you've made the argument before, as in, why don't they just turn this into a 10-over-a-side game now?
Rather than risk one side batting 20 overs, one side batting 4 overs, and you get rained off.
I would feel more of that view if there wasn't quite as much time to make up later on in the day. Sometimes when you've got limited amount of time to make up in the day and you feel they're being very strict with the rules, you can see what's going to happen, and then it happens.
Yes, and when you have a better idea that there's definitely going to be a lot more rain, whereas at the moment it looks pretty good, who knows what's on the way, but you can sometimes make a safer gamble on whether it's more likely to rain again later.
Righto, 65 for 2, 8 overs gone. We are resuming in 8 minutes. Honestly.
8 overs would be a long...
It would be a long time.
4.5 minutes per over is the ICC ruling.
Is it that much?
I think so.
I thought it was a flat 4. 4.5 is a long time. In the county championship, it's 4-minute overs all day.
Yeah.
well, you get through so many more, don't you, in a county championship match? It's amazing. Once we get back to the test matches next week, I tell you what, it's going to be
with an over rate of 12.1.
Yeah.
And that'd be good.
What's the advantage? Give us the professional player's opinion. Why do teams drag it out so much? Is it deliberate, or is it just that they don't care?
In terms of test match cricket, I just think it's the natural pace of play. And I think rushing through the overs is to the detriment of the standard of the cricket. That's my personal opinion. I have never dallied my way through in between overs. I'd always jog from position to position. You're ready, you're waiting. I think there's a lot more natural breaks in play in terms of gloves. I think they should be more strict on David Warner asking for a fresh pair of gloves every 3 overs wastes time. Even if it wastes 20 seconds over the course of a day, it wastes time.
Never going to have to see that again in international cricket.
That's very true. That's very true. Adjusting his gloves every ball, I've watched enough of that.
Yeah, he might do it in the commentary box. Maybe he'll have a pair of microphone gloves.
Yeah. Or the muffle, this thing, and just say, no, new one.
New one. Yep. Yeah, Steve's a real shocker with the gloves. I once saw him change his gloves after 8 deliveries. Yes, 8 balls.
Where was the game being played?
I think it was in Canberra, maybe. Canberra or Sydney. It was during an ODI. He'd been out there for 8 balls. I don't think he even faced them all. But I do think there needs to be a restriction on batting sides being allowed to have anyone come onto the field. I don't know why anyone's allowed to outside of the drinks breaks, which are every hour, unless you need a replacement, unless your bat's broken or something like that.
Yeah, if you're not fit enough to make it through half an hour's batting without needing a drink, then you've prepared poorly and you haven't hydrated enough beforehand, or you're not fit enough and you need to get fitter to make it through that however long of batting.
Yeah, I think it needs to be a fielding captain's permission or something like that to even enter the field, because from my perspective, the field of play belongs to the fielding side. The batters are invited guests onto that.
Not welcome all the time.
It's genuine. Well, the fielding side don't want them to be there. They want them to leave as soon as possible. And it is, historically, generally the batting captain has asked the fielding captain for permission on certain things, like having a runner when you used to be able to do that, or getting a drink at a particular time, that sort of thing. I do think it's fair that you shouldn't just be allowed to have a runner come cruising onto the ground at the end of any over whenever they feel like it.
Though there haven't necessarily been quite as many England fans in as otherwise might be the case.
I think there are 3.
It's good to see Neil Diamond's making an appearance as well.
We're talking about things we could improve in the game.
what Neil Diamond?
Maybe broaden the playlist at cricket grounds.
I want someone to buy the rights to that song and then treat it like that Wu-Tang Clan album that just gets put on a silver record and buried in a vault and no one's ever allowed to hear it again.
Always such a voice of cheer and joy and levity.
I enjoy complaining.
Well, don't we all?
You should be English.
Right, so we're not far away from a restart here. 5 minutes is when we'll be back underway with India at 65 for 2, 8 overs gone. What we've seen in the game so far, it started an hour and 15 minutes late, but we saw Virat Kohli bowled by Reece Topley in the 3rd over for 9, and Rishabh Pant caught at mid-wicket by Johnny Bairstow off the bowling of Sam Curran for 4. But in amongst all of that, Rohit Sharma has hit 37 from 26, including 6 fours, and Surya Kumar has hit 13 from 7, including 1 4 and an outrageous 6 flicked away over fine leg, as is his way. And if you want to see the best of the action, the BBC Sport website and app is where you can do that as part of our live text commentary.
We also saw Rohit Sharma not quite dropped but not quite caught at backward point by Phil Salt when the ball was coming straight at his head, and he tried to get his head out of the way and his hands into the way at the same time. It was a curious case of being caught between evasive action and trying to take the catch as he was fielding so close to the bat. So I suppose you could technically mark that down as a chance. Archer thought that he should have caught it, really.
Bowlers tend to, though, don't they?
Yeah, I would say that's a 0.001% chance of taking that catch, because the surface is slow. Salt was pulled in at least 5 metres off the 3rd circle, so that's reduced the reaction time necessary to take that catch. Jofra Archer had bowled a couple of slower balls the previous deliveries and decided to bowl pace on but wide, and rather than try and whack it, Rohit Sharma, he timed it beautifully straight out the middle of the bat, and it went almost directly at Phil Salt's head. Yeah, so I would say that is a less than 1% catch that flew through there.
Well, you sense the chance comes to get rid of Rohit Sharma, they have to take it because he's such a dangerous player. We know that, and on a pitch that it looks as though it is going to be low scoring, and certainly as we see graphics like bounce comparison between St Lucia and Ghana, where St Lucia has been the most batting friendly surface in this tournament. It is keeping a little bit lower, and it's a bit stickier and more awkward in Ghana, and certainly having seen the rain falling as well, it's not going to become a ground that is going to be easier to bat on, you sense, as the day goes on.
No, and that was Rohit Sharma's reasoning, wasn't it, for wanting to bat first at the toss. He thought that scores on the board were going to be very important, and he thought that the wicket, from the evidence he saw in front of his eyes, he thought that that pitch was going to get slower and more tricky to score on as this day wears on. Clearly, with the sun and the wind and maybe that bit of moisture, it will continue to become tricky. And I think as a bowler, it's about keeping it as simple as you possibly can, bowling back of a length, keeping it within the width of the stumps and challenging the batters to hit across the line from a very similar length to the one that got Virat Kohli.
Well, here come the umpires and the England team as well in the sunshine, and that is good news, our thanks to Jeff Lemon for the time being. We'll hear from Jeff in a couple of overs' time, but Jos Buttler is gathering that team in a huddle. Stephen Finn, what will be the message you think that he is quite animatedly passing on to his team?
Well, we're at a very critical, important stage of a T20 game now. That they've set a platform. India, there are 8 overs gone, 12 overs to go. It will be, if England have a sloppy couple of overs here, if the bowlers aren't quite on it because they've not managed to warm up properly, if there's a mental lapse and a missed chance in the field, then those skins can really hurt you at this stage of a T20 innings. So the message will be from Jos Buttler is we've been fine, we've been chilling in the dressing room, things have happened quickly here, we're back out on the pitch, let's make sure right from this very first delivery we're all switched on, we have energy, we have intent, and we make India know that we're here for the fight.
So it is the second semi-final of this, the ICC Men's T20 World Cup, with England against India looking to book a place against South Africa in Barbados on Saturday. South Africa beating Afghanistan in a weird old game yesterday in Trinidad. 56 all out Afghanistan on a stinking pitch, and after that they were chasing target in quite awkward fashion, has to be said. South Africa lost an early wicket but eventually got over the line, 9 wickets in hand. If you want to see some of the best of that and read the details of it, you can do so on the BBC Sport website and app. But that's what they're playing for, these two sides. 65 for 2 is the India score after 8 overs, and Liam Livingstone is heading back to the top of his mark. He was about to bowl and didn't get the chance to because the rain fell. And I should say he's wearing a black armband today in respect of the passing of his grandfather. So our thoughts with Liam Livingstone and of course his family as well. So 65 for 2 after 8 overs. Livingstone against Surya Kumar. This could be an interesting battle.
Yeah, it will be interesting. Liam Livingstone has bowled nicely. Had that 1 over, didn't he, against South Africa, I think it was, where they went after him. But then, now there's an opportunity to get himself into the game, bowling his leg spinners to these right-handers.
Surya Kumar gets one onto the pads. Half an appeal for LBW. It was pitched up, and Surya Kumar coming forward, looking to whip the ball away into the leg side. Wasn't able to do so. And so a dot ball. 13 from 8. Got to feel it deep cover, long off, long on. And it goes out towards cover, but inside the circle. And Johnny Bairstow, a couple of dot balls to start since the resumption. So got a mid-wicket and a deep backward square on the boundary. So the run rate at the moment stands at just under 8 and over. Liam Livingstone's never got Surya Kumar out in T20, so they faced each other 3 times. This is back of a length, helped into the onside, and Livingstone chased it himself before seeing that Chris Jordan running in from the boundary is far better place to do so. 1 run taken, 66 for 2.
I think this might be a bit of a ploy from England as well. Livingstone's very quick through his overs, short run up, back to his mark very quickly. If you can just skip through a couple of overs here after the restart, whilst India are still finding their feet, it's almost as do these two. Their innings again here.
Livingstone to Rohit, who's coming forward, chipping the ball into space on the leg side for 1, but only 1.
Whereas before the break, you might have seen India trying to sweep a couple of these. Rohit Sharma had played a reverse and a conventional sweep to Adil Rashid. Here they're being much more watchful, just nudging it into the onside. Only 2 singles off the 4 deliveries so far this over. It's been a sedate start.
In the sunshine, Livingstone bowls, and a little bit more aggression there from Surya Kumar. It goes to the right of Jordan, who's a brilliant fielder. And he gets the applause of Jos Buttler and Livingstone for limiting that to just 1. 3 from the over. Partnership's worth 28 of 21. Sense this could be quite a big ball, this. If you can get out the over with a dot or a single, it'll feel like a win for England. Livingston bowling, and it will just be a single. Clip to the right of Jordan, who trots in from in front of the stand at long on to pick up. 69 for 2. 9 overs gone, and Rowett will be on strike on 39 at the start of the next over. That's a good over from England's perspective.
Yeah, good start. Quickly through it. It's only taken a couple of minutes. Rohit and Suryakumar looking to just get used to things out there in the middle again, feel the middle of the bat. It's one of the quirks of coming off and then on again in a T20 match is that it's almost as though these two guys are starting their innings again, and England looking to take advantage of that, getting through a couple of quick overs of spin here before they can get into their stride.
Well, it's going to be Adil Rashid to bowl, with India looking to try and get something significantly north of 150 if they can. That'll really put the pressure on England. It's not an easy ground for scoring. Here comes Adil Rashid in the sunshine, bowling just back of a length and deep in the crease. Rowett with a flick of the wrist will get a single down the ground towards, again, the busy Chris Jordan.
Rohit's such a good player of spin. That was flat out the front of the hand of Adil Rashid, and all Rohit can do there at the top of the stumps is go back and punch it down the ground. The 2 balls that Rohit swept in Adil Rashid's previous over came up out of the hand and gave him the chance to put his foot down the track and play the sweep shot.
And this is a full delivery, big appeal for LBW. That is hugely ambitious from Jos Buttler. That was well outside the line, I would have thought. 70 for 2 it remains. They'll discuss it.
Yeah, I think this is hit him outside the line of off stump, but because Suryakumar Yadav's shuffled across, it's probably a touch closer than it seems when you're sort of looking up and you see him miles outside off stump. But that was a big loopy full one from Adil Rashid, which tempted Suryakumar Yadav to play that sweep shot.
70 for 2 the score. Here comes Rashid again, well outside the off stump, clattered out towards deep cover, but England have protection there. And the score goes to 71 for 2. As we see a replay of that LBW shot, I think it's also going to turn to miss that off stump. Looking at how that's bounced. Here comes Rashid again. 4th ball of the over. It's dropped a bit shorter, and Rowett again will ease the ball into the onside, turning for a second that isn't there, and to see a boundary since the resumption of play. 2 balls left until the halfway stage of the innings. 72 for 2. Rashid at the end of his mark. Tosses the ball from one hand to the other. Horns blaring. As he comes in now over the wicket to bowl to Suryakumar, and there's a big sweep into the leg side. He meets it on the full, and there is the boundary. Clears the fielder at short fine leg. Over pitch from Adil Rashid. The big stride forward from Suryakumar. And there goes the boundary to release any pressure that might have been building. 76 for 2.
Yeah, big loopy full toss from Adil Rashid, and Suryakumar Yadav doesn't miss out on another loopy one in a row. It's met him about knee high there eventually. Easy shot round the corner.
In comes Rashid. Another full toss, swept away hard out towards the deep, but straight to Jofra Archer at square leg. So 10 overs gone, 77 for 2. We're not going to have drinks here because the players have spent enough time doing that sort of waiting around and hydration over the last couple of hours. But India at 77 for 2. Are we at the point where England need a breakthrough? Stephen Finn, some thoughts from you, and then Jeff Lemon.
Yeah, they've set themselves a nice platform here, India, but it's not desperation just yet for England. Rohit Sharma is playing a nice controlled innings, 41 from 30. Suryakumar Yadav has come out playing a couple more shots, but he only has 21 from 15. It's not a free scoring pitch. England will know that. Restricting India and frustrating them is what will bring the wickets. Persisting with spin here, Liam Livingstone's into the attack on the ground, and Jeff Lemon's into the attack with the microphone.
Thank you, Stephen. Yeah, decent first over from Livingstone, only went for 4. And he has been a good option at times through this campaign. He drags one short though, but it doesn't cost him. Surya Kumar Yadav chops it hard into the ground, so he's missed out on the big full toss from Adil Rashid to end the over, and now the drag down. Yeah, that drag down is a more effective delivery, I think, on this surface. You could see it just hold and turn there. Surya Kumar couldn't get the timing, just under edging it. 77 for 2. Livingston bowls leg stump, picked off along the ground through the onside, but not with any particular power. SKY happy to just turn over the strike, goes to 22. Rohit Sharma back at the striker's end. Blessed relief for everybody listening in that our long waffle in between rain delays has finished. Livingston bowls short. It's clubbed away over the offside by Rohit Sharma, but they've got Archer out at deep cover, who's able to keep the scoring to 1. 79 for 2. Yeah, that back of a length delivery. I mean, that's short and wide from Livingston, but even someone as good as Rohit Sharma not able to capitalise, where on a flat wicket that would get hammered over extra cover for either a 1 bounce 4 or a 6. But yep, it's just that back of a length is where the bowlers need to persist with both spin and seam. Probably 6 over point is what I'd be saying for that ball on some other pitches. Livingston trots up and bowls in at the leg stump, flicked away through the air by Surya Kumar Yadav. And again, straight to the boundary fielder, Phil Salt, in off the rope at deep mid-wicket. 80 for 2. Livingston going nicely. Dot ball to start the over. 3 singles to follow. Couple of balls to come. When do India decide that they need to put the foot down? Rohit Sharma says now. He puts the foot down outside leg stump as he plays a reverse sweep and middles it, but hits it straight to Moeen Ali on the edge of the circle. And Moeen applauds. I'm not sure if it was Rohit or if it was the bowler, but Rohit laughs. Yeah, but it was good bowling from Livingston actually, because Rohit switched his feet around and was very clearly in the position to play a reverse sweep early. When he does that, he wants the ball outside off stump to help it on its way. Livingston followed him full and straight. Livingston to finish the over. Tossed up, goes for it, Rohit Sharma. He's hit it high in the air. Is it long enough? Yep. Just carries at long on. And he's hit that one for 6. Didn't want to let Livingston get away with another tidy over. And that boosts India up to 86 for 2. We've had 11 overs bowled. And that was the big front foot extension, the swing through the line. It wasn't the cleanest hit right out the middle of the bat. It was a bit dragged, but he still gets enough power on it to carry the rope. Yeah, and that's the length that England need to try and avoid. I'm not sure whether the seam of the ball is wet because of the downpour that we had, and the seam or the spinners are struggling to grip that ball, but certainly you want to be bowling it into the surface, get the Indians playing off the back foot, square of the wicket. That's a much harder shot. Here, if you bowl step hits, you're going to get whacked. Adil Rashid to continue with spin, and he's bowling just outside the off stump. Bit of turn away. Surya Kumar hits it hard to cover, straight to the fielder. No run. Unusual from Rashid. There's 2 full tosses consecutively. One got spanked to the boundary. One just went for a single to end his last over. He hasn't bowled a lot of those in this World Cup campaign. He's taking his time as Surya Kumar Yadav's not happy with his helmet, just readjusting that. Now ready to face. It's short, and he's going back and pulling out to the gap at deep mid-wicket. We've got a couple of fielders out there who converge. He placed it into the gap well enough to get 2, but not well enough to get 4. Surya Kumar Yadav up to 25. Yeah, he's not been quite as consistent with his line and length here as he has been through this tournament. Adil Rashid, that one was much shorter. That's the length you would rather, the missing 4, you would rather the spinners miss short here, because even there it's very hard for Surya Kumar to hit a boundary through the leg side. 88 for 2. Rashid bowls wide of the off stump, big inside edge as Surya Kumar Yadav looks to go expansively through cover, I think, and ends up getting it to deep mid-wicket. Just caught an inside fraction. 89 for 2 with 1 run added with the deep mid-wicket fielder back. It's the Graham Smith drive, isn't it? Aim through cover, hit through mid-wicket. Doesn't matter where he aimed, they always went through mid-wicket seemingly. Adil Rashid, decent flight. Rohit takes it on and it bounces in front of long on. Jordan coming into field, was never a chance to get under that. Probably because Rohit hit it even worse than he was hoping to. If he'd hit it perfectly, it goes for 6. If he'd hit it halfway well, it would have carried. And he hit it at about 30%. And it fell short of long on, 90 for 2. Yeah, it was an absolute plink, wasn't it? Rarely seen by Rohit Sharma, really. Adil Rashid. Up to Surya Kumar, who also charges and takes him on and gets an inside portion. This time he's dragging it all the way to backward square leg, where Topley fields 91 for 2. They can't get him, they're trying.
Yeah, the concern for England here is that's turning. They're googlies that Adil Rashid is bowling, and they're turning in significantly and catching the inside half and the inside corner of the bat.
Rashid short and trying to club it out of the ground. Rohit Sharma hits it about 5 feet, bottom edge. It goes just past Butler, who turns around and grabs the ball. 91 for 2. Adil Rashid gets out of the over well. They were going very hard at him. A lot of charging, a lot of swinging, but they didn't get many runs. A brace, a few singles, 91 for 2 the score after 12.
Yeah, he's come back nicely there from those couple of full tosses at the end of the previous over. That's why Adil Rashid is so good, the ability to adapt to the conditions, recognising that you have to be flatter out the hand and into the surface. Much better execution from Rashid, and that left the Indians having to charge towards him to try and meet the pitch of the delivery rather than being able to just stand there inside their crease and swing from the hip. So good bowling by Rashid. Unlucky not to take a wicket actually that over, but an over going for 5 just keeps the Indians in check.
So you're thinking about what Kuldeep Yadav will be doing on this surface when
I'm thinking about all of their spinners, and Jadeja for a pitch where it's hard from back of a length for a guy who skids the odd one on and then gets the odd one to turn, and the pace that he bowls could be very tricky.
Sam Curran looking to burgle another wicket in and bowling on a length, sliced away in the air over backward point. It's gone for 6. Well, that's very SKY. He has a way of hitting shots that don't seem entirely possible within the realms of physics. That one looked like he'd sliced it up and it would be landing somewhere inside the boundary out at, say, a deep cover point, and in the end it goes over deep backward point and carries not just the rope, not just the fence, but several rows back into the crowd.
That's a ludicrous shot. He's not even got that. Actually, he took his bottom hand off the bat as he played the shot. Opens the face on it, and Sam Curran, not a very quick bowler, but every bit of pace on that Sky used.
97 for 2. Curran pitches it up on the stumps, whipped away out to deep backward square leg for 1 run. Surya Kumar goes up to 34. Rohit Sharma on 49. They've got 98 for 2 India. We're in the 13th over. They're going along fairly nicely, getting that run rate up to just under 8. So 160 at 8 and over would be a decent sort of score. Don't want something higher than that though. They've seen this movie before with England set 160. Curran in and bowls, and Rohit plays a lap shot down on one knee for 6. Gorgeous strike. Kneels down outside the off stump. Like the way that AB de Villiers used to play it. Waits for the pace, has the line right on about his middle stump and picks it up and flicks it over his left shoulder, and it goes all the way. 6-1-6 in the Curran over. 100 up for India, 104 for 2, and that is a half century for Rohit Sharma. He's made 55 off 36 balls so far today to back up that 90 that he made against Australia. Indian captain doing the job, opening the batting, leading the side, leading the runs in their last couple of encounters. He's got 3 balls to come in this Curran over. There's a left arm medium pace swing bowler, comes up and bowls on middle and leg, and just driven by Rohit down to long off for a run. India 105 for 2 as he goes to 56.
Yeah, excellent innings by Rohit Sharma. Lost the great Virat Kohli early, but he's been really selective about the way that he's attacked people and the shots that he's played. There's been nothing reckless about it. He's not been stood there thrashing around. He's played calculated shots, he's taken calculated risks, and he's put his team right now in a brilliant position.
Curran to Surya Kumar Yadav, who pulls him out through square leg for 4. Absolutely nailed that. They've got 2 men back. They've got a deep backward square and a deep mid-wicket who's set relatively square, and he crunches the pull shot in between the two of them, and they can only meet to discuss what they've just seen. The ball flying past them for 4. that was middled, and that was very safely along the ground.
Yeah, the length short enough. It's a slow ball by Sam Curran because the 2 sixes he's been hit for have both been pace on deliveries. That one was pace off, but a touch short, and Surya Kumar Yadav could adjust his swing.
109 for 2. Slower ball, pitched up, driven by Surya Kumar down the long on. And he'll be happy to settle for the single. 13 overs gone. And India upping that run rate significantly. They are 110 for 2 at the moment after 13 overs, so they're up to 8.5, where they were going along at about 7 for a fair bit of that innings. Rohit Sharma on 56, Surya Kumar Yadav on 39. And these two were the two who did most of the damage against Australia, and they're in touch in this game as well. 110 for 2. Stephen Finn off for a breather.
Well, he's not actually. He's doing 5 live.
Is he?
Yeah, for 15 minutes.
There's always somebody else to talk to.
Yeah.
Well,
he's in demand.
He'll have a breather for about 60 seconds before he's dialing into the next call.
That's what happens when you're high-flying superstar. I just sat and had a tuna panini. I'm all right.
The classic Bajan dish, the tuna panini, is it?
And chips.
110 for 2 as Alex Hartley rejoins the call. And Adil Rashid is bowling his last over. It's in at the leg stump, keeping low, and Surya Kumar is able to whip it out to deep mid-wicket for 1. Livingston in to field, 111 for 2. They're looking ominous, this pair, at the moment.
Yeah, they are indeed, and this was the partnership we were talking about just before the rain break, wasn't it? The key to try and break this as early as possible.
Hasn't happened so far. Adil Rashid looking for it. He's bowling again, spearing it through flat outside the leg stump, and it's driven down to long on for 1 run. Rohit has 57. India 112 for 2.
I actually think they've played Adil Rashid perfectly in this scenario, in this situation. They know that he's England's biggest threat. They've still managed to take him for 8 and over.
He's up again, Rashid, and he's bowling on the leg stump, and SKY steps across and sweeps. It's stopped at a short, fine leg position. It was very nicely struck, actually. He anticipated the line, got to the offside of the line, gave himself room to swing and middled it, and just happened to find the fielder along the ground. 113 for 2 with those singles. They did try to mash Rashid in that last over. The previous one, they were coming down the pitch and going after him, so yeah, could have been in the wickets there. He's in the wickets now. He's bowled Rohit Sharma. It keeps low, and it's in at the stumps. And Rashid, with that attacking line and the ball that skids through, he's picked up the big one. The Indian captain's gone for 57. And with 2 balls left in his day's work, Adil Rashid has struck. He's got 1 for 25.
Yeah, huge wicket there for Adil Rashid. It was the googly as well. It does stay low. Rohit Sharma looking to hack the ball into the leg side, looking for that boundary. Doesn't quite get hold of it, doesn't get hold of it at all because he's fresh-aired it. It's gone over the top of his bat and clattered into leg stump.
Yeah, it doesn't quite get hold of it. It's a very generous interpretation.
Yeah, it doesn't get hold of it at all. Just
that.
A big old heave.
Well, and after you've praised him for playing Rashid well, he tries to lump it into the stands over deep mid-wicket. Maybe just could have got through those last 3 deliveries for another 3 or 4 runs and gone on to plunder everybody else. But teams haven't really been able to get hold of Rashid through most of this World Cup. He's been enjoying himself out there with his leg spin bowling. And he's irreplaceable for England. We were talking about this earlier in the tournament. Any other spot in that side, you can find somebody to slot in to do a job instead, but nobody can do the Adil Rashid job.
No, they can't. They can't. And he's broken yet again another key partnership in a batting lineup, which is what he's done time and time again.
Interesting shift in the batting order here. Dubé's scheduled to come in at 5. Hardik Pandya's been sent in instead with 6.2 overs to go. They're both very aggressive strikers of the ball.
Hardik's been a little bit more consistent throughout this World Cup though, hasn't he?
He has. He finished off the Australia innings with great power, took down Marcus Stoinis in that 20th over, which really pushed it to become a hugely difficult target for Australia. They didn't get there. Rashid tosses up, edges, almost caught it slip. Has that carried to Moeen Ali's left hand as Hardik, the right-hander, pushes forward at it.
I think it did carry. I do think it did carry. It just, the googly again. If Mo had been a step to his left, I think that would have carried, but because he was slightly wider, it ended up dropping short of his left hand.
Just short on the bounce. Yeah, the positioning might have been the thing. Dot ball. Rashid's last ball of the day, flat and in at the stumps. My word, that keeps low. That is concerning for the second innings, because that ball pitched, it looked like it was going to turn big, and then it just stopped dead in the wicket almost, and almost didn't make it to the stumps, and crawled through almost along the ground. It doesn't get a wicket because it was starting too wide of the off stump to come back and threaten stumps or pads. It is a dot ball. Adil Rashid's done with 1 for 25 off 4. India 113 for 3 after 14 overs. Hardik Pandya yet to score. Surya Kumar Yadav 41 from 28, and Alex Hartley astonished at that last delivery.
I can't believe what I've just seen. Do you know, like, if you play club cricket in April and you're like on a soggy one?
Yep.
That's exactly what's just happened with that ball. It's pitched, it's stopped, and it's rolled. Whoops.
Oh, we've had a few issues with our surfaces over the last 4 weeks, haven't we?
We have. But it's made great cricket.
At times. It's made compelling cricket. I wouldn't say if it's made great cricket. Livingston continuing to bowl leg breaks. He's not bowling them quite as well as Adil Rashid, though. Drops short and spanked away for 4 through backward point. And Surya Kumar Yadav picks up another boundary, goes to 45, 117 for 3.
Yeah, well, I don't mind the short ball if it's straight, because we've seen the uneven bounce, but this time it was short and wide, and Liam Livingstone able to... Not Liam Livingstone at all. Liam Livingstone's bowling.
He is, to Surya Kumar Yadav, and it's short again, but this time played straight back to the bowler.
I'm just so used to Liam Livingstone hitting boundaries, you know. It was just a easy mistake to make. He's bowling.
Easy to make. He's in the shades. He dishes up another short one outside the off stump, and it's cracked, but straight up Moeen Ali at backward point, 117 for 3.
Gets away with that one there.
Oh, totally got away with it. He's getting away with the sunglasses too. Looks like he should be outside of services somewhere. Trying to sell you something out the back of a van. 117 for 3. There's Livingston up outside the off stump, and again it's not struck. So Surya Kumar's put away 1 of these poor deliveries this over, and then he's had 3 others that he hasn't been able to do anything with, and it is that ball stopping in the pitch a bit.
Well, he's key now, isn't he, Surya Kumar?
Livingston, same ball, even wider, turning away, and again cut to Moeen Ali at backward point. This is the kind of bowling that might lead to a very frustrated shot in a minute, because Surya Kumar Yadav has hit a boundary and then 4 dot balls to 4 deliveries he would have fancied hitting all of to the fence. And that might have been a wide if he'd left it alone, but he reached for it and then collapsed at the crease like he's Gulbadeen Naib. Here goes Livingston, and it's edged, but there's no slip, and getting across it's short fine. There's a shout for a run out actually at the striker's end. I'm pretty sure that Hardik Pandya's made it home, but the umpire will have a look. Safety first. Classic umpiring rules. And it ends up being a very good over from Livingston. Just the 5 runs from it, assuming that there's not a run out.
Can I get your best side angle?
We haven't had the run confirmed yet, because we have to see if Hardik Pandya got home. Getting the bat down. He doesn't touch the bat down early enough. It crosses the line before it touches. But he does just touch it down before Butler is able to take the stumps. So it will be a single in a moment. The freeze frame is to Hardik Pandya's benefit. Surya Kumar Yadav keeps the strike. He goes to 46, and after 15 overs, India a 118 for 3. Pretty well placed, but England could still pull them back from here. Henry Moran to describe those last 5 overs to you with Alex Hartley.
Yeah, it was not great running from Hardik, purely for the fact that he didn't slide his bat, and it's one of the first things that you're taught when you play cricket, isn't it? Hoover the bat, sweep the floor, whatever you want to call it. Get your bat down before the crease line.
All of those lessons. Yeah. Don't run off a misfield.
Yeah.
Here comes Jofra Archer, and a ball that is chopped into the ground towards backward point. They're going to throw it the non-striker's hand wildly, and there will not be any chance of a run out. 119 for 3. Interestingly poised, this, isn't it, Alex? We've spoken about 150 being around par, we think.
Yeah, I think 160 is going to be difficult on this surface. We've seen a couple of balls really stay low. It started to turn both ways. I mean, that wicket of Rohit Sharma, the ball just skids on, doesn't it? It hits a quarter of the way up the stump. So, yeah, I think 160 here for India, it might be enough.
In comes Jofra Archer. This is slashed away through the offside. Hit that hard, and it's gone out to the boundary for 4. Hardik Pandya's first runs. It goes whizzing across the outfield at a rate of knots. Square drive, 123 for 4.
Yeah, it's that back of a length delivery again, isn't it? It's seam up, pace on. It's well played from Hardik, actually. He stands still, doesn't need to move his feet. It's a lovely shot through the covers for 4. Just puts England and Jofra Archer under a little bit more pressure here. 2 balls in.
Archer with 5 from the over so far, bowls one that's a lot closer to the body of Hardik Pandya. And he runs through for a single, pushed into the offside. India's rate stands at 8 runs and over. Surya Kumar will be on strike on 47. England, well, they'll back themselves to chase anything, but...
Yeah, of course.
It just, from what we've seen of the surface, it just feels tough, this.
Yeah, it's not going to be straightforward, is it?
No. Archer tosses the ball in the air. Got a big watch on his left wrist. Blue tubey grip on his right arm. He's having to wait for just a moment. Surya Kumar gets himself ready, looks around the ground, sees where the scoring options might be. 1, 2, 4 for 3, midway through the 16th over. And now we're ready to go. Archer looking for his first wicket of the day. Bowls a delivery which has been spanked in the air, down the ground. Has it got the legs for 6 runs? No, because Chris Jordan's got the safest hands in the business. Waiting at long on, it hung up for an age, and Chris Jordan got there. Surya Kumar Yadav goes for 47. The pace-off ball from Jofra Archer does the business, and it's the Bayesian combination that does it for England. Surya Kumar's out.
Yeah, it's well bowled from Jofra Archer, isn't it? Pace on the previous delivery, gets hit for 4. This time, back of the hand, slower ball, perfect seam position. Surya Kumar Yadav can't help but take the game on. This is a key moment in this game, a key moment in India setting a target for England, and Surya Kumar just hits the ball up in the air, further in the air than it did go long. And Chris Jordan, he doesn't drop very many catches. As soon as you see that Chris Jordan's underneath it, you know it's going to be safe.
He was waiting at long on, as he's done for so many years, for so many teams. But it's in the colours of England, where he's taken some big catches over the years. He really has, and he takes one there. It's not Shivam Dubey that's come to the middle, it's Ravindra Jadeja. 124 for 4, back of the hand, slower ball from Archer. Pace taken right off it, and he waited, Surya Kumar, and as he swung at it...
He didn't wait long enough.
Yep, underneath it, and away it went.
Beaten by the lack of pace from Archer, who's disguised it very well. It was that perfect seam position, wasn't it? Just came out looking like a wobble ball, but it was back of the hand. And interesting that Dubey hasn't come out this time around.
So, 124 for 4, and Jadeja, dangerous player. He's only averaging 8 in this tournament. Hasn't been required that many times. Round the wicket comes Archer, pulled away into the leg side, but there is a fielder on the square leg boundary, Phil Salt.
It wasn't so many games ago. Sorry, I interrupted you there. Jadeja had not taken a wicket, not scored a run, not had a catch, not had a run out, which is so not like him at all.
So unusual. But I think he'll fancy bowling on this. In comes Archer to conclude the over then. Final ball of the 16th with Hardik Pandya on strike. Archer is in, pace again taken off it, riding the bounce is Hardik to get 1 run. They'll turn for a second, but I think if they'd pushed hard off that, would have been quite comfortable in the end. They were a little bit, oh yes, no, maybe in the end it is just the single. So Archer, having bowled 3 overs, has 1 for 21. Where are England going to find these final overs from? Topley's got 1, Curran's got 2, Jordan has got 3, and Archer's got 1. So there's 4 overs to find.
CJ will bowl this one then, and the penultimate, you would imagine. And then you go Topley Archer.
He sends the Topley over because he is he's been working hard on his death bowling.
Whackable. Maybe you go Curran actually.
But he looked quite whackable as well. He's been going at 12 and a halves.
Maybe Butler will have a ball. Liam Livingston actually. If you go Livingston now, then you can have Chris Jordan and Jofra Archer to see the game out. That makes more sense in my head.
Okay. Looks like that's what they're going to do. Alex, you should go into captaincy or coaching.
Ah, it's funny you should say that.
Hardik Pandya against Liam Livingston. I think this is going to be a big over. It's tossed up, driven back towards Livingston. I thought it was a chance for caught and bowled, but it drops away from the England bowler. 1-2-6 for 4. Livingston in again, and Hardik Pandya seen something to distract him, and Joss Buttler and Livingston are saying, well, what's wrong with that? Why are you messing about?
I don't think there was anything there.
He moves to his own beat, does Hardik Pandya. In comes Livingston, outside the off stump, an enormous swipe that he's going to get just a single from, because he's not timed it at all, inside edge. And one from the first 2 balls of the over. 1-2-7 for 4. We see that dismissal of Surya Kumar again. He was deep in the crease, went a mile up, and it drops down into the hands of Chris Jordan, who was probably 2 or 3 yards in from the boundary edge.
Yeah, safe as houses with Chris Jordan underneath. You could have 11 Chris Jordans in your team, you'd be a very successful team.
He does it all, doesn't he? He's a very useful all-rounder. Here is Livingston again to bowl to the left-handed Jadeja, who plays spin very well. Round the wicket comes Livingston. It's played back towards him, and get in is the cry from Buttler, but he can't stop it, Livingston. It'll just be the one. The advantage of Livingston is he bowls the off-spin away from the left-handers and the leg spin away from the right.
That's what I was literally about to say, and he's really, really impressed me this tournament with his accuracy of being able to switch between the 2 disciplines, whether you've got a right or a left-hander on strike, and you've obviously got the googly to the right-hander as well, but just to be able to have that skill to be able to switch every other delivery has been very impressive.
Hardik waiting and chasing the ball outside the off-stump, and he's managed to beat the infield, but not the fielder Harry Brook, waiting out at wide long off. 1-2-9 for 4. I think a chance will be taken from one of the next 2 balls from an India batter. I think they have to.
Yeah, I think they've got to go for it, haven't they? They've got to put a little bit of pressure on here.
Livingston round the wicket to bowl to Jadeja, who does chase it, but he's only going to get 1. Down the ground it goes to Jordan, who crouches long barrier style to pick up. 130 for 4. A dot and 4 singles in the over so far.
If you'd have told me that Liam Livingstone would have been a key bowler for England before this World Cup, I probably wouldn't have believed you, but he's been so good for England, so consistent, picked up wickets, he's been economical.
Last 23 balls, I've only seen 2 boundaries, 2 wickets for 20. England fighting back. Here comes Livingston to Hardik Pandya, outside the off stump, that'll be wide. Well left by Pandya. Horns blow. Here is Livingston looking to close out his spell. He's in again, and he gets lucky, does Hardik, because he's chopped the ball into the ground over the stumps. But again, it is only with 1 run, and so with the wide in there, 6 come from the over. He finishes 4 overs, none for 24. If you take an economy rate of 6 in a T20, you will be happy every day of the week.
Yeah, of course, because you're putting pressure on, I guess, India, and then they're going to have to take a chance at the other end. They're going to have to get some runs from somewhere. So it's very well bowled yet again from Liam Livingstone, who bowled fantastically well against USA not so long ago, a few days ago here in Barbados.
1-3-2 for 4. 3 overs left in the innings. Blue skies in the main at the moment. There are some clouds overhead, but it's dry for now. So we've got 2 overs to come from Jordan, 1 to come from Archer. It'll be Jordan, Archer, Jordan, unless they decide to go for Reece Topley in a surprising move that I can't see happening.
No, it's got to be Jordan, Archer, Jordan, hasn't it? That feels like it's going to be Chris Jordan.
It is going to be Jordan. 10 from his first over.
Yeah, but that was unlucky. I feel that 6 that Surya Kumar hit over fine leg was outrageous.
I think Bill's just winding us up on the email now. He says, great to see Jordan and Archer combined for the wicket. Knew they would.
Billy boy.
Bill's been emailing all tournament. Both of them have been facing the ire of Bill on the email. In comes Chris Jordan then. 132 for 4. That's nicely angled out towards the deep for probably a couple of runs, because it's gone into space to the left of Sam Curran, and indeed they do get 2 runs. 134 for 4.
Do we know who Bill is? Like, where's he from? Does he give us some context? Is he a massive England fan?
I think he's an England fan. He's just somebody that has strong opinions.
That's fine. That's absolutely fine. Quite like an opinion.
I've enjoyed all of them. Liam Livingstone then finishes his spell, having taken across the tournament. Only 3 wickets, but it's his economy that's been so important. 134 for 4. In comes Chris Jordan, and he's bowling the ball back of a length. It's been clubbed down the ground. Oh, 6 brutally from Hardik Pandya. The power of the man. It goes sailing over the head. It's flat, but it goes so quickly over long on.
That's a shot. That is a great shot from Hardik Pandya. Just back of a length. He goes back in his crease. The pull shot, it goes like a tracer bullet, probably about head height. Just about goes over Harry Brook for 6. That's probably the best shot of the day for me.
That was hit so hard. It really was. And those India supporters inside the venue are delighted. 140 for 4. Jordan under pressure. Hardik Pandya's on 17. And he goes hard at that as well. Into the offside. Over the head of the fielder for 6 more. Again, it's flat. Again, it's brutal. And 146 for 4 suddenly looks an awful lot healthier. And Sam Curran on the boundary wasn't far from it, but it went over his head by a couple of feet.
Yeah, slower ball from Chris Jordan. Runs his fingers down the side of the ball, and I said the previous shot was the best of the day. That was even better. Clears the front leg. It's outside the off stump, slaps it down the ground, just backs himself to beat Sam Curran. He does by fingertips. Had that have been somebody slightly taller, might have had a chance.
But it was too high and too hard. As much as anything, it just went so quickly. Pandya's strike rate in the final 4 overs of innings this tournament has been 189. Here comes Jordan again. Pandya goes hard once more in the air, straight to the hands of the fielder on this occasion. Sam Curran with the catch. He can't repeat the trick. 6 out. 146 for 5.
You know the batter doesn't mind being out when he's just crunched that straight to long off and smiled, because he's hit that so hard. Had that have not gone straight to Sam Curran, I'm pretty sure that would have gone for 6 as well. It went so quick. It was the quickest of the lot. Actually knocked Sam Curran back. But again, well bowled by Jordan. Takes the pace off. Hardik trying to generate the pace by hitting the ball down the ground. And he doesn't seem too fussed.
Well, it feels like it's turned the game. Those 2 balls, those 2 sixes. We don't think it's going to be a high-scoring match. This Shivam Dubé comes to the middle. The over's gone for 14 already. Big couple of deliveries here, Alex.
Massive deliveries here. Massive deliveries. And Chris Jordan's been in these situations time and time again. He's got the experience, he's got the knowledge, he'll know what to do. And you can just see the fact that Moeen Ali, Josh Buttler, Chris Jordan, I guess the 3 most experienced players there for England, all having a chat in the middle about what to bowl and where the fields to set. And Chris Jordan loves his Yorkers at the death, but you don't really feel like this is a surface for it, as the pitch is quite sticky.
So what are you looking to bowl? Into the surface?
Into the surface, slower balls, exactly like he's just done.
Well, it takes guts from both batter and bowler for that sequence of events. When you've got the bowler having been hit for 2 sixes to continue with a plan, and the batter doing the same thing.
Did you not want to hear me drink my water?
No, I didn't.
It made a right slurping noise, didn't it?
You're such a hooligan,
Sorry.
honestly. What a slob. Thanks. 146 for 5. Chris Jordan running into bowl. Shivam Dubé, left-hander, who is edging and caught. And up goes the finger. Well, he got a hat-trick in the last game. He's on another one here, Chris Jordan. Through to the gloves of Buttler, 146 for 6.
Oh, Dubé then just poking outside the off-stump. Chris Jordan, pace on, 84 miles an hour for Chris Jordan. Dubé, no foot movement at all, just looking to prod at the ball into the offside. It's a nothing shot, and Jordan is pumped up. He's got 2 in 2. And he's on a hat-trick again. We've had more hat-tricks in this World Cup than I've ever seen in my life.
It's amazing, isn't it? It feels like we've back end of the tournament, 2 in 2 games for Pat Cummins. We're on the verge of 2 in 2 games for Chris Jordan. I'm not having Cummins' double hat-trick. I've got issues with the Australians.
Double hat-trick?
Well, the Australian approach to hat-tricks, I accept the one across 2 overs.
Yeah, it's not a real one, but it is one.
It is, because it's in consecutive deliveries. The notion that 4 in a row is a double hat-trick is an absolute disgrace.
No, it's just a quadruple.
It's just 4. A double hat-trick is 6 in a row.
Yeah, which
I had a very long and late argument with Jeff about this the other day.
Oh, I'm on your side. Where is he? I'll fight him.
Oh, he's disappeared. He's gone to think about what he said.
He knows I'm coming after him.
I know, honestly. 146 for 6. I was going to say 4. It was a couple of balls ago. This over's gone 2-6-6 wicket.
Yeah, the 2 sixes, as you say, do just change things ever so slightly, but it does just show how quickly the game changes. It takes one good over for England in the second innings to bring that run rate back down. But 160 you feel like is going to be a good score on this surface.
Well, Akshar Patel, who's batted as high as 4 in this tournament, 146 for 6. Hat-trick ball. Chris Jordan into Akshar Patel. It won't be the hat-trick. Push towards Moeen Ali. It could have been a team hat-trick had Moeen collected cleanly. Instead, it is just a single. So 14 from the over becomes 15 from the over at the end, but it could have been an awful lot worse for England. 18 gone, 147 for 6.
You'd be targeting at least 10 and over in the last 2 overs here if you're India. Get that 170. Wait, yeah. Is that good maths or bad maths? Yeah, you could get 170 from here.
You could, absolutely. 23 from the last couple of overs. Yeah, that, you take that if you're India every day of the week.
Yeah, I really confused myself there.
To our listeners around the world on the ICC app, hello to you. For our listeners across the ABC in Australia as well, one of those, Clinton, he says, thanks for the commentary, especially through the rain interruptions from an insomniac Australian. Normally we are the insomniac's best friend.
We are.
Normally provide something just to send you drifting off to sleep. 147 for 6. 18 overs gone. Akshar Patel waits for Jofra Archer. The left-hander is slicing the ball in front of square on the offside. It'll go to the right of Bairstow, who will be batting at 3 for England. As we see a replay of that Dubé dismissal. It was a nothing shot, that wasn't it?
Yeah, it was rubbish. I don't know what he's thinking, to be honest. It's just prodding at the ball. It's almost like when you see a coach give his slip catches.
It was, wasn't it? Just a little feather.
Yeah, just open the face and go.
Did keep quite low to Butler. It's the only thing that might trouble England.
Yeah, but there was no foot movement, nothing was there.
Yeah, he can go hard at it. So we ponder that between us. 148 for 6.
Join the debate.
TMS at bbc.co.uk. Archer to Jadeja, who is playing that nicely. Oh, good shot. Behind square for 4. On the offside. And the 150 comes up for India. Just a little modicum of width. It wasn't much, but it was enough. 152 for 6.
He's played it well there, Jadeja. It's not an awful delivery at all from Jofra Archer, but he waits and waits and waits and just slaps the ball past extra cover. If we're going to be critical, it's probably a little bit wide from Archer, but he has taken the pace off it. It's well played from Jadeja.
So 5 from the over so far. India past 150. It's going to take some chasing this, whatever they get from here, India. In comes Archer in the sunshine. It's a low full toss, which is angled away again into the offside. And once more, they'll think about a second run. They'll push hard for it and they'll get it. So 7 from the first 3 balls of the over. It's really good running between Akshar Patel and Ravindra Jadeja. 154 for 6. We've got 9 balls left of the innings.
Huge 9 balls.
Yeah, huge. England against India. T20 World Cup semi-final. South Africa await in Barbados. Here is Archer, and it's swept. Into the leg side it goes. That's a clever shot from Jadeja, and he's going to get 4. Manages to pierce the gap on the leg side. He's such a good player, he really is. Works the angle, punches gloves with Akshar. It's 158 for 6. This isn't going to plan this over for England. This was a banker for the economy.
Clever cricket. Very, very clever from Ravindra Jadeja. Slower ball again from Archer, and he knows it's going to be a slow ball, so he goes on the sweep. Square leg has come up because backward point's gone out. This time he goes a little bit straighter, does Jofra Archer. And Jadeja just sweeping the ball into the leg side for 4, just manipulating the field, putting pressure on England. You can see Jos Buttler running up to Jofra Archer saying, what do you want to do? What field do you want? There's going to be a change in field, as I think third and fine might be going out here. He's going to go pace on.
But it's going to be Archer to try again. He's got 2 balls left of his spell. Is it going to be 2 balls left of his World Cup? That's the question.
Oh, That's a tough question. All the England fans, have you got Henry Moran?
Well, it's a legitimate question, isn't it? There's a sign in the crowd that says tea versus chai. This has been a bit of a theme recently.
The other one says chai versus tea.
I think made by the same person looking at the paper and the handwriting. In comes Archer round the wicket, chipped down the ground. It'll only be a single though, and I fancy this is a better approach round the wicket. So Archer has been quite expensive today, 1 for 33 with the ball left of his spell. It's 159 for 6. At 170, very much on for India.
My maths was decent after all.
Well, let's see what they get to. You said it was doable.
On the nose, 173.
Is that what you're going for? Okay. In comes Archer then. Running in round the wicket to Akshar Patel, and he chases it and it goes through to the gloves of Buttler, and he cramps him for room. And with these two left-handers, I'm wondering why he didn't do that a little bit earlier in the over, but he didn't. It goes for 12 runs, and as we've seen a couple of times in this innings, there have been overs that have started very well for India, and England have managed to fight their way back into it. 6 balls left, 159 for 6.
Yeah, it's just that change of angle that made things more difficult, wasn't it? Jofra Archer was going pace off over the wicket, and then he decided pace on around the wicket, and it worked a treat for him.
Email from Chris. He says, why do I get the horrible feeling England are going to capitulate today?
Chris, posy vibes. But that's because India have got up to a competitive total, and if England lose Joss Buttler and Phil Salt early, I think they're going to be in trouble. I really do. I think those two are going to be key at the top of the order for England.
I agree with that. I think a lot will be determined, as it often is, in the first 6 overs, but if England can get through that with any sort of a decent start, then the pressure really gets on India. If a couple of wickets fall, particularly Buttler, I think if you take out the captain early, particularly a captain with the amount of experience and danger of Buttler, then it will make quite a significant impact, you'd have thought, to how this game goes. 159 for 6. Final over of the India innings, bowled by Chris Jordan. And Jordan bowls to Jadeja, who's going to get the ball out towards deep extra cover. Livingston picks up, throws. It's a decent throw, but they do get back for 2. Jordan with a second glance up towards Livingston, as if to say, well, could you not have perhaps got in a bit quicker?
Well, he got to it quick enough, but just didn't throw it out the stumps, and Chris Jordan shaking his head. Because Liam Livingston is pretty quick out there in the field, and it was the one-handed pick up and throw, just trying to release it as quick as possible, but ended up being a couple of foot away from the stump, so Chris Jordan had no chance of taking the bails off.
161 for 6. Jadeja is on strike. 5 balls left of the innings. India fans in good voice. In comes Jordan, and this is chipped, bunted down the ground as much as anything from Jadeja. England will take that. They'll feel that decision to bowl first, it's always what they like doing, England. Where did you feel was that the right call?
I thought it was. I thought it was the right call. With the rain around, it's always easier to chase, isn't it? We know that. Douglas Lewis-Stern comes into it. We know that it's easier to be the team that are batting second. So, yeah, I quite like the fact that they bowled first. We thought that the wicket might be tacky. First couple of deliveries, we thought it was a belter. Then it's turned out it has spun. It has been quite tacky. So, I don't think they've made the wrong decision at all. I think India have batted well in patches, and England could have been chasing a lot more.
Jordan to Akshar Patel, left-hander, waiting with the clouds coming in overhead. He's chasing a ball outside the off-stump. He's slashed towards deep cover again. They'll look for 2, and the throw comes in, and Buttler can't knock the stumps over in time. That was, again, a bit of a wayward throw from Livingston. 164 for 6. 3 balls left of the innings.
Liam Livingston looks annoyed with himself there, doesn't he? As he's attacking the ball from deep extra cover, picks it one-handed, throws the ball again to Joss Buttler, and it's a metre away. Any closer that would have been out. Chris Jordan not happy at all.
Yeah, well, Buttler will feel frustrated as well. I always think in moments like that, when I see Buttler leaping behind the stumps, I think of Jason Roy, Martin Guptill and Lords in 2019. In comes Jordan, one hand off the bat, but he's got a big chunk of that. Akshar Patel's got 6. It goes sailing away over deep mid-wicket. I wasn't sure he'd got all of it, but it's 6
valuable runs, the 500th sixth of the tournament, and it might just be the most important, certainly from an India perspective.
Well, it brings up that 170 for India, doesn't it? And we spoke about 160, not going to be easy to chase. Now for me, India have got above par on this surface. They've got dangerous spinners, they've got a world-class bowling attack. This is now looking difficult for England. Yes, we haven't seen them bat on it. Yes, they might get off to a flyer, but there are a few demons in this surface.
2 balls left of the innings. Axer is on 10. Pressure's on Chris Jordan, who's going to come over the wicket once again. And once more, it's been chipped into the leg side by Axar Patel, but this time into the hands of Phil Salt in the deep. It's a useful knock from Axar at the back end of the innings, but at this stage, the wicket and the dot ball almost as valuable and interchangeable as one another, because it's about limiting things at the back end of the innings. It was again targeted towards that leg side, and Salt, whose mind will soon be turning to batting, with the safe hands in the deep.
I think he's hit that a lot straighter than he was expecting, because as he's hit the ball, Axar Patel, he's actually looked square and then had to look up and look down the ground. So I think he's looking to hit the ball towards mid-wicket and then ends up flicking it straight to Phil Salt.
So 1 ball left of the innings, 170 for 7. It's going to take somebody to play a really good knock for England.
Well, yeah, India have had two people with good knocks, haven't they? Rohit Sharma with 50 and Surya Kumar Yadav with 47. So you'd feel like England are going to have a couple of batters get in, or one of them get 100.
Yeah,
which would be some good viewing too.
Well, that'd do it, wouldn't it? 170 for 7 in Guyana. Jordan has got 3 for 36 just quietly. And Arshdeep Singh comes into bat at number 9. He's
Bill will be happy.
Oh, what about Jordan? Oh yeah, yeah, Jordan had to go, didn't he? He was rubbish. 170 for 7. Arshdeep Singh to face the final ball of the innings. Everything must go. And in comes Jordan. Well, it should have gone. It doesn't. Jordan, oh, he misses. And they should have potentially seen a run out from the final ball of the innings. In the end, they don't. 171 for 7. England's target for a place in the World Cup final will be 172 in Adelaide. 2 years ago, India made 168 for 6. Today, 171 for 7. I would point out it is a very different surface here in what we're seeing in the West Indies compared to what we were seeing in Australia.
Yeah, the wicket in Adelaide was a little bit easier, wasn't it? A little bit flatter. England were just fantastic, but England, they need 8.6 runs and over to get into the World Cup final here in the Caribbean. The World Cup being split across the USA and the Caribbean. This is the second semi-final, and you just feel that India, they've got a decent total on the board. It's 172 runs to win for England. It'll just take a partnership. It'll just take Joss Buttler to bat exactly how he did against the USA, which was absolutely outrageous, by the way. He was supported by Phil Salt, both of them not out, them winning that game in, well, stupidly quick time. But it's not going to be easy out there, because we know that India have got class spinners. We know they've got world-class spinners. They've got Bumrah as well, who has literally been a weapon in this tournament, and they've unleashed him whenever they've needed to.
Yeah, and his economy rate of just over 4 and over is going to be problematic for England, because they're going to have to target somebody. Arshdeep Singh is the leading wicket taker for India, and he's been brilliant left arm seam at the top of the order. And where you find the gaps in the armoury of this India side is quite hard to work out, really. But how did the innings play out then? England winning the toss, bowling first. Rohit Sharma 57, top scoring. Surya Kumar made 47. In amongst that, Virat Kohli and Rishabh Pant fell for single-figure scores. Hardik Pandya made a very useful 23. Jadeja 17 off 9 unbeaten, and Axar Patel 10 off 6. With the ball, 1 wicket apiece for Reece Topley, Archer Curran and Adil Rashid. Curran bowled 2 overs but was expensive, went 12.5 and over. Adil Rashid's 4 overs going at an economy rate of 6.25. Liam Livingstone, the most economical of the bowlers, 4 overs, none for 24. So that is how we've got to 171 for 7, and we'll be able to get some reaction from the boundary edge in just a moment before we assess how the innings has gone. Here is Liam Livingstone.
With me. I know it's hard to hear, but I'm going to ask you, what was the talk with Jos Buttler when he brought you into bowl after the rain break?
Yeah, just to try and keep things pretty simple, really. Trying to bowl into the pitch, use the wicket, trying to get them hit to where we wanted to get hit. So, yeah, he brought me on to try and get a wicket. I didn't quite do that, but thankfully it came out all right today.
Low bounce was prevalent out there. What did you make of the surface?
Yeah, it's obviously very low, but I think the good thing is it's always low. There's none that have really gone up. So, yeah, at least we've seen what it plays like, and hopefully we can adjust to that.
172 is the target to head into the final. How confident are you can chase this down?
Yeah, I think we've got a lot of firepower in that dressing room, so fingers crossed we can get that total.
All the best.
Thank you.
Liam Livingstone chatting to Natalie Germanos on the boundary edge as England set 172 for a place in the T20 World Cup final. Phil Tufnell's with us once again. Tuffers, what do you make of that then as a target? Feels tough to me. We will hear from Tuffers.
Ready to go
in a moment. You're back, are you, Tuffers? There you are. What do you make of that total? 172 to chase.
I think on that pitch it's going to be a tough ask for England against this Indian bowling lineup. But they didn't sort of get too far away from England at one stage when Rohit was sort of going well. I was thinking, it could be creeping up to sort of 180, 190. But if they play well, it's going to take a big innings from one or two of the lads to really get England across the line here, and it's just going to be how they play on a bit of a stodgy, turny, low bounce pitch.
Well, what do you think the attitude needs to be? Does it need to be the all-out aggression that we've seen from the top of the order so often from this England opening partnership in Sultan Butler particularly?
Yeah, I don't think they're going to go any other way. That's the way that they've set themselves up. I think perhaps Jos Buttler might just take a little bit of a look and, try to sort of like marshal the innings a little bit and the guys come and play around him. But it's going to be tough. As you say, it's a bit of a slow pitch and it's not particularly bouncing very much. And India just have the ideal bowlers for that kind of surface. But there's no point in dying wondering. But I don't think you need a blast away chasing a total of 170. That the power play early on is going to be crucial. You've got to perhaps bide yourself a little bit of time for that middle phase of the game, and then just look to be cricket smart. If you go out there and just try and hit every ball for 4 or 6 on this pitch against those kind of bowlers, you will lose. So they've got to adapt. They've got to find a method of not necessarily trying to clear the boundary every time, but good running between the wickets, pick up the 1s and 2s, and slowly sort of like chase this total down.
At midway point, the win probability has this game, once all the number crunchers have done their thing, of India currently at 53.5, England at 46.5, so almost neck and neck.
Yeah, no, absolutely. As you say, it's going to be a tense 20 overs. It's going to take someone like a Johnny Bairstow or someone, or a Phil Salt up top, perhaps a Harry Brook to come in. I think he's going to have a big role to play because we are going to lose some wickets up top. Perhaps a Harry Brook to play a sort of a really sort of measured T20 innings and get about 60 or 70 just to get us over the line, I reckon.
Well, England's batting line-up: Phil Salt, Jos Buttler, Johnny Bairstow, Harry Brook, Moeen Ali, Liam Livingstone, Sam Curran, and then Chris Jordan, Jofra Archer, Adil Rashid and Reece Topley. It is very right-hand heavy, isn't it? We know that much, and certainly if you look at where the threat comes from in India's spin attack, you look immediately to certainly Ravindra Jadeja as somebody as a left-arm spinner that could cause some problems. Well, as a surface, what have you made of it from a spin bowler's perspective? Because that's going to be an interesting battle.
Yeah, well, you aim for the pads and the stumps. If the ball's keeping low, if you have any style of bowler, seam or spin, when the ball's keeping low, you aim for the stumps, bowl straight. If the odd ones turns, that's when you bring in the outside edges and you get the guys to mistime it. And if it doesn't, it keeps along the ground and hits you on the pad or bowls you. So, it's a bit of an Indian kind of wicket out there from what I've seen. So they will know how to bowl in these conditions, know how to take wickets and know how to squeeze England in that middle part smart. When the spinners come on, they can't just sort of like go for 3 and 4 and over. They've got to find a way, whether that be sweeping, reverse sweeping, they've got to find a way of somehow trying to put the pressure back on these world-class Indian spinners.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Because you can't get away in a run chase like this with being tied down for 3 or 4 overs where you're not finding a way of keeping the scoreboard ticking over, because suddenly if you see on a surface that is offering a bit of turn and even bounce, if you find that required rate going up to 9, 10, 11 and over, that's when it starts getting awkward.
Yeah, and it just goes away from you like sand, like Barbados sand through your hands. All of a sudden you look up and you're miles behind the rate. So England have got to play they've got to play smart, they've got to play aggressive. We know that they will do that, but they just can't sort of go out there and try and bully their way to this total. They've got to try and do it in a very measured innings, and I know that sounds a bit strange in T20 cricket, but they've got to they've got to find a method of how to try and put some pressure back onto this Indian bowling lineup, because if they don't, they'll just get suffocated and it'll be done.
Yeah, they've got to find a way of keeping things moving. That's going to be the key. What did you make of the efforts of Rohit Sharma and Suryakumar Yadav in particular? 57 for Rohit, Suryakumar making 47. And again, it's going to need to be something like that from a couple of players in the England lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Rohit Sharma, absolute class act up front. He makes any pitch look easy, doesn't he, really? I mean, even if it is a little bit of a tricky one, he just seems to find the way and the timing and the right shot at the right time. As a Sky as well, he can play those big shots, and that's what England's going to need. They're going to need 2 or 3 guys to get themselves 30, 40, even a 60 or a 70, and adapt to the conditions. The one good thing, of course, England bowled first. They know what the conditions are, so the batters are going to be sitting there making plans and formulating how they're going to play in their heads already. So hopefully that will come to England's aid.
Well, one bit of news that has intrigued me is that the South African plane that's coming from Trinidad for the final in Barbados, well, it's not managed to get to Barbados as yet because flights into the airport at Grantley Adams International are being diverted to Trinidad and Tobago. There was apparently an incident involving a light aircraft. Everybody's fine, I should point out, but that has meant that the airport has seen flights diverted to Trinidad. So South Africa's journey has been extended much more than they'd want it to be. So even they don't get the advantage of getting into the location of the final early doors. Alex Hartley, what have you got?
I'm trying to get the news to see when they're setting off. At 4:30 at best, apparently, is when they're going to be able to set off to Barbados. Okay, so they've been stuck there for 7 hours now, and so it's going to be another couple of hours before they get moving. So disruption for South Africa ahead of making the journey to Barbados for the final. Right, before we let you go, Tuffers, what do you want to see from the first 3 or 4 overs from England? Other than, of course, 36 and over, I'm ruling out. I want realistic predictions. What do we want to see?
Well, I mean, you want the 2 guys to get going. I think Phil Salt's going to be key. If the ball's going to be there, I think Josh is going to back it. But I think Phil Salt's got to be the aggressor. And if they could go, if they can get themselves up to sort of like 10 runs and over, it just sets a platform, because they know it's going to be tricky in these middle overs against the Indian spinners.
Phil Tufnell, thank you very much indeed. The required rate for the innings, 8.6 runs and over, to see if England can join South Africa for a World Cup final date at the Kensington Oval on Saturday in Barbados, or will it be India making it through to try and win their first World Cup since 2011? Stephen Finn is standing by to take us through the opening phases, get your thoughts on what we've seen and what you're expecting, and then it'll be Jeff Lemon.
Yeah, I'm expecting a big challenge here for England. Actually, I think 171 on this pitch is a very good effort by the Indian batters, led by their captain, Rohit Sharma. I think England are going to leave any stone unturned in their attempt to pursue these runs. They're not going to try and nudge and nurdle their way there. I think they're going to try and get on top of India and make them feel the heat. But with that will come opportunities. And I think that win viz that was 53-47 is somewhat skewed. I think I'd have it more 70-30 in India's favour at the moment.
I think England have to go early to try to get ahead of this rate rather than letting it build. Arshdeep Singh starts it off on the leg stump and flicked away by Phil Salt to deep backward square leg for 1. Virat Kohli's in the deep doing the fielding. Another low scoring day for him. England off the mark with 1. So another left arm brisk swing bowler. Seems just about every team has one to open the bowling these days.
Well, England didn't for the first 2 games, which was a misstep. So, yeah, it does now.
Arshdeep Singh, Mitchell Stark, Fazal Haq Farooqi, Marco Jansen, Trent Bolt. A little bit of Shaheen Afridi, but that feels like about 10 years ago. Yeah. Pakistan was still in the tournament. Arshdeep comes up to Butler and he's driving, but an inside edge. Goes to mid-wicket, no run. The ball at Arshdeep's pace is coming off the surface reasonably well, but we saw it really start to stick when you had bowlers sending down cutters when the spinners were operating.
Yeah, even that delivery's hit the inside half of Butler's bat. It's not going to be the sort of surface unless a bowler really over pitches, or you get very lucky that you're just going to be able to throw your hands through the ball.
Arshdeep sets off again, left arm over to Butler, and he's walking at the bowler and pulling out to deep backward square. There's a chase on, and it is eventually stopped by Kohli coming around. They'll get back for 2. Butler off the mark. England 3 for none. Saw that with that over from Chris Jordan. The 2 balls that he overpitched, Hardik Pandya rammed down the ground for 4. He pulls the length back a bit and it's hit down to long off and caught.
Yeah, and the length is something I think we noticed very early in the piece, that if you're back of a length and within the width of the stumps, it's very difficult to score. With the odd change of pace, if you miss that, you get whacked.
Arshdeep to Butler, who's driving off the inside portion of the bat again. It goes squarer this time, square leg. It's picked up there, 1 run.
Nice shape from Arshdeep. He presents the seam beautifully. Very classic left armour. I'd imagine one of his heroes when he was young would have been Zahir Khan. He's took the most wickets in a single edition of the ICC Men's T20 World Cup for India, 15.
Is that right?
Yep.
Do you come up with that yourself?
In this tournament? Yeah, I'm just an oracle of cricket stats and knowledge. If you give me prior warning and I can find it for you.
Phil Salt taps away. England 4 without loss. Arshdeep to Salt, who misses outside the off stump, and there's the first misbehaving delivery of the innings. That keeps very low outside the off stump and scuttles through like a fast forward turtle to the keeper behind the stumps.
There's actually an off-cutter that spun the other way. It must have hit the corner of the seam. And these seams on a brand new Kookaburra, they're sharp. They feel as though they sting your fingertips when they leave them for the first couple of overs until the ball hits the bat a few times and then it flattens down. But it looked like that just caught the corner of the seam.
Still at 4 for none. Arshdeep up to Salt. Short ball, or short in length, but it doesn't get up, and he tries to pull and gets in a tangle, Phil Salt. Top edges it behind square. The ball falls safely, but that looked very awkward. That was the kind of length that I imagine he'd be expecting at about ribcage height. Shapes to pull it, and it comes through at about thigh height, and he has to just cramp down to get anything on it.
Yeah, it's a good delivery by Arshdeep Singh, actually. He runs his fingers down the side and cuts his wrist underneath the ball, so when it comes out there's nothing on it. So he's operating normally at 83, between 83 and 85 miles an hour, and then for that delivery when his wrist cuts under it, it's down in the low 70s, 72, 73. So Salt was through the shot and the ball didn't bounce, as we've seen, consistent with the way that this Guyana surface has played today. So he played over the top of the ball and couldn't get all that much on it.
Well, he got a run fortuitously. He's kept the strike as well. Salt has 1, Butler 3, England 5 for none. And it will be Jasprit Bumrah, the Indian champion. He bowls short on the leg stump to begin with. He's got a deep square leg, so it doesn't cost him more than a single. 6 for none. Salt up to 2. Bumrah has been just a shining light for India through this tournament. Given very little away. Been a constant wicket-taking threat. Stops at the top of his mark. That stuttering approach. And he zings the ball in at the leg stump. He's offline. He's picked off by Butler out to deep backward square. They'll get back for a couple more runs. So I don't think either of those deliveries were the line that Bumrah wanted, angling in at the leg stump.
No, I think they're exactly the line he wants to bowl. They've got a fine leg, a deep fine leg, and a deep backward square, which says that they've noticed that these two batters want the balls outside off stump to free their hands. They both throw everything at the balls outside off stump. Both these bowlers, Arshdeep and Bumrah, have bowled with that field, which suggests they're trying to block off that one portion of the ground and bowl it on the batter's hips.
8 for none after that double, and he bowls wide of the off stump, and it's hit down to mid-off for 1. That was a cutter, took some pace off that, comes through at 126 kilometres an hour, which is high 70s in miles.
And the reason why he's bowled that out there, the slower ball, because he knows that Buttler's going to see that width, throw his hands at it.
Right.
And by the fact that he's taken the pace off it, Buttler is through the shot a touch too early and it goes aerially towards mid-off. It's really intelligent bowling.
Bumrah trots up again. Bowls to the England captain, who's driving it behind point straight to the fielder. They've got a point and a backward point and a cover. Plenty roadblocks there on the offside. So is the plan then to go in at that leg stump, in at the hip for a couple of deliveries to cut off scoring options and then throw the tempter out?
Yeah, so that's what it looked like, those first 3 deliveries. I'm not sure that last one was exactly where he wanted it to be. Buttler able to push at that ball but not beat the fielder at backward point. It's been a tidy over so far.
3 runs from the first 4 balls. Bumrah bowls to Buttler, who's edging him for 4. Lucky stroke. That was a genuine nick. Buttler was just trying to cover the ball coming back into him. But the field isn't set for that one, and it runs away quite fine past the wicketkeeper.
I actually really don't like that field. I think it blocks off your options. I think it makes it too easy for a batter to play a poor shot and get 4 runs. Like that, they probably wouldn't have had a deep third anyway. It would have been a deep backward point. But I think you leave yourself so few options on the boundary if you have those 2 men on the leg side.
Short third has come a bit finer. Goes in at the leg stump again. Does Bumrah, and it's clipped out to deep backward square leg, where Jadeja is now doing the fielding. There's 1 run. So a couple of singles, the 2 and the fortuitous 4 makes it 8 runs from Bumrah's over, which is expensive for him. He's been going at barely 4 and over through the tournament to this point. So England have doubled that. Decent enough start then. 13 for none after 2. They need 172 to win though. So it's a fair distance away at this stage.
Yeah, the England batters knowing and seeing that Rohit Sharma probably played the most fluently on this surface. There were a few cameos, but over a longer period of time, and he did give himself a little bit of a chance and was selective about when he was aggressive.
Arshdeep will bowl his second over. And charging down the pitch. Buttler is hitting it just over mid-off. Could have been caught there. Maybe skimmed the fingertips just above. Buttler didn't time it properly. Hit it quite flat. Looking for more elevation. And they've got Hardik Pandya there. Not quite on the edge of the circle. Had he been all the way back on the paint, he might have got that. He didn't fingertip it, but it was at a height where he could have. He was just trying to get the elevation off the ground. So Buttler picks up 4. 17 for none. Another boundary with some fortune attached to it. But he's up and running, Jos Buttler. 14 off 9. Fakes the step to the leg side and pulls it through fine leg for 4. That's just poor bowling. And that's Jos Buttler taking full advantage. Nothing streaky about that shot. Saw the line outside the leg stump and knew he just had to get something on it. Little bottom edge, races away 21 for none.
Yeah, Arshdeep seeing Jos Buttler insinuate that he's going to go down the leg side, trying to follow him, but because Jos Buttler steps back in to the line of the stumps, that ball's on Jos Buttler's hip, and all he has to do is help it on its way. So by Buttler moving around the crease, he's trying to put the pressure back on Arshdeep so he can't just run up and bowl the same line and length with the changes of pace that we saw in the first over. He's going to use his feet both laterally and vertically.
Arshdeep bowls to Buttler, full swinging inside edge into the pad. Better delivery there. Dot ball. I'm just perplexed by that last ball because Buttler does that fake throw out the back leg thing all the time. It speaks of inexperience, I think, that you would think a bowler would know that trick.
You do, but you have, it's just a natural thing. I would always bowl full and at a batter's heel. If they move out or shape to move outside the leg stump, there's just something in my body that told me to fire it full and towards their heels. And that might be Arshdeep's go-to, is to try and bowl it on their hip when they go down the leg side.
Seen it from Butler numerous times throughout this tournament and numerous times in the years before that he kicks that back leg out as if to fake stepping to leg, but it's not the same as his actual movement when he does step to leg. Arshdeep bowls on the stumps, a little bit of curve in as well. It's driven out to cover inside the circle. No run, so a decent comeback, consecutive boundaries, then consecutive dots.
Yeah, and that's 2 slower balls. They're actually off-cutting slower balls that are just holding in the surface slightly, I think, there for Arshdeep. Joss Buttler maybe just slightly through the shot early, the first one, and not able to time the second. But after bowling 2 slowies in a row, what does Arshdeep do now? So there's a question in your head, is the batter expecting?
The third one.
Yeah.
Ready to punish it. 5 in the ring on the offside for Arshdeep Singh. He's a left armer. He comes from quite a pronounced angle out towards mid-on almost. It's up to the crease, close to the umpire. Drops short, cut through at the fielder at cover point. That might have been a chance. It was airborne for a time. It's gone for 4. Arshdeep looking pained as he walks back towards the top of his mark. Bashed it in halfway down the track. It was in the air and it dipped, just landed in front of the fielder at cover point. And then through for 4. So Arshdeep feeling doubly pained. First of all, that the wicket chance wasn't quite there, and second, that it cost him 4 runs as well. He bowls again to finish the over. It's a slower ball bouncer driven into the pitch, and Butler pulls it for 1. So a very good over for England, a very poor one for Arshdeep Singh. And for India, they've conceded 13 from it, 3 overs gone. England 26 for none. They need 172, which means that's a further 146 runs in 102 balls. And as of now, they're up with the run rate, which is about 8.5.
Yeah, they were aided by some poor bowling by Arshdeep Singh in that over. Joss Buttler just asserted himself. Matthew Mott spoke before the game about wanting to bloody the noses of India. They didn't quite manage to do it with the ball, but this is their opportunity with the bat to put India in a position where they've rarely been throughout this tournament, under pressure, bowling second with a batting team on top. If these two can get somewhat set, can make India, or can take India to places they've not been yet in this World Cup.
They're turning to spin already. Akshar Patel, left arm orthodox, round the wicket. Switch hit from Butler, and he's caught behind, is he? Akshar's got him first ball. He plays the reverse. Premeditated, shaped for it. The ball is straight on the stumps. There's a little bounce, and he lobs a top edge up over the wicket keeper, but not far enough over him that Rishabh Pant is not able to trot back a few steps and take the catch. It ends up being a relatively tame end for what was such an aggressive start. Might have been more glove than edge in the end that lobbed it into the air, probably 4 or 5 metres up in the air and settling into the gloves of Rishabh. And England lose their first. The captain gone, 26 for 1.
Yeah, Butler just looking to use the pace of Akshar Patel there. You know he's going to be quick and angling it in towards the stumps. Joss Buttler plays the reverse sweep a lot and is very good at it, flipping his hands around and trying to get it up and over the fielders who are behind square. On the offside, couldn't manage it, could only glove it straight up in the air, and Pant takes the simple catch. And as I expected, actually, before this, you wouldn't have, with the left-arm spinners that India have, you couldn't have the top 4 being Salt, Butler, Bairstow, Brook. You have to break that up with left-handers, and that's why we're seeing Moeen Ali walk to the crease now.
Moeen Ali volunteering to bat number 3. We've heard this story before. Came up a few times during last year's Ashes series. He's doing some squats, limbering up the quads, the hamstrings, and he's ready to go now. Akshar switches to over the wicket. Moeen just clips across the line down to long on, takes the single. Salt's thinking of 2, not there. Frustrating for England supporters to have Butler get out at this point, because if Rohit Sharma is that player who can play great innings, who can play innings at a different level to everyone else in a game, Butler is that player for England. We've seen him do it so many times.
Yep, he is. Yeah, he is, and he's just been undone there by some good bowling. Maybe the ball just stopped in the pitch slightly. It caught right off the toe end of the bat, actually, and went straight up in the air. That's why it didn't go very far.
Akshar bowls in to the surface, and it's slapped down the ground by Salt, but only for 1 to long off. 28 for 1. Yeah, that was interesting, that super slow motion replay. I think the ball did stick in the pitch because it's Butler getting it off the corner of the toe as he comes around, and then it rises towards his body. So it looks like it's taken contact on the body when it in fact hasn't. And he's just lobbed it over the wicketkeeper, and then it's been caught running back. Moeen clips the ball out to deep mid-wicket, wants the second, good early decisive call, and gets back, placing it into the gap between the two boundary riders out to the leg side. 30 for 1.
And that's actually something that Rohit Sharma did in his innings very well. They ran twos in those first few overs to get the scoreboard moving rather than standing and looking to blaze boundaries. He was happy to get it moving.
Akshar bowls short of a length, and that stops in the surface as well, and Moeen hits it aerially and ends up down at long on because there's no mid on there, but he was trying a whip across the line, and it was through the shot early again. Caught almost the toe of the bat there, and Q ended back down the ground. 31 for 1. It is hard to bat out there. So Butler's got them a little early surge. Someone else needs to keep that going. Salt is cutting the ball hard into the ground. It ends up out a deep extra cover. They get a couple of runs. Long off has to come around. So they've worked the bowling relatively well. 3 singles plus a couple of twos. 7 runs from the over as well as the wicket of Jos Buttler. England 33 for 1 after 4 overs. They need 172 to win, which means a further 139 in 96 deliveries. On a good batting wicket, you'd fancy that. Out here, particularly if another 1 or 2 go, could get very tricky indeed.
Yeah, Kuldeep Yadav is going to hold the key here, isn't he? We've got Bumrah coming back into the attack now for the 5th over, but you just feel as though Kuldeep Yadav, the wrist spin of Adil Rashid and Liam Livingstone through the middle overs for England was very tricky to hit, both going at around 6 runs and over. I think one going for 25, the other one 23 maybe off their 4 overs, so that was clearly difficult for India to hit, and Kuldeep's going to do exactly the same to England.
Probably as soon as the 7th over arrives. Bumrah in to bowl, and it's a change of pace. It angles across Moeen, beats the outside edge and scoots through to Rishabh Pant behind the stumps, rolls along the ground to the wicket keeper, and that came out of the fingers like a Muralitharan off break. It was fizzing out of the fingers.
Yeah, he really put some force on those slower balls, and that's why they dip. But his wrist is so hard to pick up, it's almost impossible to see.
Moeen, high back lift. Bat wavering a little in his stance, and he just drops the ball to cover and runs through. Bumrah tries a little backhand at the stumps at the striker's end, but misses as the bowler has to field off his own bowling. 34 for 1. The Mona Lisa of Bumrah's slower balls was he bowled one to Shaun Marsh in a test match at the MCG 2018 maybe, which just curved and it dipped and it landed on the toe of his boot in front of middle stump. It was the most out LBW you will ever see.
He bowled one at Lords actually around the wicket to a right-hander in that tense emotional test match, I think in 2021 I'm going to say it.
Bumrah over the wicket, in at the hip of Phil Salt, and he's not able to do anything with that ball except hit it to mid-on.
But he bowled one around the way. I think India was struggling for wickets. I can't remember the batter, but came round the wicket and bowled that off-cutter slow ball, and it drifted. It pitched on around Midland leg and then turned and beat the inside edge as if he was Nathan Lyon, but except he's Jasprit Bumrah, who's bowling around the wicket bounces and then bowled this beautiful off-cutting slow ball.
About the same length of run-up.
It's about true.
Bumrah comes to the crease and he's bowled Salt. That goes through, hits the leg stump. It's rocked back, and England are rocked as well. Phil Salt aiming across the line, leg side, vaguely. I'm not sure if he had a very clear idea himself of what he wanted to do, Phil Salt, but he's out for 5 from 8 deliveries. Both England openers gone, and Bumrah again with the off-cutting slower ball, and it turns. I don't think you could say that ball jagged. It turned. It cut into the batter through the gate and knocks him over without a prayer. Phil Salt gone for 5, England 34 for 2.
That's a beautiful, beautiful piece of bowling by Bumrah. The ball before he rushed Salt, hit him on the splice. Salt then, seeing the full length, tries to hit through the line of it, back over Bumrah's head, but because it's the slower ball, he's threw the shot way too early. It turns off this dry surface, clips the top of leg stump, and Bumrah, he's a man who's always in control. He feels like he reads just every situation perfectly, almost in the mind of the batters, knowing what they want next and bowling the complete opposite. He truly is a master. He gets the big wicket of Phil Salt. He wins that battle, and India well on top here.
And that is significant. Phil Salt's the kind of player who, from 8 deliveries, could be 30 not out. And here, he's made 5 and been bowled. Johnny Bairstow to the middle. He's been bristling around this tournament in his customary way. He's made some runs, made his couple of highest scores in T20 World Cups, which was a sore point that he didn't have much to speak of on that front before this tournament. It's been important for England in a couple of performances. Well, he needs to produce now. 138 more to win. And with a couple of overs left and a couple of deliveries left in the 5th over, that's 92 balls they've got to get him. Bumrah up to Bairstow, who's beaten outside the off stump. That ball cuts the other way, away towards the offside of the batter. And it beats the outside edge. It was a proper seam-up delivery. Hits that seam, scrambles through, very nearly nicked. Rishabh Pant collects on the bounce. 1 to come. And Bumrah's over. It's been a work of art, as it often is. And he stutters up. Throws the arm out for one more missile in at the leg stump. He's appealing for an LBW, actually, Bumrah. No one else is interested. Bairstow goes through. The umpire has not given us a signal yet and now says it's a leg bye. So it did come off the pad, but it was trending down the leg side, I would fancy. Thus the lack of support for Bumrah's leg before wicket appeal. 5 overs gone. England with some serious work to do. They are 35 for 2. Johnny Bairstow yet to score. Moeen Ali on 5. You're on BBC Test Match Special, also on ABC Sport, on the ABC Listen app as well. Stephen Finn, former England fast bowler, talking you through the action, and Henry Moran about to join him.
Yeah, as he so frequently does, Bumrah having one of the biggest says in proceedings. Again, rarely misses out. He rarely has a quiet game with the ball in hand.
Well, he's so difficult to get away, isn't he? That's the thing. 137 from 90 balls, you'd say that's a reasonable equation normally, but it's an awkward surface and a very awkward bowling attack. Bairstow Norn from 2. Here comes Akshar Patel. Oh, he's bowled! Johnny Bairstow goes without scoring. England 3 down. Akshar Patel strikes with the first ball of the over again, and India on their way. England 35 for 3. Bairstow goes without scoring.
Yeah, it's just drifted through the gate there from Akshar Patel. It's quick, angled in towards off stump, slightly out round arm as he does, but he undercuts the ball, and it means that it slides off the shiny side through the gate of Johnny Bairstow. Bairstow anticipating turn, looks to flay it with the bat away from his pad through the covers on the offside, but that drift and the angle back in towards off stump castles the outside half of that off stump, and Johnny Bairstow has to march back off the pitch with none from 3. And India now, you can see that celebration was a big one. They know they're well on top.
Teams that lose 3 wickets inside the first 6 overs, we say it time and again, they don't tend to win games of cricket in this format. And when you've got a bowling attack this good and a surface this awkward, it gets awkward. England have lost 3 wickets since they last scored a boundary. It was all going swimmingly when Jos Buttler was finding the ropes at will off the bowling of Arshdeep Singh, but the introduction of Akshar Patel has changed things. Harry Brook comes in at 5. He's a man for all occasions. He's got the talent. He could just do it for England, but their window of opportunity for qualifying for a final that could give them the chance of retaining the trophy, well, that window seems to be closing. 35 for 3. Akshar Patel to Harry Brook. He plays very correctly into the offside. What do they do here? Because they can't let that run rate get too high.
No, they can't, but they need to give themselves a chance. I think it's very difficult to just walk out there and start striking boundaries from the very beginning. No one really has done it today.
Actually around the wicket, deep in the crease, watchfully punching towards the offside is Brook. He'll get a run because it beats the dive of cover. And Moeen will be back on strike.
Yeah, they need to give themselves an opportunity to score these runs and get used to the pace of the pitch, especially the situation they find themselves in. It's all well, the top three going out there and really playing their shots, trying to make the most of this power play, but England can lose this game in the next couple of overs with 2 more wickets, and that's not what they want. They've got to hang in there.
Akshar Patel into bowl to Moeen, who again very watchful, is tapping the ball into the onside, and they'll get another single. 10 runs from the last 15 balls, 3 wickets have fallen. It's 37 for 3. England need 135 from 86 balls. This game's not done, but India well on top. We spoke about that win predictor at the halfway stage being around about 50-50. It's now 77% for India. Harry Brook goes hard at that, down the ground, it's gone aerial. Has it got the distance? Well, it's not going to be either a 4 nor a 6 nor a wicket, because it plugs and Virat Kohli will pick up, and instead it is 2. 39 for 3.
He's gone back to pull that one, Harry Brook, but because Aksar's bowling very quick, he doesn't have enough time to get back and pull it over mid-wicket, so can only scoop it up in the air over the bowler's head. It goes almost perfectly over the middle stump and plugs. Virat Kohli runs around from long off.
Brook waiting, deep in the crease and defending again, giving all the time they possibly can to gauge what the ball's doing off this surface. 4 from the over, 6 gone, 39 for 3 after 6. Power play done. England need 133 from 84 deliveries.
Yeah, India, they're looking good on their tag of #1 team in the world, aren't they? Both teams winning the toss and bowling, or doing what they wanted to do first. England bowling, India batting. England love chasing. Would have backed themselves to restrict India to a manageable total. At the halfway stage, I felt as though that total was going to take something special in order for England to chase it. And India expecting the wicket to get slower and lower and tougher to score on. At the moment, it looks as though they've read these conditions perfectly.
Well, the outstanding left arm wrist spin of Kuldeep Yadav with his mop of curly hair and standing at the end of his mark, sleeves rolled up. And he's bowling to Moeen Ali. This is going to be an interesting battle. The left-hander against the left arm wrist spin. Outside the power play now, England need to find a way of getting runs but not taking risks. It's that old classic description. You need to score quickly but don't get out. 132 needed for 83 as Moeen punches down the ground for a single.
I've heard a lot of coaches say that one. You've got to score at 10 and over but take no risks.
India on top in Guyana. South Africa await in the World Cup final on Saturday. If it is an India-South Africa final, one team is breaking a hoodoo. Well, something's going on out there, because conversation taking place between umpire Rohit Sharma and not the umpire Rohit Sharma, not yet. Anyway, he's got plenty of cricket to play.
I'm not sure he's going to be an umpire.
I think that would be unlikely. Chris Gaffney and Rohit Sharma, the India captain. I wonder what that's about. Is too many fielders possibly inside the circle? We'll wait and see. Well, I think we're ready to go. No harm done. Slip in place, and Brook is punching into the offside, but straight to the hands of Jadeja underneath a wide-brimmed hat at cover. 40 for 3.
You can see Kuldeep's getting it up there, giving it a chance to spin. That will provide opportunities to score, though.
Brook waits and has to defend a ball on middle stump, but defends it into space down the ground for a single. 131 needed off 81.
And this is the advantage of taking those 3 early wickets, whereas Rashid and Livingston had to drive the ball into the surface to try and restrict India from scoring. Kuldeep Yadav now can play on the egos of these batters and say, OK, if you want to have a big slog at one, be my guest, you can take a risk.
Kuldeep bowling to Moeen. Goodness, that turned sharply. It's almost turned square past the outside edge.
Yeah, and that's the challenge. Moeen Ali, 7 from 8 deliveries, perfect seam by Kuldeep, drifts in, turns big away from the bat of Moeen Ali. 2 bats stuck together wouldn't have hit that one.
Kuldeep is bowling to Moeen, who will get 1 into the onside and only 1. They'll think about a second that's not there. Arshdeep in from the boundary. So 3 from the over so far. The required rate is going to keep on creeping up. Now just shy of 10 and over. This is where things get a little awkward from England, because they're going to have to start taking risks at some stage. Harry Brook is seeing himself in. As you say, you need to really, because England can't afford to lose the game in the space of a couple of crazy overs. He sweeps hard at that. It goes in front of square onto the leg side and for 4 runs. That's what England needed. Brook with a big stride forward, and he clobbers it away into the leg side, and that's a lovely shot. 126 needed from 78.
He's a tall man, Harry Brook. He gets that reach right out. Kuldeep Yadav bowling a good length, but Brook puts his foot right down the wicket and reaches those arms and his neck, straining to try and meet it as close to the pitch as possible. He drills that in front of square, hard along the ground for 4 runs. That'll make Brook feel a lot better, and you need a few more of those in order to catch up with the rate.
7 overs gone. Stephen Finn, thank you very much indeed.
Stephen Thing, thanks.
We'll get there. 46 for 3. Alex Hartley is going to join us once again. World Cup winner with England in 2017. It's 46 for 3 after 7. England's target for victory and a place in the World Cup final is 172. Moeen there is on 8, waiting for Aksha down the leg side. Oh, I think he's been stumped. They might just check it, but he got in a right old tangle. And Rishabh Pant has ripped the stumps out of the ground. Moeen's taking his gloves off. And England might have lost a 4th wicket here, Alex.
They have. I'm pretty sure they have. There's great work behind the stumps from Rishabh Pant. And we are going to have a look at the big screen. All the fans turn around. They're staring at the screen in England shirts, in India shirts.
The umpire to director.
Moeen Ali's miles out.
Umpire review for stumping. I've checked the feet. It's a fair delivery.
He's gone.
The bat is in the air. Ball is in the gloves. The bails are off. I have a decision for the big screen.
Joel Wilson not messing about. England are going to be 4 down. Moeen, who got in a tangle to a ball that wasn't great, to be honest, down the leg side. And he's out. 8 from 10. England 46 for 4. And their World Cup dream is subsiding in Guyana.
Yeah, it is indeed, it is indeed. Now things are looking so tough for England out there. Moeen Ali walks off shaking his head, and rightly so. It's a brilliant bit of keeping from Rishabh Pant. As we just say, the India fans going wild in the crowd now, because they know they're 1 step closer to reaching that World Cup final and playing South Africa on Saturday.
And getting the chance to do something they've not done for over a decade, and that's lifting an ICC trophy. They were so disappointed, India, in Ahmedabad on November 19th. Felt like their destiny. They'd been brilliant in that tournament, 50 over World Cup. They've been brilliant in this one, unbeaten. And England need 126 runs from 77 balls, and Sam Curran comes in at 6. So still to come in terms of England's batting. Livingston has not been sent in now. Curran comes in to keep that left-hand, right-hand combination. What can he do? Akshay Patel into Sam Curran, who will get a single into the onside. They'll believe England. They will think they can do this. 125 from 76.
Of course, and you have to. There's no point just falling over here. Moeen Ali, he's looking for the single. The ball comes off his pad, but it doesn't go anywhere. Off the thigh pad, straight into the ground, just a foot next to the stumps as he turns, looks for that single, and Rishabh Pant straight onto it, takes the bails off.
Akshay Patel to Harry Brook, who's deep in the crease, angling the ball into the leg side, getting 1, turning for a second. There isn't a second. 124 needed from 75.
But still with the powerhouse of, Brook, Curran and Livingston, England have to believe. They have to believe that they can win from any situation. It only takes 2 good overs to get yourself back into a game like this when you're chasing 170.
Curran, serious look on his face. Won't get a run there. Tap towards the leg side. Tap towards a very happy captain, Rohit Sharma.
It's just the spinners for me that worry me for India.
Such high quality. Akshay Patel wearing the sunglasses round the wicket to bowl to Sam Curran. who's deep in the crease and will get a run on this occasion, square on the leg side. But because they're 4 down as well, England, pushing for those second runs, again, you can't take that risk. 49 for 4. And Akshar Patel, a third of the deliveries he's bowled today have been hitting the stumps. And
the rest of them not far off, are they?
That's what Tough has said at the break, isn't it? Just bowl at the stumps.
Yeah. Keep things simple. Even those deliveries that are missing the stumps are only missing by a stump.
Harry Brook is on 9 off 8 deliveries, and he slashes at a ball behind square on the offside. It's the sort of one that was racing away to the boundary at times during the India innings, but England don't find that gap. 3 from the over, 123 needed from 72. 8 overs gone, it's 49 for 4. The required rate creeping up all the time, now stands at 10.25.
10s are okay at this stage, but as soon as it gets to 12s, you think it's going to be too much. And yes, this surface is tricky, but we saw how Suryakumar Yadav batted on it, and Rohit Sharma. It's just going to take these two to stick around for a little bit longer here for England. Harry Brook gets going, he can win a game from anywhere.
Yep.
He really got England back into the game against South Africa. Yes, they didn't get over the line, but Brook was exceptional.
Kuldeep Yadav into bowl to Sam Curran. Slip in place. Curran. Oh, struck on the pad. That looks close. Yep, given. Curran goes deep in the crease. He'll review it. I can't see he's going to not be on his way on this occasion. I think that just looked like it was doing too much of the wrong things from England's point of view. It's the googly. It's a brilliant piece of bowling.
Original decision is out. I've checked the feet and it's a fair delivery. Front on, please.
Joel Wilson called into action again. Alex Hartley.
Yeah, it's brilliant delivery, isn't it? Sam Curran back in his crease, trying to play the ball off the back foot. The ball turns back in towards him, strikes him on the front pad. It's going to hit the middle stump.
Doesn't appear to be any bat. He's coming across it. Ultra edge.
Yeah, ultra edge is going to be called upon, but it's not going to be good news for England of that much, I'm sure, because I think the bat comes.
It's hitting below the knee roll as well, so it's not got much going for it here for Sam Curran, as we see Rohit Sharma and Chris Gaffney having words again as Sam Curran walks off. He's not even going to look at the big screen. He knows he's out. He's seen the replay. He knows he's not hit it.
Flat line, little gap as the ball goes past the bat. I'm satisfied, no bat involved. Ball tracker when available.
Well, ball tracking when available, I think is going to confirm what we already know. Curran does turn to have a look at it.
Ball pitching outside off, the impact is in line.
It's hitting middle of middle, and he has to go. And England are 5 down.
Out, stand by.
And the original decision of out from umpire Rod Tucker is emphasised. The exclamation mark at the end of it as he raises that finger again. 49 for 5. England falling in a heap in Guyana. And it's 123 needed from 71, with really the last recognised pair coming together.
Yeah, we speak about peaking at the right time. It's looked like England are peaking at the right time, but they are having their worst day today with the bat. They've not been under this much pressure at all in this competition. As Liam Livingstone comes out at number 7, as you say, he's probably the last chance saloon. Yes, Chris Jordan can bat, he can whack it, but he's great at the death. He's more of a finisher than anything else.
Well, conversations between the umpire and Rohit Sharma, I don't know if that's about excessive celebrations, excessive appealing, but I don't know. For me, India just so on top in this game. They know they're on the cusp of getting to that World Cup final. Livingstone waiting for Kuldeep, driving down the ground, and single will be taken. 50 up for England, 50 for 5. They need 122 from 70. How do they approach this? Because I'm not sure hanging around is going to necessarily help them.
No, hanging around won't help them at all. They need to build a partnership first and foremost. These two need to stick around until at least 11 overs gone and then look to accelerate. But you also have to keep that run rate ticking as well. You've got to try and get 8 and over while you can.
Brook waits on 9 and waits an eternity as well before flicking the ball down the ground. A wristy stroke towards long on for 1.
Because every time England don't get 10 or more than 10, that run rate's creeping up and up. So you've got to try and stay in control for as long as possible. But right now it's India that are in total control of this game.
Well, they are, and their supporters that have made it to Guyana are loving it, as they would be and should be. Forward comes Livingstone, angles into the offside. Could be a run out now. Brook getting back just. Why he set off, I just don't know. It was pushed towards backward point and it went straight to Jasprit Bumrah. They get away with it.
It was a good call from Livingston to send Brook back.
Livingston, 1 from 2, waits for Kuldeep to conclude. Well, not quite conclude, 2 balls left of his second over. He's in now, and Livingston deep in the crease, gets 1 into the leg side. 52 for 5, England need 120 from 67, so we're heading towards the territory of 2 runs a ball needed.
Yeah, I don't mind the runs, it's the wickets down that are the problem for England. 10 runs and over, you almost feel like England are a team that can achieve that, but it's the 5 wickets down, all your best batters out.
Brook is certainly in a collection of England's best batters, but he's got to do a lot of the work himself here. Tossed up outside the off stump, he'll chase a ball that is tapped on the head, really, out towards deep cover for 1. Arshdeep Singh and the sunglasses will pick up. 119 needed from 66 deliveries. We will have all the reaction one way and the other to this game on BBC Sounds for the Test Match Special podcast. At the end of all of this, a little look ahead to what will be, well, it'll be a fascinating final either way. I think India against South Africa, which looks infinitely more likely at this point, will be an extraordinary game and an opportunity for both sides.
Yeah, definitely. But I've just forgotten Jadeja's not had a ball yet.
Yeah.
He's just coming into the attack now.
Jadeja to Brook. So England's 2 right-handers have got another left-arm spinner to contend with on a turning track as more celebrations for India fans out there. Jadeja tosses the ball from one hand to the other. From the pavilion end, he's coming in now, round the wicket to bowl to Brook, who's deep in the crease again and angling the ball into the offside. And such is the boost of energy you get as a fielding side. A good bit of work at point will prevent the boundary. They will get 2. England needing 117 from 65. They can't afford to take crazy risks at the moment, these 2.
They can't, but they do need to take some sort of risk because you've got Bumrah to come back in as well.
Yep. Jadeja to Brook, who again goes hard at that, through the offside, out towards deep cover, and he's going to get 4. It's a lovely shot. That really is so good from Harry Brook. England 59 for 5.
That's a great shot, isn't it? Just deep in his crease, waits for the ball, holds his shape beautifully, back of a length, just punches it past extra cover. It races to the boundary for 4. England going to need a few more of those from Harry Brook if they're going to get anywhere near this target. Well, it doesn't matter about getting near it. Net run rate's not a thing. They've got to get over it.
Brook again punching into the offside. Again finding a run. It goes out towards wide long off. 60 for 5. Rishabh Pant typically energetic behind the stumps. When I hear his voice, I can't help but think about his time working in the world of being an advert star when he was recovering after the car accident. I mean, brilliant to see him out there first and foremost. Angled away by Livingston. He's going to get a run into the offside out towards deep cover. But when I hear his voice, I can't help but think he's not about to try and sell me a tyre.
I can't. I always think about him babysitting Payne's kids.
Oh yeah,
Tim Payne's kids.
That was an excellent bit of chat from behind the stumps. Here is Jadeja bowling to Brook. Once more, the offside is the target, and again he'll get a single out towards the deep. This has been profitable enough over for England, who have found themselves getting so far 9 from it. If they can find a boundary at the end of it, that'll just give them some belief. 62 for 5. Livingston is on 3. Deep in the crease, he will not find even a run. He goes back towards Jadeja. Halfway stage of the innings, England 110 needed from 60 balls. Drinks coming onto the field, and no wonder Yuzvendra Chahal is sprinting on with a smile on his face. He knows that India, at this point, are on their way to the final, unless this partnership, Alex Hartley, can do something spectacular, and they need to do something spectacular.
Yeah, they do indeed. These 2 need to stick around for a little bit longer, don't they? Brook and Livingston, the 2 recognised batters for England. And you do feel like England are having their worst day with the bat so far in this tournament, under so much pressure. World Cup final in their sights. I said that 170 was going to be tough on this surface. It felt like they got 20 too many, and it definitely feels like that now at the halfway stage.
Right then, England 62 for 5. They lost Jos Buttler for 23 from just 15 balls. Phil Salt bowled by Bumrah 5 from 8. Johnny Bairstow bowled Akshay Patel none from 3. Moeen Ali stumped by Rishabh Pant off the bowling of Akshay, who's got 3 for so far. And he was gone for 8, and Sam Curran out LBW to Kuldeep for 2. And that is where England find themselves, 62 for 5. And England in trouble, fair to say. Their target is 172. Jeff Lemon standing by to join you, Alex Hartley.
If there's going to be any pair in the world at the minute to be able to get England over the line, you do feel like it's these two. Liam Livingstone, we could do with a 65 off 25 balls or something that he's capable of doing. I remember not so long ago he hit one out of the stadium at Headingley. He's an absolute monster. And Harry Brook, a rapid 100 in the 100 last season, but it's the 5 down, isn't it? Because now the risk taking that these two can do is limited for the fact that England are 5 down early on.
He got a lot of mileage out of that 6 he hit out of the ground at Headingley, Liam Livingstone.
I reckon it kept him in the team for a long time.
Probably about 2 years. But he's been good in this World Cup, and he was important. You remember it's the Brook-Livingstone partnership against South Africa, where they were not quite in as bad a situation, but similarly, they were 4 for 61 at one point. When those two came together, they haven't come together until one later in the order because they tried to throw Curran in to a left-hand, right-hand thing, I assume, to break things up. So that didn't work. But it's that pair back together from a similar spot. They were chasing against South Africa that day, 164 to win. So not dissimilar. They were able to accelerate late through that innings against South Africa. Brook going towards the end, ended up with 53 off 37. Livingstone 33 off 17. Didn't quite get them there, but at least they've had that recent history of batting together from an England perspective. From an Indian perspective, Kuldeep Yadav has had a wonderful tournament, and he's continuing now, looping the ball up just outside the off stump. They're taking a run that isn't there and would have been run out cold had that throw hit from cover. Brook just tapped it into the offside and went. There was never a single there. It would have been metres short as the throw comes in. But the throw misses and he gets an extra, so he ends up with 2.
It's a great throw. It's not far away at all. Brook would have been long gone.
I wonder if Jadeja could have looked to go to Kuldeep, or whether that would have given Brook time to get there. Kuldeep was standing right over the stumps. The ball wasn't thrown to him, it was thrown at the pegs. 64 for 5, and he's beating the edge. Is he held behind the wicket? There was a little bit of an appeal for an inside edge, it sounded like, but
Pant didn't take the ball cleanly anyway.
Fumbled it. So there was some appealing before the catch was even taken, but I don't think it did take a nick from Brook as he poked at it. It did bounce disconcertingly, the left arm wrist spinner. Rarely seen art form at the top level. Bowling left arm over the wrist, that extra turn. 64 for 5 as Brook waits for Kuldeep. Reverse sweep, gets it and gets it fine. It's rolling away towards the rope. Bumrah's not even chasing it. Bumrah's just jogging after it, saying that's going for 4. I'm not going to waste my energy. So another good shot from Harry Brook, 68 for 5. He really is just a level of class above everybody else in a similar position in this side.
Yeah, it's high risk, high reward, isn't it, from Harry Brook, who just gets enough on it to go past short third for 4.
Waits again for Kuldeep and tries the same shot, and he's bowled. You go to the well once too often, you might find yourself floating in it. And England are sinking. They're 68 for 6. Harry Brook's gone for 25. Shapes for the reverse. Turn again from Kuldeep. Back into the right-hander. He misses his sweep and he's bowled.
Well, the shot was on, we saw in the previous delivery, but Kuldeep Yadav this time just hangs the ball back ever so slightly more, a couple of inches shorter. Harry Brook couldn't quite get there, and it hits the top of the stumps, and England really find themselves in trouble here.
Gone so far across in the end that it was able to sneak behind his legs. He was kneeling outside the off stump. You could see leg stump down the length of the pitch as that ball hits middle and leg. Had he not gone across so far, maybe he could have got a bit of glove or bottom edge onto it into the pad, which would have meant that he would have escaped any LBW appeal. But he hasn't escaped here. Kuldeep weaving a web. He's got 2 for 17. The Indian spinner.
Really well bowled. I think for the fact that he's been hit for 4 the previous delivery, and when you know someone's going to reverse sweep and sweep, you've either got to go back of a length or full. So the first ball he's gone full, he's been reverse swept for 4. This time it goes length ball. Brooke can't do anything about it. It hits leg stump.
I just wonder about trying the same shot 2 balls in a row to such a clever bowler who's been playing so well. You have to treat Kuldeep like teams have been treating Adil Rashid, with a fair bit of respect and circumspection. But Brooke felt the need to get on with things. It's brought his downfall. 68 for 6, and Kuldeep's bowling to Chris Jordan, who's next in.
I saw Chris Jordan in the PSL have some brilliant innings for Multan.
He's a genuine batting option. He's not your normal number 8. This England team have looked light on when Archer's been at 8. They look a much better batting unit with Jordan at 8. Wide stance. He's waiting for Kuldeep. Left arm over, and that ball skipping through and going right back on his stumps. Jordan defends with a straight bat to end the 3rd over for Kuldeep Yadav. The 11th over bowled by India. They've got England at 68 for 6, needing 104 runs from the last 9 overs. So they're almost at 2 runs a ball. Jordan yet to score. Livingston on 3. Liam Livingston's going to need to belt a quick 60 or so to give England any chance here. 11 overs gone. And India turn to Jadeja next. That ball creeps through. Keeps very low on the leg stump, and all that Livingston can do is push down on it, try to squash it out of his pads. Gets it away for 1.
Yeah, it's starting to stay low, isn't it? We've seen it a few times in the first innings, a couple of times here, and that one stays low.
Yeah, again, just not entirely comfortable with surfaces where the ball's doing this. It's too erratic if you're getting it to creep through at that sort of trajectory. Jadeja in at the off stump, and Jordan's chopping him into the ground. It rolls down to long on for a single. Jordan's first run. Livingston's got 4. They're 70 for 6 now, England. Still 102 runs short of their target. Livingston hasn't played a shot in anger as yet. And he's not doing it now, going back and punching Jadeja back towards the bowler. It ricochets off Jadeja, but they don't get a run. Livingston wanted it for a second. Jordan didn't.
It was a great slide tackle from Jadeja. He's obviously been watching the Euros.
Yep. Make him earn it. Jadeja round the wicket, and that ball turns appreciably. The left arm orthodox spinner gets it to turn and jump. That ends up above bail height from a relatively full length, and Livingston was surprised by it, could just jab it into the ground. Jadeja again charging him. Livingston wants to wipe it over the leg side, but he can only pad it away to square leg and go through for a run. Just a little bit of bat on that. So the runs are credited to the bowler. 71 for 6. Jordan waits for Jadeja and can only defend. 3 runs from the over. England going nowhere. They need a further 101 to win from 8 overs. That's 48 balls. And they've got the task ahead of them at the moment. 71 for 6 is the score.
Yeah, they have, haven't they? More than 2 a ball now for England. They're going to have a couple of brilliant overs to even try and get them back into this game, but this is India's to lose now.
8 overs to go. 1 of them will be Kuldeep, 2 of them will be Bumrah. So that leaves you with 5 overs realistically that you can try to score freely from.
Always funny whenever you play India. It's like, right, you're going to start 2 down and you only get 18 overs because Bumrah's going to have 2 brilliant overs. You know he's going to bowl 12 dot balls in there somewhere.
Dare say, yeah, you might take, 16 off his spell, something like that, which is what you might get from 2 overs of a normal bowler. Kuldeep will finish his day's work off now outside the off stump. It keeps a little low again. Livingston's cutting hard into the ground for a run. Walking through for the single with Jadeja tracking that ball back. 72 for 6. An even 100 required to win. 47 balls left in England's account. Jordan to figure out what to do against Kuldeep Yadav. The left armer whirls it up. It's spinning back, hitting the pads, and it's given. That had to be given. That looks stone. It might be a yellow light on the leg stump as per the deliveries that we saw in the Afghanistan-South Africa game the other night. Tabraiz Shamsi had a couple of those, who also bowls left arm wrist spin, turning towards the right-hander's leg stump, but they were always hitting it. And this one will be hitting, I'm very confident. It has been challenged, so they'll have a look at it. You have to at this stage.
Yeah, I don't think this is got much going for it. If you're an England fan, an England player, I think this is going to be clipping leg stump. I mean, it's turned a mile, hasn't it? It's a great delivery. It's one of the best we've seen of the day.
Floated across, it's pitched almost outside the off stump for the right-hander, turned back in, down the line of those stumps. They're already patting Kuldeep on the back, and we haven't even seen the ball tracking yet. So the Indian team confident. Jordan, we're having a look at the sound wave technology for some reason, even though you can clearly see the gap between bat and pad. Just wasting everybody's time there.
Take it back, take it back, take it back, take it back. There's a gap, a little movement, but it's coming from another source because there's a gap between the bat and the ball. Keep going.
There is indeed a gap between the bat and the ball.
I'm satisfied that there's no bat involved. Ball tracker once again.
It'll be interesting to see where Chris Jordan is on the field. He's still out in the middle, actually.
No original decision is out.
Pitch just outside off, turns back, and it's hitting leg stump. A fair bit more flush than the Shamsi ones from the previous game. And that will be out. 72 for 6 as Jordan goes for 1. He's soaked up 5 balls in the process. Livingston is 6 off 10. 7 down now as the scoreboard ticks over to confirm that wicket. So England, very little road left to them. We're in the 13th over. They're 72 for 7. They need another 100 runs. They're running out of overs, and they'll likely run out of wickets before then, with 3 remaining.
It feels that way, doesn't it? England not having the best time, and with that, Kuldeep Yadav gets 200 T20 wickets, an average of 21. I mean, his 3-wicket haul's 19. It's absolutely outrageous, isn't it? And to say he wasn't even in the team at the start of this tournament. They went with Siraj in New York, and rightly so, those pitches suited Siraj, and then these ones over here have suited Kuldeep, so they've made a straight swap.
Yeah, so that's across all 20-over cricket, domestic and international, all recognised T20s anyway. And T20 internationals is up to 69 career wickets. So Jofra Archer out to the middle. Well, I don't see much value for England now in doing anything but going for it. If you're Liam Livingstone, you might as well get stuck in and see if you can knock them off their balance at some point.
I said at the halfway stage, I've got a feeling England would be 135 all out. But it's going to take a good effort to get to that, isn't it?
It'd be a great effort. That'd be a minor win from here.
And Josh Butler just looking at the floor in the dugout, probably thinking, oh, I've got all that media to do.
Gonna have to talk to a whole bunch of our lot. In goes Kuldeep at the stumps for Archer, who's trying to take a run, and Livingston is yelping, squawking like a miniature parrot at the non-striker's end. 72 for 7.
Yeah, Kuldeep's got 2 slips in play now, which you very, very rarely see in T20 cricket.
He's up, bowling to Archer, who gets a bottom edge swinging across the line. It's rolling out behind square leg for a run. Well, I don't mind that in a way. Archer might as well swing away.
Yeah.
Not much point patting out 6 overs and putting on another 30 runs.
Well, it doesn't make a difference, does it? You have to win to get into the final. Net run rate's done.
You're out, you're out. It's a bit like Bangladesh the other night, having to chase the thing in 12 overs to win and then just giving up and deciding, oh, well, we'll just try to win it in 20. What was the point?
Yeah.
You might as well lose it in 10. Here goes Kuldeep, and it's keeping low outside the off stump, angled across And it's cut hard by Livingston, but straight at cover. He's 6 from 11 balls. That is not the kind of equation Liam Livingston's used to in short form cricket. Even the other way around, he'd think he was going too slowly. Kuldeep in at the stumps, and Livingston punches, stepping back. And Kuldeep's running to the leg side to field it off his own bowling. So a magnificent spell of left arm wrist spin comes to an end. 3 for 19 from 4 overs. And if it wasn't already match-winning, the efforts of Rohit Sharma and Surya Yadav and Hardik Pandya with the bat, that's match-winning with the ball. 3 for 19 off 4. They're 73 for 7, England. They need a further 99 to win.
Yeah, he's been fantastic, hasn't he? And we said that the Indian spinners would be hard to get away on this surface, not only because the ball is turning sideways, but the uneven bounce that we're seeing from the spinners. And Kuldeep Yadav, absolutely fantastic today. His last over only going for 2 runs.
So Jadeja will bowl to Archer, who's trying to flick to the leg side and getting a leading edge back to the bowler. Another dot ball. He's punching through the offside now, Archer, and he's able to get off strike. They're not going to come back for a second. 74 for 7. He's on 2. Livingston on 6.
Well, you just feel like England's sort of just punching the ball around. I'd love to see them go for it as Jadeja's in, and this one is hit down to long off for just a single.
Kohli with the throwback in. They're 75 for 7 now. Singles completely useless to England at this stage.
It's always really weird being in this scenario as a bowling team.
Jadeja in, and he's trying to flick it away again. Archer down into the leg side, but can't get bat on it.
I don't know how that's missed the stumps.
I don't know how it's missed the stumps either. It's come back off the wicketkeeper, Rishabh Pant.
It's gone over the top.
I think it's snuck past.
Oh, it's gone over the top of it.
It's somehow bounced over. It's turned back, and now that one bounces as well, and it's cut away out to deep point for a run. That previous delivery, it looked like, so Archer was between the ball and where we were. Looked like it must have gone past the leg stump, but somehow it got enough elevation to go over the leg bail. 76 for 7. Jadeja in, and going back and trying to heave it through the leg side is Livingston with a pull shot, but he hits it to Akshar Patel along the ground out at deep mid-wicket. Again, it's just 1 run. 4 singles from the over. They're being strangled here. 77 for 7. Archer on 3. Livingston on 8.
It's always weird being the bowling team in this scenario, because you know you've won. You know you're through to a World Cup final, but you've got to sort of see it out.
Well, you do. You've got 95 further runs to defend, and I suppose in 6 overs you could give up 95. Teams have probably done it before. But that would tend to be in some IPL games and some flatter pitches. For England, the only hope is to launch an absolute assault here. Try to somehow make up 95 in 36. What's that? Three runs a ball, 18 runs and over. Akshar Patel starts, and Livingston walks across and tries to smack it through the leg side, but can only hit it along the ground. They're coming back for a second run at least. Make sure they get Livingston back on strike. But he has to start trying to clear boundaries if he's going to get any sort of dint into this deficit. 79 for 7. England need 172 to win. 5.5 overs remaining. Akshar into his 4th over. Backing away goes Livingston and cuts it hard along the ground out to deep point. Again, there's a sweeper. There'll only be 1 run. Akshar into his 4th over. He's got 3 for 17 at the moment. India all over it. 80 for 7 now. Just waits a moment, Akshar. Up to Archer, huge swing. Trying to boom it over deep mid-wicket. He misses. It's going down the leg side as it hits his pad and ricochets away. Alex Hartley's off for the day. Stephen Finn's back to see us out.
Yep. Coming back from my 6th or 7th spell here, I think.
Akshar. And Archer winds up. Connects well and hits it for 6 over long on. He can do that, Archer. And he's middled one for the first time today. Comes down to punch gloves with Livingston. 86 for 7 now. Archer up to 9. Livingston on 11.
That's a beautiful strike from Archer. Stands there and admires it. like he's on the first tee. Axar getting it full, looking for a bit of glory there, I think, and Archer accepts the invitation, hammers it down the ground.
Axar in again, slow, bottom edge as Archer winds up. Oh, he sent Livingston back, and maybe to his doom, he's run out. That is dreadful, dreadful cricket. Archer got the inside edge to short fine leg. It was not his run to call. Livingston was setting off. Archer took a couple of paces and then looking back said no and went back to his ground. And England's only hope, their one slender, tiny chance that Livingston might get on one and start bombing them over the boundaries. That goes up in smoke as he's run out at the non-striker's end. It is hard to describe how bad that was. Livingston just had to keep coming through. He might have made it, and Archer might have got home at the non-striker's end, but the important thing there was Livingston's wicket, and he's been left completely stranded as Axar takes the bails at the non-striker's end. If one thing sums up England's day, that's it.
Yeah, that's a drab end for Liam Livingstone, England's last recognised batter. It was his to call. It was to Kuldeep Yadav's right hand as well, so he had to run around the ball to collect it with his left and hurl it at the other end. It would have been touch and go for Archer, but you're probably better off falling on your sword there as opposed to sending the in-man out. But yeah, I mean, Rashid's out there rapidly.
86 for 8 as Archer is almost bowled off the inside edge as it chops back into his pad as he tries to slog through the leg side. They won't get a run. They've got 5 overs left. That's 30 balls remaining. They need 172. They're 86 for 8. The smart minds among us in the room indicate that they're probably not going to get there, needing a further 86 runs from 30 deliveries after Liam Livingstone was run out for 11 from 16 balls. It just hasn't gone anywhere for England. Today, Archer and Rashid to do the honours for the last bit. Akshar Patel finishes with 3 for 23. Stephen Finn is going to stay with you, and Henry Moran is about to join him.
Yeah, very well surmised, Jeff. It's not been a great day for England here. Won the toss. They did what they wanted right at the beginning of the day after a couple of rain breaks. Bowled first. India made 172, and now they find themselves in strife.
Here comes Hardik Pandya for the first time with the ball. This is slashed away rather elegantly by Adil Rashid in front of square on the offside, and there's no jeopardy to the game anymore. It feels just like a sort of gentle procession towards an India victory at 88 for 8, England chasing 172. We will go through this in all its detail on the Test Match Special podcast after this game, which you'll be able to find on BBC Sounds. But I'm a little bit at a loss as to how to assess England's tournament. I almost feel like it's barely got started at times, you know?
Yeah.
In comes Hardik Pandya. Adil Rashid waiting, chipping the ball in the air. Cries of catch. There won't be a catch. Could be a run out. Oh, there is. Fine piece of work. They're not even going to go upstairs. And Adil Rashid lies in a heap, as do England's hopes, as does England's World Cup aspirations. Adil Rashid is out. 88 for 9.
Yeah, it's excellent fielding. Let's find out who the fielder is there. Leading edge from Adil Rashid. He thought he'd got it through. The fielder at mid-wicket, I think it's Suryakumar Yadav, runs round to his left, and with the reverse flick, as if he's a rugby player, flicking it down the line quickly as he's getting tackled, flicks it towards those stumps, manages to cannon off the back of them. Adil Rashid, even though he put the dive in, was well short of his ground. Excellent piece of fielding. Sums up the difference in the two teams today. India totally dominant, leave themselves 1 wicket away from a World Cup final.
And their opportunity to do something they've not done for over a decade, and that is lift an ICC trophy. They'll be desperate to get that win over South Africa, who themselves will be looking to win a World Cup for the first time. Archer still on strike. Hit down the ground. Oh, that's a nice looking shot. It goes back over the bowler's head. Have some of that. 6 runs. That is a massive hit from Jofra Archer. And he can strike a clean ball, and that's as clean as anything we've seen today.
Yeah, he's got a lovely swing at the bat. He works very hard on his batting, Jofra Archer. And if it's there in his area to hit, he's very capable of hitting it for 6. And Hardik Pandya, I don't know, he's not looking for a Yorker, he's not bowling back of a length. It's just in between with not too much on it. Archer stands, steps towards it, absolutely larrups it down the ground. It's a beautiful 6, but pure consolation.
97 metres. In comes Hardik Pandya. It's dropped short. He's gone after it again. Down the ground. Can a fielder get there? No. It was Virat Kohli running in towards it. And in the end, probably lands 10 yards or so short. Our final coverage, in every sense, from this tournament gets underway 3:15 on Saturday for a final between South Africa and what will be India on 5 Sports Extra and BBC Sounds. Here comes Hardik Pandya to bowl to Reece Topley, who's the last man in, and that's off an inside edge down towards fine leg for a single. So England, with a ball left of the 16th over, find themselves at 96 for 9, chasing 172. And India 1 wicket away, and after this 1 game away from lifting that trophy. England will head home, and it's amazing how quickly at the end of a tournament these things happen. You find yourself on the plane almost immediately, bags packed, see you later. In comes Hardik Pandya, bows his head in over the wicket, past the umpire, and once again stepping away and crunching the ball over the fielder at mid-off for 4 more on the bounce to bring up England's 100. And Jofra Archer's having some fun out there. That's a lovely shot.
Yeah, again, the fielder's up inside the ring, probably trying to make sure that Reece Topley's on strike next over to try and get this done and dusted as soon as possible. Archer, a full ball outside off stump by Hardik Pandya. Again, he just steps towards it. He's got these really long arms. He's got such a big reach with them. He manages to fully extend them outside the off stump and hammer it over mid-off for a 1 bounce 4. It's a very attractive shot, but again, too little, too late. 72 needed from 4 overs.
And to try and finish the job, what a name to call upon. Jasprit Bumrah, who's bowled 2 overs, 1 for 9, and back at the start of this run chase when Jos Buttler scored those boundaries off Arshdeep Singh, it looked like maybe it was going to be England's day. Not a bit of it. Once the wickets started falling, they didn't stop. It was dominoes, wasn't it? And just, they clattered away. Reece Topley taps his bat. He's had a good tournament with the ball. And here comes Jasprit Bumrah into bowl. Dipping Yorker, pace taken off it. And actually, in the end, Topley does pretty well to get some bat on it down the ground to get Archer back on strike. It's 101 for 9.
Yeah, Bumrah, he's a magnificent bowler. He's not really had to do too much work today. The damage has been done as we anticipated it would be by the spinners. Axar Patel in the first instance, Kuldeep Yadav afterwards. They bowled really well, and India just seemed like a team who are very calm. I feel like they've got everything under control.
It's really felt that way. Jos Buttler cuts a lonely figure in the dugout. Archer with an elegant punch into the offside, 102 for 9. He's playing in a way that I think times in other areas of his international career, Jofra Archer, I have known he's had this in his knocker, and he's never quite done it in England colours in quite this way, but he's playing very nicely in a losing cause. 102 for 9. He'll be devastated, Jos Buttler. He's a competitive guy, full of belief, and won World Cups. He's had disastrous World Cups. It's not been one of those. Here's Jasprit Bumrah to bowl to Reece Topley, swings across the line, stumps exposed. I was waiting for the lights to go up and England's lights to go out. 103 for 9.
Yeah, they'll be disappointed, won't they? I think to get to a semi-final ended up being a good effort, considering the position they found themselves in a couple of weeks ago, or around 10 days ago, in those final group games, relying on results to go their way. Australia to beat Scotland to make it through, but we've seen glimpses of what England are all about in this tournament. But I think it's going to be fitting that the 2 teams who've played the most consistent cricket will be playing the final against each other.
Jasprit Bumrah runs in over the wicket to bowl to Jofra Archer struck on the pad. He's going to be out, and he is. Up goes the finger. England are out of the tournament. They are going to review it. It feels like folly. And the India flag's waving, the India celebrations continuing in the middle. It's hit him on the foot as he's taken the step across the stumps. I think he's going to be clattering into the middle, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks that way. The only thing that is counting against it is maybe the angle from Bumrah wide of the crease. But it looks like it's going to be pretty adjacent to me.
Feels that way, doesn't it? It's one of those where it feels more a review in desperation than
Doesn't appear to be any but.
anything
Ultra
else.
Edge, just to confirm.
They're having a look at the Ultra Edge.
Yeah, flat line, yeah, it's a big gap between the bat and the ball. I'm satisfied that there is no bat involved. Ball tracker when available. Standing by for ball tracker, Rod, building.
So they're going to build ball tracker, but I think we know the outcome, and the hugs continue in the middle for the India players. And here we go.
Original decision is out.
Impact in line.
Pitching in line.
Wickets hitting.
Impact,
Umpire's call.
Rod, stay with your original decision of out. Stand by, you're on screen. Signal.
And the handshakes and the celebrations for India, who have made it through to the T20 World Cup final. The devastation of Adelaide 2 years ago replaced by jubilation. They've beaten England as heavily as England beat them that famous night in South Australia. 68 runs the margin. England set 172 to win, and they've been bundled out for 103 inside of 17 overs. Dancing in the aisles for the India supporters. It is they that head to Barbados for the World Cup final to take on South Africa. England humbled at the end of a tournament that's had highs, it's had lows, ups, downs, surprises, but ultimately disappointment. India victorious, and they are one step away from something they've not managed in so long. That is lifting a World Cup. It is a mouth-watering prospect, India against South Africa on Saturday afternoon, but it will not be the final that England was so desperate to be a part of.